Struggling to find any clues, Chujing could only temporarily put them to the back of his mind, sensing the 5 elements immortal bone at the back of his head. A trace of a smile appeared on his lips. With this immortal bone, his situation was about to undergo an earth-shattering reversal, and the identity of a chi cultivator was given an almost perfect shell. 5 elements into yin and yang, Chujing's current mana was of an extraordinarily high quality, far exceeding that of cultivators in the entry Dao realm, and was on par with soul-condensing monks. If before, in the face of a soul-condensing realm cultivator, he still needed to rely on heavenly might, now there was no longer any need for that. Now that he had the immortal bone, Chujing had a way out. At this moment he truly could walk under the sun and no longer needed to hide his presence and conceal his shape like before. By this moment, he finally had some means to protect himself. In the eastern part of the southern region, there was a cultivation kingdom, with middle to high-quality spirit veins spread throughout its underground, jointly controlled by 3 large immortal sects. Behind these great sects stood the Heavenly Throne Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands. Each year, 70% of the city's taxes were submitted to Heavenly Throne, and the remaining 30% was equally divided among the 3 great sections. The immortal marketplace was bustling and vibrant, extremely splendid and prosperous. In a tavern, over 10 young cultivators were gathered in an elegant room chatting idly, most of them of exceptional status, and a few donned the garb of Holy Land disciples, exuding an indescribable noble air. A young man in blue sat in the place of honor, his well-defined fingers fidgeting with a jade cup, his expression indifferent, not involving himself in the conversations around him. These days, that Chujing seems to have become much quieter, no news of him, probably out of fear of the great holy lands, hiding somewhere and cultivating in peace. The man is indeed of monstrous talent, truly a freak of nature. Given time, he is bound to become a major figure, though it's a pity he might not live long enough to see that day. He will be rooted out sooner or later. There's a rumor within the Holy Lands that his cultivation, although just entering the Tao, can already contend with soul-condensing monks. Even those of the mid-stage soul-condensing realm may not be his match. In the midst of idle talk, several cultivators turned the topic to the recently famous Chujing. An unexpected rise always attracts attention, especially when the great tournament of 10,000 sects was fast approaching. During the conversation, the gazes of several naturally drifted toward the man in blue in the place of honor, and they asked with a hint of curiosity, "Senior Brother Shen, what do you think of this person?" Top-a-Euro stay updated with Freeweb novel. The jade cup tapped on the tabletop, making a crisp ringing sound. Mid-stage soul condensing also has disparities. The blue-robed cultivator said in a calm and unhurried tone, "Under my hand, he won't last 3 rounds and would be slain." For a soul-condensing monk of his Holy Land background, fighting against someone of the same realm and killing loose cultivators from the outside world was as easy as reaching into a bag, even without having to use his trump card techniques. In his eyes, no matter how strong, they were still just entry Dao realm cultivators at the end of the day, merely relying on some tricks to compete with loose cultivators. Chujing? Before he finished speaking, an exclamation sounded not far away. The blue-robed man cast his gaze in that direction, his annoyance blending in, and upon clearly seeing the scene below, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. In the middle of the long street, there was a throng of people, yet a large open space was cleared at the center. In the center of the open space, a black-clad youth stood, appearing to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, with a lean figure, bright eyes, his hair untied and casually draped over his back, jet black and glossily sharp, brimming with vibrant youthful energy. Looking at the tavern in front of him, Chujing glanced over the Hidden Dragon list and said slowly, "Hidden Dragon list number 375, from Heavenly Throne Holy Land, Shenchuanjiang, are you here?" Feeling the gazes from all around, Chujing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, and it was as if only now did he truly step into the sunlight for the first time. Basking in the sunlight and feeling everyone's eyes on him, his heart was indescribably exhilarating, and the bottleneck of the jade bone mid-stage seemed to have loosened slightly. For the first time, he stood up openly and announced his name to the people of this world. All around silence ensued, no one responded, no one anticipated that under the external circumstance of being wanted like rain, Chu Jing would dare to appear so brazenly in the marketplace, even to the point of calling out one of the prides of the Holy Land. Is that man Chu Jing? Why does he still look like a child? A group of young cultivators above the tavern were the first to react, discussing among themselves, but none responded to Chu Jing. No matter what the external circumstances were, Chu Jing remained the chief disciple of true transmission from the Taishan Holy Land. In terms of status and identity, the only person present who could respond to him was Shen Chuanjiang. For anyone else to rashly interject would be disrespectful to Shen Chuanjiang. Feeling everyone's gaze upon him, Shen Chuanjiang's eyes flickered, and in the next instant, his figure appeared on the long street. Chu Jing sized up the young man before him, whose appearance was like polished jade, and spoke in a calm voice, "You want to kill me?" As sensitive as the spiritual perception of a Qi cultivator was, Shen Chuanjiang sensed the killing intent on Chu Jing the moment they met. Although it was faint and fleeting, he still caught it. Mid-entry Dao realm. Have you had another breakthrough? Shen Chuanjiang's gaze hardened, and a trace of shock crossed his eyes. The news of Chu Jing's foundation in the entry path was, at most, only a few months old, and now upon meeting again, he had already made another breakthrough. Moreover, a tower rises from the ground, one needs to put forth their greatest effort to solidify their Dao foundation in the entry Dao realm. Even the most monstrous geniuses would spend decades in this realm to polish their Dao foundation. No cultivator would forcibly advance their cultivation at this stage. Most advances came naturally. Chu Jing did not look like a fool who would ruin his own prospects, so this kind of speed was even more alarming. What are you doing here? Shen Chuanjiang barely suppressed the shock and suspicion in his heart and spoke in a deep voice, still somewhat unclear about Chu Jing's purpose. Suppressing the list, capturing dragon, Chu Jing said calmly, "I randomly chose one, and you were the closest to me." Now his cultivation was sufficient to undertake these actions. With just the cultivation of mid-entry Dao realm, you think you can make a move against me? Shen Chuanjiang could not help feeling a surge of annoyance. Throughout his cultivation journey, no peer had ever looked down on him like this, openly seeking to capture him. "Fine, since you're courting death, today I'll conveniently dispatch you as a gift upon returning to my sect, proving that I haven't wasted this period of time." Hearing this, Chu Jing no longer spoke, turning away silently and stepping out of the marketplace. A piercing sonic boom tore through the sky, pulling along a tremendous wave of white qi, and quickly receding into the distance. It was an unwritten rule not to fight within the marketplace, as clashing here gave an excuse for divine infant-grade abilities to intervene. Hundreds of escaping lights rose to follow Chu Jing into the sky. What impressive speed of escape! A few breaths later, some cultivators realized something was wrong. The group of entry path cultivators didn't even catch a glimpse of Chu Jing's shadow before being left far behind. Within the flying lights, Chu Jing looked back and saw that only a few soul-condensing monks could barely keep up. Even before entering the Dao, his full-throttle flight was no less swift than that of a soul condensation realm great cultivator, and now he was even more at ease. Shen Chuanjiang's eyes were coldly determined, stubbornly chasing after Chu Jing. Soon, he was the only one still in pursuit. Suddenly, Chu Jing's figure vanished into the void. Shen Chuanjiang hastened to follow, finding himself falling into a quagmire. Spatial pathway. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. When Shen Chuanjiang came to his senses again, he was already in a desolate small world. Fighting in the outside world involved too many variables and would quickly attract reinforcements, which would be disadvantageous for Chu Jing. By luring Shen Chuanjiang here, Chu Jing had another purpose. He wanted the immortal ascension methods from Shen Chuanjiang. Passing on immortal laws was the lifeline of all sections. For Chu Jing to seek these cultivation techniques was equivalent to forcibly plucking the scales from the sections. But Chu Jing was not afraid to court this trouble now. He needed the immortal ascension methods, he needed spiritual objects to solidify his foundation. Even if it meant seizing scales, he was now ready to rip off a few to wrap around himself. Shen Chuanjiang surveyed his surroundings, eyeing the heaven and earth before him with an undisguised look of astonishment. Between the desolate heaven and earth, devoid of sun and moon, there were only 2 stars, suspended in the firmament, casting a dim faint light. The world was deathly silent, with no sound of the wind, and besides Chuzheng not far away, he could sense no other presence. A small world. No wonder so many cultivators seek you and fail to find a trace, there is indeed such a wondrous treasure. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Shen Chuanjiang's gaze became focused, and his expression revealed a touch of realization. Stay informed on Freeweb Novel. No wonder the outside world has searched in vain for so long. Hiding within such a small world would make it impossible to find someone, even if one were to turn the entire Songyun realm upside down, not just the southern region. Small worlds like this also exist within the Heavenly Throne Holy Land, known as the Heavenly Throne Qiankuan Realm, which boasts dense spiritual energy bettering the outside world many times over, a cultivation holy land created solely by concentrating spirit veins. The cultivation environment within the Heavenly Throne Qiankuan Realm is very close to the legendary Minor Immortal Realm, where only Saint heirs are qualified to enter for cultivation, and even the true successors fall far short. I assume you have help. Shen Chuanjiang calmly surveyed his surroundings and lightly called out, "There's no need to hide. Show yourselves." The appearance of this small world warranted utmost caution from him. Chuzheng dared to confront him head-on, so there must be reliance behind him. In recent times, more than one true successor from the Heavenly Throne Holy Land has perished, leaving him momentarily unsure of exactly how many people Chuzheng had brought with him, causing his mind to become increasingly agitated. "It's just me here," Chuzheng spoke slowly. "You are 83 this year, and it has not been easy to practice cultivation until now. Hand over the Heavenly Throne Yenshin scripture and your life soul, and I'll let you go." Before coming for Shen Chuanjiang, Chuzheng had already sent Song Yun and Bai Nian to a small city for temporary settlement, preparing to turn this place into a battlefield. He had not planned to target those on the Hidden Dragon list so soon, only preparing to take action after reaching the Golden Core Realm and mastering the False Form Divine skill. Once he acquired False Form, he would be able to disguise himself as a true Immortal Path cultivator, leaving no flaws exposed. But plans never keep up with changes, and the Immortal Bone grew out ahead of schedule. If before the Immortal Bone congealed, Chuzheng still needed to restrain himself, worried about exposing his Qi cultivator identity, now, he no longer needs to consider those factors and can act much more boldly. With the Immortal Bone, he is an Immortal Path cultivator, without any doubt. Not to mention a pseudo-immortal, even if a true immortal were to come, he wouldn't worry at all. The Immortal Bone is his best protective charm. Without this greatest threat, the threat posed to him by these geniuses who are at most in the soul-condensing realm is rapidly diminishing. Hearing Chuzheng's words, Shen Chuanjiang did not get angry. His expression remained calm as his divine sense swept inch by inch around him. Only after confirming that indeed no one else was around did his gaze suddenly freeze, as his mana surged. Without any further ado with Chuzheng, a dazzling divine light burst from his third eye, his soul stepped forward in great strides, turning into a ray of rainbow light, tearing through the void, heading straight for the forehead of Chuzheng. The biggest difference between the soul spirit realm and the entry path realm lies in the spirit soul. Among the 5 great holy lands, the Heavenly Throne Holy Land has the deepest understanding of the divine soul, even in terms of the spirit soul divine infant created, the Heavenly Throne is considered the strongest. The divine souls of entry Dao realm cultivators are still frail, and if they encounter a strong impact from a spirit soul, they will instantly disintegrate, causing their soul and spirit to scatter. In minor cases, it leads to imbecility, while in severe cases, it results in death. In the blink of an eye, the spirit soul closed into less than 2 zhang from Chuzheng. Shen Chuanjiang's lips curled slightly. He had already foreseen Chuzheng's divine soul collapsing. Once that happened, he would take this small world for himself and then directly extract all secrets from Chuzheng's mind, including the Taishan Holy Land's Immortal Ascension Method, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture. If he offered up the Taishan Divine Fire Scripture to his sect, he would surely be handsomely rewarded, and he might be permitted to cultivate within a small world. Departing spirit from body is a path to self-destruction. Gazing at the spirit soul that was nearly within reach, Chuzheng remained unmoved, and with a light sigh, a streak of lightning emerged in his palm. Crackle, an eye-blinding, fierce electric light suddenly rose up, silver radiance reaching to the heavens, accompanied by thunderous roars. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed between heaven and earth, as if the void momentarily solidified, the interwoven light turning into whips, like whistling fabric, fiercely lashing atop the spirit soul. Bang! Upon contact with the lightning whip, the spirit soul's brightness dramatically faded, covered in cracks, and it was flung back toward Shen Chuanjiang's third eye, massively damaged from the initial encounter. He staggered, plummeting from midair, and was presently unable to stand up, his head filled with tumultuous noise, his soul on the brink of dissolution. The soul pertains to Yin, the body to Yang. The thunder method purges evil and banishes wickedness, representing the ultimate in Yang force. Against entities like the Yin god, it naturally possesses a formidable restraining power. Even a divine infant would not dare to resist the might of heavenly thunder directly, it must use the body as armor, otherwise just one encounter would reduce it to ashes. Chu Zheng's current mastery of the thunder method was far from the might of heavenly thunder, but it was still greatly damaging to the spirit soul. Shen Chuanjiang intended to use his spirit soul against his enemy, aiming to exploit the suppression of his cultivation realm for a quick and decisive outcome, but evidently, he had miscalculated this factor. The reason why thunder represents the power of heavenly punishment is precisely because it is difficult for cultivators to control. Apart from a few cultivators with unique constitutions, the use of thunder generally relies on fu-lu or magic treasures. Summoning thunder out of thin air is not something ordinary cultivators can achieve, unless achieving absolute balance in both body and soul, generating yin-yang dual qi from within, but reaching this level is undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Shen Chuanjiang hadn't sacrificed his spirit soul, Chu Jing would have had to expend quite some effort to take him down, but now it had become much easier. On the gloomy expanse of earth, Shen Chuanjiang sat with crossed arms, hugging his knees, rolling on the ground, his eyes overflowing with blood and tears, his features twisted. His soul was damaged, and his body could no longer control itself, his limbs were uncoordinated, flipping over randomly, unable even to pinpoint the source of the pain. Chu Jing bent down, reaching out to hold him down. Shen Chuanjiang, third order high-quality immortal bone age 83, cultivation at the peak of early soul condensing realm, practices the heavenly throne Yenshin scripture, spirit soul damaged by lightning, mind lost, can be repaired, 0/30. After a brief thought, Chu Jing used up today's repair attempts, suppressing the injuries within Shen Chuanjiang's spirit soul. After a long while, Shen Chuanjiang gradually stopped struggling, opening his blood-red eyes, staring straight at Chu Jing, his voice hoarse. "When did you activate the talisman?" Even at this moment, he didn't believe that it was Chu Jing's doing. Experience the best from Freeweb novel. The legendary thunder spirit body, which had long since disappeared from the world, had not been seen for many years. Lightning had almost become synonymous with the heavenly Tao. Chu Jing did not open his mouth to explain. Squatting in front of Shen Chuanjiang, he removed the storage spirit ring from his finger, looking into his blood-veined eyes, he spoke slowly, "I can give you another chance, hand over the heavenly throne Yenshin scripture." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Jing fell into thought, before changing his mind, "Forget it, I'll leave you some dignity before you die, I'll not force you to betray your sect, I'll find it myself." The void trembled, the town immortal mace appeared in Chu Jing's hand, and without hesitation, it smashed down heavily. Bam! In an instant, Shen Chuanjiang's head shattered, and he died soul extinguished. Offhandedly digging a hole, he buried the body, then Chu Jing sat beside it, starting to search through the storage ring. The reason he changed his words was that at a glance just now, inside the storage ring, there had already appeared what Chu Jing wanted. Creation and Transformation Yenshin Scripture, 9th order/incomplete. A refined spirit secret technique handed down from ancient times, holds unique insights into the divine soul path, from the hands of an immortal venerable, beyond your current ability to repair. The name of the cultivation technique was not the widely known Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture but was called Creation and Transformation. The quality of Yenshin Scripture was so high, it even surpassed both the Taishan Divine Fire Scripture and the Great Void Scripture of Immortal Ascension Method. This was the first time Chu Jing had come into contact with something of the ninth order since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Similarly, precisely because of this, the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture was currently beyond Chu Jing's capability to repair, either far exceeding his current realm or missing some crucial elements. From this name, it seems likely that even the Heavenly Throne Holy Land might not possess a complete creation and transformation Yenshin scripture, and perhaps its founding elder established this Holy Land based on the heritage of this technique. The part from Shenchuanjiang's storage ring contained only the first 5 layers of the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture, adequate for cultivating up to the 9 transformations of the Divine Infant. As for these true transmissions of outstanding talents from various holy lands, there is clearly some reservation, worrying about the sublime scriptures of suppressing sex leaking out. Apart from the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture, Shenchuanjiang's storage ring also contained 2 middle-quality magic treasures, 3 lower-quality magic treasures, some elixirs, and cultivation resources. As Chu Jing was searching, his expression suddenly changed, and he took out a scroll. Sangyin Secret Realm Map, Third Order Heavenly Throne Holy Land. Expended long years, exploring the Sangyin Secret Realm, perfected countless times, to obtain this map. This Sangyin Secret Realm, Gung Yiyang once mentioned to Chu Jing, stating that after reaching the soul condensing realm, one might try to explore the secrets of becoming an immortal within it. Obviously, this secret realm is far more than just Taishan Holy Land in its exploration. The map in Shenchuanjiang's hands was far more complete and detailed than the one Chu Jing had previously found among Yi Yulo's legacy. After all, so much time had passed, the exploration of the secret realm had always been ongoing, with changes happening, which was normal. From this name, this secret realm was also closely linked to that immortal king, the heavenly judge, and Shang Tsungyun within the Immortal Alliance. After a long silence, Chu Jing took out a diary and began to write. New calendar, 2nd year, April, first appeared in the eyes of the world, walked under the broad daylight, heart at ease, spiritual energy clear, slain the heavenly throne Holy Land's true heir Shenchuanjiang, obtained the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture, various resources. The cultivation journey is long and full of obstacles, must be vigilant and self-reflective every day. Closing his diary, Chu Jing exhaled deeply, his eyebrows gradually relaxing. Shenchuanjiang was the first Holy Land true heir he had personally killed, and deserved a mention in history. The moment Shenchuanjiang died, the hidden dragon list changed. Shenchuanjiang's name gradually faded, and Chu Jing's name appeared in his place. Hidden Dragon List, Rank 375, Taishan Holy Land, Chu Jing, Bone Age 18, Mid-Entry Dao Realm. This change instantly attracted the attention of various Holy Lands, especially the Heavenly Throne Holy Land. Such a sudden shift meant only one possibility: Chu Jing had killed Shenchuanjiang and taken his place. Soon, it was widely known that Chu Jing had boldly appeared in the marketplace, luring Shenchuanjiang into the wilderness, after which both disappeared. Putting the pieces together, the truth was self-evident. There had already been several true transmissions lost from various holy lands before, and Shenchuanjiang was neither the first nor the most talented or powerful. However, the significance was now entirely different. Because it was Chu Jing who had killed Shenchuanjiang, this young cultivator who had stepped onto the immortal path just over a year ago, already had the strength to kill a true transmission of the soul-condensing realm face-to-face, and he was only 18 this year. The major holy lands reacted swiftly, recalling their true transmissions and dispatching elders at the perfection of soul-condensing realm to drop all other pursuits and search for Chu Jing's whereabouts. It was well known that Chu Jing had declared his intention to dominate the rankings and capture hidden dragons. Shenchuanjiang would not be his last target. The hidden dragons of all the major holy lands could potentially become his targets. Taishan Holy Land. At the summit of the majestic divine peak, a new palace of red crystal had been built. In front of the palace, there was a martial arts platform. At this moment, the platform overflowed with formation patterns, spewing out fierce aura chi that rampaged unchecked. A figure floated amidst the harsh aura winds, occasionally splattered with blood. The void churned, and slowly, a figure emerged, walking to the edge of the martial arts platform. Ling Xue sensed something unusual, immediately ceased her cultivation to stabilize her qi and blood, and greeted, "Holy Master." Gung Yang took a few glances and spoke slowly, "Are you accustomed to using this martial arts platform?" The entire platform was a high-grade magic treasure specifically crafted for Song Ling Xue. "Thank you, Holy Master, it is quite suitable." Song Ling Xue's face showed a slight smile. With this martial arts platform and the battle armor she wore, her cultivation speed had increased significantly, and she had now reached the 4th level of the Yuan Aura realm. "The drift in the heavenly Tao has increased again, but your cultivation has not undergone such a major change." Gung Yang, seemingly casual, made a remark that caused Song Lingshua's heart to sink, unintentionally retracting her smile a bit. "The heretic cultivator being sought by the Immortal Alliance, is not you, right?" Although it was phrased as a question, Gung Yang's tone was filled with certainty. The very thing Song Lingxue had been most worried about had finally happened. Chu Zheng's growth rate was simply too fast. Even though she was cultivating day and night, she still couldn't keep up with his pace. As the holy master of a holy land, it was extremely difficult for her to hide any secrets from such an old being, far beyond her ability. "Is it Chu Zheng?" Gung Yang's gaze was deep. There were no traces of the martial path on Chu Zheng, which left only one possibility: he was cultivating a different Taoist orthodoxy. The rapid changes in the heavenly Tao matched Chu Zheng's anomalously rapid growth too closely, making it impossible for him not to be suspicious. "I don't quite understand what the Holy Master means." Song Lingxue shook her head, neither explaining nor conceding, her mind tense to the extreme. To explain would seem even more suspicious, and she couldn't possibly be completely honest with Gung Yang, so she acted ignorant. "During the great tournament of 10,000 sects, there will be members of the Immortal Alliance present. I can't intervene." Gung Yang's murky gaze flashed with a gleam of sharp light. "At that time, if the Immortal Alliance decides to kill him, I won't be able to stop them." The Immortal Alliance was extremely hostile toward heretic cultivators, otherwise, the Songyun realm wouldn't have only the immortal path remaining today. The exception of the martial path was also merely because Song Lingxue caught the best opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that there would be attendees from the martial hall to witness the ceremony, Song Lingxue would have had to die, whether 50 years earlier or later. Nowadays, Gung Yang wished more than anyone for Chu Zheng to survive until the end. The speed of Chu Zheng's cultivation advancement was indeed abnormally fast, but the immortal path cultivation listed on the hidden dragon list couldn't be faked. Even if he were truly a heretic cultivator, his talent in the immortal path was still unparalleled and extraordinary. Such a monstrous talent, if allowed to mature, would inevitably bring Taishan to new heights. In his view, what path of cultivation one followed was insignificant, a concern only for the Immortal Alliance. His end was near, and aside from Chu Zheng, inside Taishan, there was a lack of successors. The elders were also nearing the end of their lifespans. The young generation that had just been recruited into the sect were still children, and even after the great tournament of 10,000 sects, with the addition of 2 superior immortal bones, it would still take at least a few hundred years before they could catch their breath. If Chu Zheng were not there to support them during this period, Taishan would have to close its sect gate again, waiting for these children to grow up once more. But the current situation was growing increasingly dire. Without Tongxian presiding over the Holy Land, the other major Holy Lands would likely act immediately to eradicate Taishan and eliminate future troubles. The few sect-defending immortal fires within Taishan were in fact close to withering, unknown to the outside world. The burning of the divine fire also required the consumption of the source, and there was bound to be a day when it would be exhausted. Without the supply of immortal power and relying on the meager spiritual energy, it was simply not enough to support these immortal fires burning eternally. Without the replenishment of new blood, the decline of Taishan was inevitable and unavoidable. To Chu Zheng now, it was like a bridge still under construction, with the hope that he could help Taishan smoothly overcome this significant hurdle. With all of Taishuan's resources poured into nurturing him, according to his current pace, Chu Zheng would surely undergo a divine transformation within 100 years, and there was a high chance for Tongxian within a little more than 200 years. By then, if Chuzheng could control Taixuan for another 300 years, there was hope for Taixuan Holy Land to extend its lifespan and fully recover its yuan qi. However, the prerequisite for everything now was that Chuzheng could find a way to deceive the Immortal Alliance's scrutiny and survive the Great Tournament of 10,000 sects. There was no turning back in the Great Tournament of 10,000 sects. Once started, participants must go to the end, unable to withdraw midway. During the fierce competition, conceding was allowed, however, the heavenly fate carried by one would still be snatched away by the hidden dragon list. This was all about nurturing a single individual with collective heavenly fate to cultivate a true immortal seed, a matter that concerned the interests of the entire Immortal Alliance. The first great tournament of 10,000 sects cultivated a peerless immortal king, whose potential, in the eyes of the Immortal Alliance, was undoubtedly precious. Among the many great realms, the Tsungyun realm was far from the strongest, but the number of true immortal seeds that had appeared was consistently at the forefront. Ordinary great realms would find it difficult to produce a true immortal every several thousand years, while the Tsungyun realm almost consistently nurtured a true immortal seed every 100 years, and a celestial lord emerged every 1,000 years or so. Not all great realms could, like the Tsungyun realm, pour 100 years of a region's heavenly fate into raising an immortal seedling. As a result, the Tsungyun realm progressively weakened. In ancient times, there were true immortals in the realm, but now it was hard to find even a strong practitioner of the immortal tribulation realm. Your next chapter is on MV novel Fire. All the powerhouses who had entered the Tongxian secret realm and the major holy lands were actually aware of the world's decline, noticing that nature's spiritual energy had thinned substantially over these 10,000 years. An even more obvious change was that the suppressive force of heavenly Tao on living beings had weakened. Cultivators of the Tongxian secret realm in the past did not have the destructive power they do now. When he killed Zhou Zili, the extent of the impact was so broad that even Gung Yang himself had not expected it. In ancient times, not even a true immortal could have managed such a thing. Because the Immortal Alliance dominated above and the Holy Land suppressed below, confrontations between divine infant cultivators had been extremely rare over the past 10,000 years, with few realizing that the world above their heads had become so fragile. Divine infant cultivators who had advanced in recent years were no longer surprised by this situation, but Gung Yang was different. He had seen the world of 10,000 years ago. In the current environmental conditions of the Tsungyun realm, should a true immortal make a move, they would likely directly shatter the boundary wall, exposing the Tsungyun realm completely under the starry sky. To the entire Immortal Alliance, the life and death of the Tsungyun realm were unimportant. As the homeland of an immortal king, it shouldn't have come to this, but Shang Tsungyun clearly had no intention of opposing it. Over the years, numerous true immortal seeds from the Tsungyun realm had entered the Immortal Alliance, but there were few responses. Zhao Tingxian was an exception. The universe is simply too vast. Without a true immortal to convey messages, even with a spirit formation for transmission, it would take centuries, if not a millennium, to travel between star domains. In reality, since ancient times, the prodigies who left the Tsungyun realm rarely returned, leaving only a group of losers stripped of their heavenly fate to contend and scheme against each other here, which seems somewhat ridiculous. Looking at Gung Yang not far in front of her, Song Lingxue raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky, only feeling that the temperature around her seemed to be rising continuously, making her breathing unconsciously become a bit disordered. Gung Yang suddenly speaking out made it difficult for her to guess his intentions for a moment. Suppressing anxiety, irritation, anger, a complex mix of emotions intertwined with the sense of powerlessness surging from the depths of her heart. For a moment, her mind was in turmoil, and in the end, her youthfulness was revealed. Her ability to maintain composure was still not up to the mark. You don't need to overthink it. If you can deceive the Immortal Alliance and pass the great tournament of 10,000 sects, I will do my utmost to ensure Chuzheng has 20 years of life, Gung Yang whispered in a low voice, his lifespan only remaining 20 years. After his death, everything would turn to nothingness, nothing would concern him anymore. All that I do is to preserve the foundation of Taixuan. If Chuzheng can survive this ordeal, he will be the sole saint heir of Taixuan. After my death, he will take over the position of Taixuan Holy Master, your entry into the Yuan aura proves your talent. After entering the martial hall, you can aspire to the esteemed position of a holy martial practitioner. In the future, there might be a chance for you two to reunite, and then you may continue where you left off. Hearing these words, Song Lingxue fell silent for a long moment before suddenly turning around and walking to the center of the martial arts platform. If the Holy Master has no further business, I wish to continue my training. She no longer wanted to think about her current situation, as it would only disturb her mind and serve no purpose. The root of everything was her insufficient strength. If she were strong enough, she could tear the sky above with one palm, bringing her family away from the chaos once and for all. What she needed now was to cultivate with single-minded focus, to find a way through the martial hall when the great tournament of 10,000 sects began, and take her whole family away from this world. At this moment, Song Lingxue could only place her hopes on her exceptional talent that might catch the eye of those in the martial hall. Seeing this, Gung Yiyang did not say more and turned to leave, only to be met with an approaching figure. Holy Master, the sight of Gung Yiyang made Fu Chuanliang's heart tense up as he bowed in greeting. Gung Yiyang glanced at him, nodded slightly, and in the next instant, his figure merged into the void, vanishing without a trace. Compared with Chu Jing, Fu Chuanliang's character was clearly more discernible, filled with an ambitious drive to maximize his self-improvement, even if lacking in natural talent. Such kind of people were not rare in this world, and the only point worth noting might be his relatively favorable fate. For the lowest of the lower quality immortal bone to become the chief disciple of an inner sect in a holy land was probably an honor only Fu Quanliang could claim since ancient times. After Gung Yiyang had left, Fu Quanliang finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to the edge of the martial arts platform. Without speaking to Song Lingxue, he left a scroll behind before turning to depart hastily. Every month or so, he would come by and bring news from the outside world, detailing the recent movements of Chu Jing. This was all he could do, as most of his time these days, besides cultivating, was spent taking care of children. Children no older than 8 or 9, at the age when they are most disliked and loathed. These kids were well behaved in front of elders teaching transmission techniques, but as soon as they left the elders' sight, they were almost lawless. Those first admitted were mostly brought by family elders, commonly descendants of cultivators, who had mostly lived worry-free lives spoiled by indulgence, naturally making them somewhat unruly. Clearly, the elders did not have the patience to deal with this, and most of the children's daily care fell to Fu Quanliang, who was almost too busy to keep his feet on the ground. After Fu Quanliang left, the martial arts platform instantly fell into silence. Song Lingxue stepped forward, took the scroll into her hands, and impatiently unfolded it, her gaze poring over every word, leaving no detail unnoticed, imprinting every shred of information into her mind. Seeing Chu Jing's rise in rank after slaying a pride of the heavenly throne Holy Land, her face couldn't help but show a hint of joy, but soon after, worry once again filled her eyes. Thousands of worries, nothing more grueling than concern. Between the stretches of the great desert, sand dunes undulating, the setting sun like blood. Dust and sand were lifted by the fierce winds 1,000 feet high, grains of sand streaking past the emptiness with a series of heavy howls. The world was desolate, and as the sun set in the west, temperatures plummeted, chilling to the bone. 2 streaks of fleeing light cut through the long sky, heading westward as if chasing the sun. Suddenly a light humming filled the world, and an angry river appeared from the void, with scattered sword flowers drifting and falling, like true dragons dancing, churning among the clouds, fraught with killing intent. Who goes there? A thunderous shout exploded, reverberating between heaven and earth. A colossal palm imprint spanning 100 feet pushed out horizontally, instantly severing the angry river. In an instant, waves surged tumultuously and spray scattered about, while a fine mist arose in the air, as if heaven was bestowing sweet rain. 2 streaks of light came to a halt due to this, revealing 2 figures. One of them was close to 50, with a robust build and short whiskers. His muscles, brimming with explosive power, were perfectly outlined by his tight clothing, clearly displaying his great achievement of body refinement. It was he who had acted just now, interrupting the mighty river. Now, in the palm of his hand that he had clenched, faint red marks could be seen, from which droplets of blood emerged. A figure dressed in black stepped out of the void, blocking the way in front of the two men. Tai Su, Chu Jing. In a calm voice, Chu Jing scrutinized the two before him, focusing his gaze on the young cultivator standing behind the robust man, and asked, Hidden Dragon List ranking 337, from the Jinli Holy Land, Nye Yuan, high-quality immortal bone, cultivation in the mid-soul condensation realm, is it you? Chu Jing, you've got some nerve. Nye Yuan had not yet spoken when the great cultivator with the body refinement's great achievement erupted in angry shouting, his expression filled with shock and fury. Do you think you can kill us both with your mid-entry Dao realm cultivation? Before he finished speaking, his divine sense already spread out, searching the surroundings. What he was most worried about was that Chu Jing might not have come alone. If a killing squad had been drawn here, it would be difficult for him alone to ensure Nye Yuan's safety. Nye Yuan, standing behind him, had a cold expression with killing intent boiling in his eyes. As a true disciple of a holy land, being challenged by a brat under 20, and having to cross a major realm in reverse to strike back, was an immense humiliation. Looking at the two in front of him, Chu Jing's expression was indifferent, secretly holding a jade talisman in the palm of his hand. The great cultivator with the great achievement in body refinement had reached the great perfection of the soul-condensing realm, clearly acting as Nye Yuan's protector. Find adventures on m_VL novel. Fire. Chu Jing had a clear understanding of his own strength. Facing someone with the great perfection of the soul-condensing realm, plus coming from an esteemed cultivating holy land, he would definitely not be a match in a frontal confrontation. Such a level of cultivation was more than enough to compel him to use this 9th Thunder Jade Talisman. He had obtained this talisman some time ago, and it was undoubtedly the most lethal trump card he possessed at the moment, properly utilized now. With nobody else around, Nye Yuan looked at Chu Jing's placid face and immediately felt a surge of anger, his eyebrows tilting downwards sharply like the edge of a blade. You're courting death. Before his words fell, he moved to step forward but was stopped. Step back. The great cultivator roared. Without considering his status as a chosen successor, he reprimanded him. Now is not the time for your recklessness. The great tournament of 10,000 sects will provide plenty of opportunities for you to display your skills. This youngster is tricky, and there's no need to take risks. Having said that, he looked at Chu Jing, his eyes filled with seriousness. How did you learn the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword dance? The sect's secret art of the Tai Su Holy Land, a supreme martial Dao divine ability within the immortal path, was widely known in the southern region. Since the death of Zhou Zili, Tai Su and Tai Su have had irreconcilable vendettas. The source of this Tai Yuan Dragon Sword dance was clearly something worth deep reflection. More importantly, how was Chu Jing, a practitioner of the Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, able to wield this water element immortal technique? Chu Jing did not reply, but instead triggered the Fire God transformation and the martial Dao divine ability, Xian Tian Seal, while secretly holding the jade talisman. Observing the great cultivator in front of him, a glint flashed in Chu Jing's eyes as he forcefully stimulated the divine fire within his body, which instantly tinted heaven and earth in a fierce blaze of red light. The desert sands were smelted by the divine fire into vast stretches of crystals, reflecting a sky full of lustrous, glass-like light amidst the blood-like setting sun, resplendent to the extreme. After slaying Shen Chuanjiang and leaving the small world, Chu Jing had sensed the anomaly, feeling a surge in the heavenly fate by his side and his chi refinement's cultivation advancing at a rate double than before. The aid from heavenly fate was too significant for him. At this pace, stepping into the late stages of the Jade Bone realm was almost within reach. With an additional superior-grade immortal bone forming at the back of his head, the impact on him was substantial. Not only was he capable of cultivation, but he was also beginning to attempt the practice of the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword dance. The Tai Yuan Dragon Sword dance was far more straightforward than he had imagined, and he had already made a preliminary entry in just half a month. Unfortunately, this exquisite sword technique didn't quite suit him. Grand and open moves relying on profound mana to overpower opponents was the path he wanted to pursue. Divine fire swept across the firmament, eclipsing the dying sun's afterglow, dyeing the horizon red. The heat wave rolled in, carrying the stench of ash and scorched air, assaulting the senses. The great man shielding Nya Yuan's front had a slightly stern expression. A brilliant golden light flashed in his pupils as his strong muscles swelled once more. Veins protruded on the surface of his skin like intertwined dragons moving across his body. In an instant, his skin seemed to be coated with a layer of gold paint, his aura transformed, as if he became a divine weapon, sharp and imposing. Nya Yuan immediately retreated 1,000 zhang, sweeping the battlefield, closely observing every movement, still not believing that Chu Jing had come alone. Chu Jing remained composed, suppressing the 9 Thunder Jade talisman in his palm, not rushing to activate it. His gaze locked onto the great man, commanding all his mana to form a divine fire. He surged forward, leaving a dazzling trail like a meteor from beyond the heavens, and violently collided. He wanted to see just how much the gap between his cultivation and that of such a great cultivator really was. Seeking your own death. Seeing this, the great man's expression turned icy. He violently swept his palm, mana surging, turning the palm aura into a blade, tearing the void, and striking downward. Boom! The divine fire scattered instantly, sparks flying everywhere, and a figure was abruptly flung out. Chu Jing couldn't stop retreating, every muscle and bone in his body trembling. His left arm was broken, the stark white bone protruding through flesh, shining with a pale white light reminiscent of spirit jade. In a single encounter, Chu Jing's body had already fractured, the injury was not light. A cultivator at Soul Condensing Realm great perfection was only a step away from the divine infant, their power unfathomable. Soul Condensing Realm great perfection, nothing more. Chu Jing murmured, his expression untroubled. He casually set his broken arm, tearing off a piece of his robe to cover the wound. In the next instant, the wound under the robe was already healed as before. The agony of refining the divine fire far surpassed the pain of a mere bone fracture. Chu Jing's tolerance for pain was remarkably high. With the healing underway, beings that couldn't kill him in an instant held no threat to him anymore. Even if the man had held back with his previous strike, Chu Jing had approximately gauged the threat level the man posed to him. In a direct confrontation, he was inevitably outmatched, but escaping was not difficult. As for the chances of killing this man with his own power, practically zero. Chu Jing estimated in his mind, gripping the 9 Thunder Jade talisman tightly, lacking the patience to waste time. Seizing the opportunity to severely injure this man was the goal, with Nya Yuan then being of little concern. Seeing this, both the great man and Nya Yuan not far away had looks of horror on their faces. Both had seen clearly, Chu Jing had not used any techniques or magic treasures to mitigate the force, he took it head-on. The result was that Chu Jing only had a broken arm, which for a cultivator, only counted as a minor injury. Mid-entry Dao Realm cultivator, able to withstand a strike from a soul-condensing realm great perfection without dying, even only suffering a minor injury, was simply unheard of. Moreover, he was a cultivator who had achieved great achievement of body refinement. Even the usual soul-condensing realm perfection would need to be cautious. Chu Jing, what on earth do you want to do? Seek revenge for the bounty previously placed on you? Seeing that Chu Jing had no intention of retreating, the great man spoke solemnly, if you want to fight Nya Yuan, you can wait for the great tournament of 10,000 sects to begin, and settle the scores there. Why insist on life and death now? Chu Jing's foundation was more robust than any ordinary entry Dao realm cultivator by several times, it was unparalleled in his life. Since Chu Jing dared to show himself, he must have a way to escape. The man was somewhat unclear about Chu Jing's depth and wanted to hold back. The shock Chu Jing gave him just then was too great. A cultivator at soul condensing realm perfection would suffer broken bones from his palm strike, but Chu Jing's physical body was comparable to that of a great cultivator of the soul condensing realm. This level of strength left him without the confidence to kill Chu Jing. Not only him, but Chu Jing's growth was also now beyond the containment of the few holy lands. Unless several cultivators at soul condensing realm great perfection collectively planned an ambush, there might be a slight hope. I want the glazed record of immortality. Chu Jing spoke shockingly, looking up at Nya Yuan, give me the technique, and all that has transpired will be forgotten. Upon hearing this, Nye Yuan's eyes instantly widened, and the great man was struck dumb, recalling the Tai Yuan dragon sword dance from before. His heart trembled, and he blurted out, "Do you realize what you are doing? Coveting the secret scripture of the Holy Land? Do you want to turn all of Taisu against you?" Some days ago, Chu Jing had openly appeared, slayed Heavenly Throne Holy Land's true transmission Shen Chuanjiang, and now he was blocking their path, demanding the glazed record of immortality. This undoubtedly conveyed a terrifying message. In Chu Jing's hands, it was very likely that he already possessed the immortal laws of 3 holy lands. "You have already seen me as an enemy, would you now have me view you as a friend?" Chu Jing whispered, his palm pressing tighter, subtly edging closer, and spoke softly, "I am willing to exchange it for the Great Void Scripture and the Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture." These words immediately altered the complexion of both men. The sect defending secret scriptures of the other 2 holy lands, even for a power within the Tongxian secret realm, were tempting. The great man's voice turned slightly hoarse, his eyes revealing a flicker of interest. "The secrets of the immortal tribulation are held by the pseudo-immortals of the Holy Lands. What use would you have for the cultivation technique?" Experience more on MVL novel Fire. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing casually threw out a jade token. The great man caught it, confirmed there was nothing unusual, and began to investigate its contents. A few breaths later, his fingertips trembled slightly, his voice growing hoarser. "It is indeed the Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture." Even though he had weathered many storms, he was hard-pressed to control himself at this moment. If such a mortal ascension method were to spread, who knows how many cultivators it would kill. This is only the beginning, for the rest, you may ask Shen Chuanjiang yourself. A murmur reached the ears of the great man, who suddenly looked up, only to realize that, at some point, Chu Jing had stepped within 10 zhang of him, an almost reachable distance for a cultivator. The next instant, his vision was completely filled with blinding thunder light, his limbs numbed suddenly as if trapped in a mire, and then it felt as though he was struck by a heavy hammer, flung away. In an instant, the great man was hurled thousands of zhang away, his bulky figure like a torn cloth in the sea of thunder, tumbling up and down, his muscles and bones broken, blood scattering across the sky. Chu Jing slowly lowered his hand, with only some jade powder remaining in the palm. The repair panel had no response, which Chu Jing had long known, for once talismans are activated, they turn to ash, their power dissipating completely, incapable of repair. The 9 Thunder Jade talismans were broken before activation, otherwise, they could not have been preserved. Looking at the great man who had passed out in the distance, Chu Jing couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was a cultivator with great achievement of body refinement. To have taken a thunder talisman at such close range and not be reduced to ashes, his life even preserved. From beginning to end, Chu Jing had no intention of negotiating with these 2. Although this place was rarely visited, delaying could possibly lead to reinforcements from a Holy Land cultivator, adding unnecessary risk. "Chu Jing, I must kill you." Nye Yuan roared in anger, a brilliant spiritual light soaring from his brow as fierce as wildfire, his powerful divine sense sweeping in all directions, terrifyingly potent. Chu Jing's gaze sharpened, completely on guard. His thunder method was far inferior to the 9 Thunder Jade talismans, and its power limited. Nye Yuan's strength was not as great as that of the great man, but he was still not to be underestimated. Boundless spiritual light shot into the sky, completely enveloping Nye Yuan's form. The next instant, he was already 1,000 zhang away, not pausing for a moment, heading straight west. Nye Yuan's action of turning and leaving was unexpected, and Chu Jing was momentarily stunned, unable to react. By the time he thought to chase, Nye Yuan's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. With a soul-condensing monk putting his life on the line to flee, having lost the initiative, the odds of catching up were negligible. "You might have missed the only chance in this life to kill me." Chu Jing sighed softly. Without the 9 Thunder Jade talismans, his combat power against Nye Yuan was at best equal. If the 2 were to confront each other directly, the outcome would be evenly split. Now deploying his thunder method, he had to be extremely cautious, not daring to harness too much of the heaven and earth's power. The shadow left by the last time he fully deployed his thunder method was still there, and he did not want to take that risk. That trembling sensation, rising from the depths of his heart, had never occurred even when facing a Tongxian cultivator directly. If Nie Yuan had chosen to fight him with his life on the line just then, the outcome might have been his defeat. After pondering, Chu Jing slowly stepped beside the great man. The great man was still conscious, his skin charred, his mouth full of fresh blood. He glared at Chu Jing, seeming to want to bite him to death. Chu Jing, you will die by. Everyone dies eventually, it's just a matter of sooner or later. Chu Jing, expression indifferent, nodded slightly, interrupting him, and pulled out the town immortal mace, smashing it down heavily. Crack, at the moment the great man's head shattered, a huge crack burst open on the town immortal mace, jade fragments scattering all around. Chu Jing frowned slightly and repaired the town immortal mace. The moment it was fully repaired, the town immortal mace began to slowly absorb the heavenly spirit precious blood mixed with fragments of the divine soul from the great man, nourishing itself. To nurture a weapon that could survive 100 battles, it needed to be fed with blood of slaughter. The quality of the town immortal mace was ultimately still too low, its talismanic patterns often collapsed, and it was still a semi-finished product. Find more chapters on m_VLE novel Fire. This was all because Chu Jing's own cultivation level was still shallow, and his understanding of the cultivation path was lacking. Chu Jing crouched down, took a storage ring from the hand of the great man, and directly turned to leave. Leaving the great desert, Chu Jing casually found a small mountain range to enter, ignored the prompt that appeared on the panel, and immediately began to search through the books there. Soon, he had found something. Glazed glass scripture, 7th order/incomplete body refinement technique. It is half of the sect-defending secret scripture of the Jinli Holy Land, and can lead to immortal tribulation. With your current abilities, it cannot be repaired. Only half? Chu Jing's gaze intensified, and he flipped through a few more books, finally realizing something after a thorough examination. Within Jinli Holy Land, many are body-refining cultivators, and its sect-defending secret scripture, the Glazed Record of Immortality, has 2 branches, Glazed Glass Scripture and Longevity Record. One lineage primarily cultivates the body, researching the glazed golden immortal body, while the other focuses on cultivating the divine soul to achieve the longevity divine infant. Only when the two are combined does it become a true immortal ascension method. The difference between the immortal ascension method and ordinary cultivation techniques is not merely about the ability to become an immortal. Chu Jing could sense a significant difference from the cultivation technique he was currently practicing. The immortal ascension method's efficiency in converting spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary 5th and 6th order techniques, by several times at least. Moreover, depending on the quality of the immortal bone, it is possible for cultivators from holy lands like this to cultivate incredibly fast, able to condense soul and even form divine infants before the age of 100. The glazed glass scripture that Chu Jing found in that robust man's storage ring was only half complete, mostly containing body refinement techniques and not much emphasis on Tao foundation. Presumably, the other half, the longevity record, would be different. Nie Yuan certainly possessed the other half. Considering this, Chu Jing couldn't help but introspect, needing to be even more cautious and meticulous in his future endeavors to prevent any oversights. After searching for a while, Chu Jing stuffed some magic treasures and cultivation resources into his ethereal ring, then flipped his hand and took out a spirit pill. Infant Gathering Pill, 4th order, a special elixir that can forcibly condense soul into an infant in a short time, with severe side effects. Seeing this elixir, Chu Jing was somewhat alarmed. Although divine infant cultivators could not use it now, there were still other methods to circumvent this rule. Just like that day Han Yuliang from the Phantom Spirit sect achieved a breakthrough right before the battle, turning the tide of combat. From the perspective of the Holy Lands, sacrificing an elder of mediocre talent to protect a true inheritor capable of reaching Tongxian was undoubtedly worth it. If Chu Jing hadn't used the 9 Thunder Jade Talisman for a sneak attack, this trip would have been exceedingly perilous. Divine infant cultivators were something Chu Jing could not contend with at the moment, Much like how a chi cultivator in the Golden Core realm undergoes a qualitative transformation, a divine infant cultivator, even at the initial stage, could now effortlessly crush him with a mere wave of their hand. Every movement was filled with the power of the heavens and earth, completely beyond human endurance. After inventorying his gains, Chu Jing left the small mountain range. Having confirmed his location, Chu Jing consecutively took out the Shantian martial barrier and the heavenly aura broken sword from within his dantian, and performed the heavenly divination technique. After discerning for a moment, he headed straight in the southwestern direction. After traveling tirelessly day and night for half a month, he entered a wild and desolate territory. This place contained a fragment of the Shantian martial barrier, and there were also many lingering auras of the heavenly aura sword. According to the local legends, this area was an immortal martial battlefield from ancient times with an extremely long history. Only upon arriving did Chu Jing realize how harsh the environment was around him. It was almost a land of absolute spirit, with spirit veins already severed and fragmented spatial rifts everywhere, making it very dangerous. After activating his spiritual eye, the invisible spatial rifts became clearly visible to Chu Jing, posing no threat at all. Besides him, several minor cultivators were also searching this place. The situation here was very similar to that in the giant marsh country. This kind of ancient battlefield always had people attempting to find opportunities. Although knowing the chances were extremely slim, for these cultivators with inferior immortal bones and low cultivation levels, it was still a possibility. The battlefield stretched nearly 100,000 miles, shrouded in a thick layer of haze. Explore more adventures at Freewebnovel. Even at noon, with the sun blazing high above, the ground remained dark, impenetrable to the slightest ripple of sunlight, the air filled with an unsettling chill. The ground underfoot was a dark brown, seemingly the residue of bloodstains. On the Immortal Path and Martial Path, countless battlefields of various sizes spread across the Xuanyun realm, and this was but one of them. Oftentimes, many nameless corpses could be seen half buried in the earth. Among them were members of the human race and the remains of unidentifiable demons, with fragments of chariots everywhere, and tattered banners hanging on broken blades and spears, fluttering in the wind. Chu Jing slowly walked across the battlefield, the wild grass under his feet thick, contemplating the desolate scene around him. He couldn't help but sigh. This place had witnessed more than one war that reached the heavens, burying countless dragons and heroes of the human world. After the long passage of time, none of these beings had left even a name behind, only scattered traces on the land telling tales of the fierce battles of the past. Jade Qilin Sect Battle Flag, 3rd Order/Incomplete. A treasure for formation by the Jade Qilin Sect, gathering the mana of 49 cultivators into one body, capable of slaying the divine infant when spirit energy is completely lost, reparable, 0/50. Sunwheel Mirror, 5th Order/Incomplete. One of the superior divine weapons, containing space within, capable of storing the essence of the Great Sun, condensing the Great Sun true flame to annihilate enemies, shattered by a single strike, space shattered, spirit energy completely lost, reparable, 0/500. Prompts appeared one after another in Chu Jing's mind, and he picked up everything that triggered the panel's notifications. He quickly dove thousands of miles into the battlefield, but the yield along the way was not significant. There was no trace whatsoever of storage magic treasure fragments, or even the shards of fractured magic treasures. This battlefield had existed for too long. For these fields left from the ancient era, the Holy Lands had already conducted countless cleanups. Almost everything that could still be used had already been taken away. Moreover, this area was a land of absolute spirit, where spirit energy quickly dissipated, and even immortal gold turned into ordinary iron. After the cleanup by the Holy Lands, those somewhat stronger sects also came here to scavenge the ground thoroughly. After that, smaller sects would come, and only then would it be the turn of those lower-level loose cultivators. These loose cultivators, taking anything that could be used, virtually nothing useful would remain behind, only things that really had no practical use were left behind. Things like fragments of ancient war chariots, remains, and overly shattered magic weapons and blades. Such as fragments of spiritual treasures, which often contained various types of immortal gold and divine materials, beyond the capability of ordinary cultivators to purify and separate. For those larger sects, the cost of repairing a damaged weapon or recycling the materials within was far less convenient and economical than directly forging a new spiritual treasure. Along the way, what puzzled Chuzheng the most was that among the myriad of bones scattered on the ground, though there was no shortage of sixth-order beings, he had not seen a single remnant of creatures above the seventh order. This place had once seen the fall of demi-immortals of the heavenly tribulation realm, a fact recorded in many places, and not by just one person, so it shouldn't look like this. The only explanation was that the bones had been taken away. If it were merely for proper burial, there would be no reason to leave behind so many fifth and sixth order bones. Chu Zhang's mind suddenly stirred, recalling the ancient battlefield he had discovered earlier at the mines of the Phantom Spirit sect, and he took out the half-palm bone he had found. Damaged immortal bone, seventh order, a relic of a true immortal, once seized by an immortal path cultivator and forcibly integrated into their body, beyond your current capabilities to repair. This piece of damaged immortal bone was, aside from cultivation techniques, the only thing Chuzheng possessed that had reached the seventh order level. When he had found this bone, he sensed its anomaly immediately. After such a long time, this bone still harbored a thread of qi, fermenting within. In this bone, there still resided life force, like a dormant seed that, once merged with the flesh, could continue to grow. This tremendous life force was completely absent in sixth-order beings. Seventh order was undoubtedly a threshold, and beyond this barrier, even Chu Zhang's current repair panel was at a loss. That immortal path cultivator had forcibly merged this immortal bone into their body, clearly due to some reason. Fondling the remnant bone in his palm, Chuzheng was tempted to try integrating it into his hand to explore its mysteries, but after weighing the options for a moment, he put aside the idea for now. Merging a bone of a deceased person into his body seemed somewhat ominous. Seventh order was still far beyond his reach at the moment. The path must be walked step by step, there was no need to rush. Following the sensations from the heavenly divination technique, Chuzheng moved forward, stopping in a valley, and after a careful sensing, he reached towards the side of the mountain wall. Boom! Mana swept out, condensing into a giant hand of dozens of feet and instantly wiped away half the mountain wall. The gust of wind blew past, scattering the rising dust, and the giant hand formed by mana reached out again, grabbing a half-broken sword among the scattered rocks. Heavenly Aura Sword, 6th order / incomplete, originating from a complete set of Heavenly Aura Sword arrays, one of the 360 assistant swords, made of phoenix blood wood. With your current ability, only initial repairs can be made. Initial repair, 0/10. Glancing at the prompt on the panel, Chuzheng brought the broken sword in front of him to observe closely. Compared to the broken sword that Chuzheng obtained from Banyan, this one seemed more intact, with its tip still present, but the hilt was missing. For the flying swords within a sword array, whether or not there is a hilt is actually not too crucial. Having found something, a hint of joy inevitably appeared on Chu Zhang's face. Under the guidance of heavenly divination technique, he sensed that there were at least 100 heavenly aura swords scattered across this battlefield. This suggested that the heavenly aura sword array had been broken here, with most of the swords scattered and lost. After collecting the broken sword, Chu Zhang continued to advance. Besides heavenly aura broken swords, there were also fragments of the Shantian martial barrier scattered around the battlefield. Given the scale of the battlefield, Chu Zhang even had reason to suspect that the Shantian martial barrier was shattered here, and by sheer coincidence, pieces of it ended up in Great Zhou. Several days later, Chu Zhang came to a sunken basin. The basin alone stretched for nearly 1,000 li, winding and deep, sinking 1,000 zhang into the earth. From a high vantage point, it resembled the imprint of a palm. After searching for a while, Chu Zhang found a piece of black wreckage not far from a hillock at the center of the basin. Digging 3 zhang deep, he uncovered it. Shantian martial barrier, 6th order / incomplete, left behind by a martial god who had gathered the insights of a lifetime, shattered into 6 pieces. You now possess 4 pieces. Repair progress, 0/1000, similar to the previous ones. This fragment recorded 2 martial Dao divine abilities, Shantian Seal 5th Form and Shantian Seal 7th Form. Shantian Seal 5th Form is an offensive divine ability that takes the route of overwhelming strength. It gathers the strength of one's entire body to a single point to unleash a world-shocking force. As for Shantian Seal 7th Form, it's a technique that temporarily exhausts the potential of the physical body in order to significantly enhance one's recovery abilities. In evenly matched combat, this divine ability could undoubtedly achieve a remarkably noticeable effect. These two divine abilities required an extremely high level of vital energy and could only be practiced after stepping into the martial path's embracing pill realm. For Chujing at his current stage, these two divine abilities weren't as useful as the previous Shantian Seal 3rd Form or the Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon technique. His vital energy strength was still far from sufficient. Having stored the Shantian martial barrier, Chujing continued to search the surroundings, hoping to find some clues. Soon, he made a discovery. Not far from the hillock, he excavated a section of a leg bone. After wiping off the dust, the bone's surface shone like gold and jade with faint bloodlines pulsating across it. Nameless Corpse Bone, 6th Order martial cultivator, reached the pinnacle of divine communication in his lifetime, was struck by two palms from a true immortal, leading to the cessation of his life force and his death. The true spirit has been extinguished and cannot be repaired. The remnant bone of a martial god. A thought flickered in Chu Zhang's Mindayuro. Perhaps this person was the owner of the Shantian martial barrier fragments. Just as he previously speculated, the piece that ended up in Great Zhou was also scattered during this great battle. Being hit by a true immortal's palm and not dying with a 6th order cultivation was already a miracle, regardless of what methods were used. Chujing meticulously searched the surroundings of the hillock for several days and finally pieced together a skeleton from a pile of ashes. Chujing erected a burial mound next to the hillock and laid the remains to rest, then he took a piece of green stone to set up a memorial stone. Standing in front of the blank monument for a moment, Chujing raised his hand and inscribed the words Shantian, then turned and left. The Xian Tian martial barrier was very likely this person's property. Burying his corpse and setting up a tombstone was also bringing closure to karma. With him involved, the complete restoration of the Shantian martial barrier was inevitable. To some extent, he was continuing the legacy of this person. While Chujing was searching for swords on the battlefield, the outside world was already in turmoil. The news that Chujing had obtained the cultivation techniques of the Taisu Holy Land and the Heavenly Throne Holy Land had spread far and wide, coming out through Nya Yuan's mouth. In an instant, the entire world was shaken. The leakage of the Immortal Ascension method was absolutely an intolerable catastrophe for any of the Holy Lands. It wasn't just about their own cultivation techniques. What was even more critical was that if the methods fell into the hands of other Holy Lands, the slight flaws and vulnerabilities of the techniques would be completely exposed. This meant that in future encounters with cultivators of the same realm from other Holy Lands, they would already be at a disadvantage before the battle even began. Each Holy Land reserved their sect-defending secret scriptures and at most shared half of an immortal scripture, which speaks volumes about the importance of the Immortal Ascension methods. To preserve the legacy of their sects, the Holy Masters of the two Holy Lands met with Ji Yuyan, wishing for the Immortal Alliance to extend a gracious hand, to allow them to dispatch their divine infant cultivators, and retrieve their cultivation techniques. Their request was simple: erase Chu Zhang's memory related to the Immortal Ascension method, and all else could be absolved and forgotten. As expected, it was a fruitless return. Ji Yuyan did not even catch sight of the two Holy Masters. He simply delivered a decree, which contained only 4 large characters. Those who overstep will die. Clearly, the attitude of the Immortal Alliance had not changed in the slightest. Cultivators above the Divine Infant, if they acted rashly, would inevitably face the thunderous wrath of the Immortal Alliance. This risk, no Holy Land dared to take. As long as Ji Yuyan was free, this deterrent force would always exist. Having no other choice, several Holy Lands could only send out even more people repeatedly to search for Chu Zhang's whereabouts. Later, they further increased the bounty for information regarding Chu Zhang, hoping to glean some news of him. As long as they could ascertain his exact location, the several holy lands could fully spread a net of heaven and earth to surround and kill him. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this period, Chuzheng had been wandering throughout the immortal martial battlefield, searching for the heavenly aura sword array. With the heavenly divination technique at his disposal, his efficiency was extremely high, able to find 2 or 3 swords in a day. In a little over a month, he had already explored the entire immortal martial battlefield. All over the battlefield, his footprints were scattered, and the noise of moving mountains and digging valleys naturally attracted the attention of others. As time passed, rumors of a great cultivator appearing in the battlefield spread among the circles of lesser cultivators. This place had not seen a cultivator of such level in a very long time, naturally causing quite a stir. Chuzheng paid no mind to this and, once he was certain there were no oversights, he began to tally his spoils. Across this entire ancient battlefield, Chuzheng had obtained a total of 127 heavenly aura swords, accounting for 1/3 of the entire heavenly aura sword array. Most of them were already broken, with quite a few snapped into several pieces. Some were just remnants of sword tips, others only half of a hilt remaining, and some even just a finger-length piece of the sword's body, a mere sliver of wood. Barely managing, Chuzheng spent half a day selecting and chose 36 broken swords which he then began to initially repair before proceeding to refine each one. The heavenly aura sword's quality was so high that the heavenly aura sword array composed of them was naturally astonishing in might. Chuzheng did not possess the specific diagram of the heavenly aura sword array, but the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline contained a similar formation diagram. Assisted by abject control divine power, it was enough for Chuzheng to execute it. After refining the 36 heavenly aura broken swords, the commotion from the outside world had also reached Chuzheng's ears. Upon hearing this, his heart felt an indescribable excitement. In the world below, whenever the name Chuzheng was mentioned, there were few who did not know it. The majority of cultivators were rushing about because of these 2 words. Now, he wanted to test the might of the sword array. Chuzheng immediately left seclusion and found a group of lesser cultivators exploring the battlefield. This group consisted of 3 people, with the highest cultivation at the initial stage of Spirit Spring, and their ages varied greatly. The eldest was nearly 60 years old, while the youngest was only in his teens, just beginning nourishing power, appearing to be of 3 generations, possibly grandfather and grandchildren. Seeing Chuzheng suddenly appear and sensing his cultivation fluctuation, they were all shocked. Recalling the recent rumors around the battlefield, they dared not neglect him and promptly paid their respects. "We have seen the senior before. Since we have met, it is fate. Today, I shall bestow upon you a chance at fortune," said Chuzheng, glancing at them with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I am Chuzheng. You 3 can take the news of my presence here to any sect and redeem the bounty." Hearing the name Chuzheng, the expression of the eldest cultivator changed dramatically, his face momentarily turning pale. However, the youngest boy's eyes flickered, and he bluntly asked, "How many spirit stones is information about the senior worth?" Chuzheng's gaze flashed, and he smiled faintly, "Enough to last you a lifetime. Your next journey awaits at MVLEMP." Wire with the sword array in hand, he intended to lure a horde of dragons to this place, to hunt them in the wilderness and hone the edge in blood. As for the bounty, it was not to be wasted either. The immortal martial battlefield was surrounded by sparse spiritual energy, with only a few small sects extending throughout the area. Among them, the most powerful was called Sanha Palace. Within the sect, there were only 2 great cultivators at the soul-condensing realm, and one of them had just broken through recently. Sanha Palace had hundreds of disciples and more than 10 cultivators at the entry Dao realm. In this area extending hundreds of thousands of miles, they could be considered second to none. The location of the immortal martial battlefield was indeed too remote, and sects with a bit of strength were unwilling to develop in this area. The sect gate of Sanha Palace was located in a secluded ravine. In this place, there was also a minor spirit vein that could barely sustain the cultivation of these hundreds of cultivators. A Spirit Spring realm cultivator, about 60 years old, slowly approached the ravine. After a long hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to step inside. "Who goes there?" The disciple guarding the entrance of the ravine quickly responded. The old cultivator fell silent for a moment and then spoke, a loose cultivator, Mo Fu. I have news regarding Chu Zhang's whereabouts and have come especially to report it. Chu Zhang? The disciple of Sanhe Palace guarding the gate did not dare to delay and immediately turned to run into the sect. A gust of wind picked up after a short while, bringing Mo Fu into the sect gate. By the time he regained his senses, he was standing before a grand hall. Two figures stood not far away, one nearing 60 years old, with snow-white temple hair, and the other younger, barely past 30. Both had their cultivation fiercely unrestrained, with the light of their spirit souls faintly twinkling at their glabellas. Great cultivators of the soul-condensing realm. Mo Fu's heart shook, and he bowed deeply. Mo Fu pays his respects to the two seniors. You say you have news of Chu Zhang? The older man spoke first, with a slight frown on his brow. Do you have proof? Nowadays, news about Chu Zhang had soared to the price of 5,000 high-quality spirit stones. Because of this, there were too many false leads. There were not a few cultivators who wanted to deceive others for the reward. Every piece of news had to be meticulously screened and verified before it could be reported. Yes. Mo Fu nodded repeatedly, presenting a jade token with both hands. The jade token had a seal that could not be opened by anyone without cultivation beyond the soul-condensing level. All things in the world take their shape from water, and cultivation is like flowing with the current, which shows rigidity through softness and should be like the vast flowing clouds, forging ahead with the force of a rapid torrent. The elder broke the seal and, upon seeing part of the content, exclaimed in shock, "What kind of formula is this?" From just these opening lines, he knew that the quality of this cultivation technique was beyond his imagination. The entry mental method of the great void scripture, given to me by Chu Zhang. He said he was afraid you wouldn't believe his words. As for the contents, I do not know them. Mo Fu quickly said, his expression uneasy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed dramatically, and he threw the jade token to the ground as if it was a venomous snake. A method of immortal ascension from a holy land was like a hot potato for small sects like theirs. Handling it carelessly could lead to annihilation. After a moment, his expression changed sharply. Did Chu Zhang send you? Mo Fu nodded. Yes, he said he's there, waiting for those who desire the reward to seek him out. For a while, the grand hall fell into deathly silence. About this reward. The elder waved his hand. I will report to the Holy Land. If the news is true, once the reward is issued, I will give it to you. Senior, may I ask how many spirit stones are in this reward? Mo Fu asked, rubbing his hands with apparent nervousness. Experience exclusive tales on freewebnovel.com. The elder hesitated for a moment, then frankly said, 5,000 high-quality spirit stones. He was naturally tempted by the astronomical reward, but he couldn't not grant it, at least not until Chu Zhang's death could they touch those spirit stones. Hearing this figure, Mo Fu's breath caught in his throat. With these spirit stones, he could take his family and leave this barren land, seek a new life elsewhere. Wait here for now, we will immediately report the news to the Holy Land. Gritting his teeth, the elder summoned a disciple to take Mo Fu away to be accommodated. Should we really report this news? Should we pretend that we don't know, or suggest he chooses another sect? Before sending the message, the elder hesitated, looking towards the middle-aged cultivator by his side. As he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he simply wished to spend his days in peace before dying. Ever since the reward was issued, Chu Zhang's value had been skyrocketing, but those daring to seek him out had drastically decreased. Even as a soul-condensing monk, no one now dares to rashly attempt to hunt down Chu Zhang. A protector at the perfection of soul-condensing realm from Jinli Holy Land had already died at Chu Zhang's hands, and this news had spread throughout the world as well. Chu Zhang's rate of growth was abnormally and excessively rapid, not something everyone could withstand if Chu Zhang decided to retaliate in the future. You've already seen this jade token, and we cannot detach ourselves from it now. We might as well report directly. The younger cultivator in his 30s said softly, since Chu Zhang has sent him to deliver the message here, he must have made complete preparations. Not passing the message might instead provoke his resentment. Soon, Chujing might have the power to flatten Sanha's sect on his own. Going against him now would clearly be unwise. Very well, I will report at once and leave the decision to the Holy Land. Convinced by these words, the elder made his decision and began drafting the message. The 5 great holy lands of the southern region. Apart from Taishan, the other great holy lands had subtly divided their territory. The primordial spirit Holy Land was located in the southeastern part of Zhongtu, influencing more than half of the southern region. Jinli Holy Land was situated in the northwest, standing opposite it. Taisu Holy Land was in the northeast, remotely facing the Heavenly Throne Holy Land in the southwest. The location of Chujing in the Immortal martial battlefield fell within the sphere of influence of primordial spirit Holy Land, thus, they were the first to receive the message from Sanha Palace. Atop a towering spirit peak, an ancient tree rose from the ground, nearly 1,000 feet tall, with a canopy that extended dozens of miles, shading the sun and blanketing the sky. At the base of the tree lay a 3-zhang-long yellow earth spirit crystal, within which indistinct heavy flowing sand surged, emitting an incredibly dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy condensed into fog, swirling in all directions, making this small piece of land seem like the Immortal Palace Jade Hall at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, a rarity in the human world. Atop the spirit crystal sat a woman, her skin a pale yellow tinged with a shade of jade, her tall and graceful figure unlike that of ordinary women, with ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders, flowing down her straight back, accentuating her stunning curves. She wore an orange-yellow vestment robe, embroidered with spiritual patterns of exotic flowers and strange grass. Her slender fingers rested quietly on her knees, her breath long and continuous. Ancestral spirit. A figure emerged from the void, clad in a wide yellow earth robe, nearly 40 years of age with a face unmarked by the ravages of time, and a solid upright posture. Upon hearing the sound, the woman opened her eyes, which were deep and mysterious, with a gentle mist swirling within them. Upon seeing the newcomer, she slowly stood up and bowed respectfully. I have seen the Holy Master. The message I just received. The primordial spirit Saint Lord casually threw over a letter. Shang Ziling caught it with her hand and glanced at it, her gaze slightly narrowing, her clear and jade-like face revealing no sign of emotional ripples. Is this message delivered by Chujing himself? What do you think his purpose is? Asked the primordial spirit Saint Lord, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Since he has leaked the message to lure people there, he must have prepared a way out, or suddenly obtained some kind of trump card, wanting to test his sword against the world, Shang Ziling said with a faint voice, her eyes slightly twinkling. Using himself as bait to draw the dragons into the net, he aims to cut down the dragons and contend for fortune. I fear he has discovered the secret of the aura of the hidden dragon list through some means and seeks to instigate conflict ahead of time. If this message were released, there would likely be no few in the world who could discern this point. Do you think this person will be an obstacle for you? Asked the primordial spirit Saint Lord, his brows slightly furrowed. What Shang Ziling said was exactly what he was worried about. Chujing, born in an inopportune time. If he were born 50 years earlier, maybe he would have had the capital to compete with me, said Shang Ziling indifferently, tossing the jade talisman aside and casually commenting, but now it's good as well. In the subsequent 10,000 years, the Songyun realm will be his era. Even with monstrous talent, being born later means a slower start. No matter how rapidly one advances in cultivation, by the time the great competition begins, at best, he could reach the soul-condensing realm perfection. He would still be far behind her. A divine infant is already powerful, standing on a wholly different concept from the cultivators below. Soul-condensing great perfection is still just soul-condensing, she could crush it with a wave of her hand. Once she is guided by the Immortal Alliance into the minor immortal realm, Chujing will be thoroughly left behind. The minor immortal realm is a completely different world from the ordinary ones, capable of nurturing beings at the immortal king level, with a cultivation environment exceeding that of the Songyun realm by hundreds to thousands of times. One step behind, ever behind. Missing this opportunity, Chu Jing will no longer be qualified to participate in the next great tournament of 10,000 sects and can only become a tale of regret, completely submerged in the annals of history. This person's growth is simply too rapid. Now he already has the ability to kill soul-condensing realm perfection cultivators. By the time of the competition, I'm afraid. The primordial spirit Saint Lord shook his head slightly, only resenting that Chu Jing was not one of the primordial spirit Holy Land. If the soul-condensing realm perfection cultivator was truly slain by Chu Jing through his own cultivation, then Ye Yuan would not be alive at this moment. Mid-entry Dao realm, still far off. Ever since Zhao Tingxian took control of the heavenly Dao, the Songyun has never experienced another heavenly tribulation. Perhaps he does not want the essence of the Songyun realm to wane, as it hinders his cultivation. In response to the concerns of the primordial spirit Saint Lord, Shang Zoling's tone remained calm. If we cannot leave the Songyun realm, the highest we can reach is just the Tongshan Peak. Just another Gungyang. What is there for the Holy Master to worry about? Chu Jing is demonically talented, and I fear it will attract the attention of the Immortal Alliance, adding a variable. What the primordial spirit Saint Lord was worried about was that the Immortal Alliance might suddenly take an interest in Chu Jing. From birth, I have been destined to surpass my ancestors and walk a path above the immortal kings. The voice of Shang Zoling remained steady, her profound eyes calm like quiet waters. With me here, the Immortal Alliance will not spare Chu Jing another glance. No sooner had she spoken than she began again, her tone shifting. However, Chu Jing is destined to rise. Taishan will revive. Holy Master, you might as well set aside some of the grudges and befriend him. In the 10,000 years to come, the days of the primordial spirit Holy Land will be much easier. She was destined to leave Songyun, unable to help the primordial spirit Holy Land too much. Chu Jing's influence in the Songyun realm would definitely be much greater than hers in the future. I have a clear idea in my mind, so this time I will do as he wishes and help him spread the news, she said. The primordial spirit Saint Lord nodded slightly. Being a Holy Master himself, he was far more sensitive to the changes in the situation than Shang Zoling had been. His gaze looked 50,000 years into the future. With the news from the primordial spirit Holy Land being released, the entire southern region was instantly enveloped with an upheaval. An ancient battlefield, long forgotten, became the center of the southern region almost overnight. For the other three Holy Lands besides the primordial spirit Holy Land, there was no turning back at this moment. The outflow of the sect defending secret scripture meant that their struggle with Chu Jing had become a fight to the death. However, it had to be admitted that Chu Jing's rate of growth had completely exceeded their control. Once Chu Jing truly entered the soul-condensing realm, and the divine infants were unable to take action, the situation would instantly flip completely. By that time, it was highly likely that Chu Jing alone would hunt down all the true transmissions of the Holy Lands. From any angle, this attempt at encirclement was very likely their last chance to eliminate Chu Jing. In just a few days, the immortal martial battlefield was heavily sealed off, but a gap was reluctantly left open to the south. More than 500 soul-condensing monks, each wielding high-grade magic treasures, piloted battle boats and carried the battle flag of the Taishan Holy Land, converging on this location. A blaze of divine fire, imprinted on a battle flag with a red base and silver patterns, fluttered in the wind. The battle flag held extraordinary significance. No cultivator would dare to forge it. These monks, commanded by the Taishan Holy Land, had come to this place to escort Chu Jing back to Taishan. Although these temporarily summoned loose cultivators had received orders, they were not prepared to take the risk of entering the battlefield and getting caught up in the strife between Chu Jing and the several Holy Lands. At most, they could open up a path of life for Chu Jing under a cordon of heaven and earth. At least, when Chu Jing was ready to flee, he wouldn't be surrounded on all sides. In a corner of the battlefield, Chu Jing sat cross-legged on a low peak, using up all of his daily repair attempts. Sunwheel Mirror, 5th Order / incomplete, a superior divine weapon containing a space to store essence of the Great Sun, capable of condensing the Great Sun true flame to burn enemies. It was shattered by a single hit, space broken, spiritual energy entirely lost, reparable, 125/500. Repairing the sun will mirror first was the result of Chu Jing's careful consideration. The great sun true flame was a divine fire of very high quality and would be of great help to the Taishan divine fire scripture. Currently, his celestial foundation was only at the 6th layer, but with the emergence of the 5 elements immortal bones, he still had huge room for improvement. According to the talent of a superior immortal bone, he could at least raise his celestial foundation to the 8th or even the 9th layer. Sensing the surge of powerful yuan qi vibrations approaching from a distance, Chu Jing's eyes slightly flashed as he closed the panel and summoned 36 heavenly aura broken swords to hover around him. Enjoy new tales from freewebnovel.com. After the initial repair, these broken swords could once again channel spiritual energy, and although they lacked the might of a spiritual treasure, they were no less sharp than top-quality magical treasures in terms of edge. Chu Jing picked the most intact heavenly aura sword to float in front of him, while the remaining 35 were arranged according to the 5 elements positions and, employing the invisibility technique, vanished into the void. Within the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, there was a sword array called Great 5 Elements Sword Formation, requiring 3,501 flying swords. Currently, what Chu Jing used was a minor sword array extracted from the Great 5 Elements Sword Formation, aptly called Minor 5 Elements Sword Formation. One sword in the central palace, with 7 sharp swords in the positions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, in total 36 flying swords, their might extremely powerful. The only shortcoming was that the heavenly aura swords had a single attribute: they were all made from phoenix blood wood, belonging to the extreme yang of fire attribute, hence the sword array had some flaws. Having made his preparations, he looked up into the distance, watching the cultivators draw nearer with a faint smile, then he slipped into the void. "I have been waiting for you for some time," he said. The battlefield was enveloped in a heavy gloom. The number of soul-condensing monks who came to the immortal martial battlefield this time had long since exceeded 1,000, and the majority of them had come with the intention of slaying Chu Jing. "Is Chu Jing really here?" "I'm afraid that might not be the case. If I were Chu Jing, I would have left long ago," one monk said. "With so many soul-condensing monks here, even a cultivator with divine infant-grade ability wouldn't dare to face them head-on." "Chu Jing has probably fled by now," another added. The slightly eerie atmosphere on the battlefield made many cultivators anxious, and they whispered among themselves. Most cultivators were skeptical about whether Chu Jing was actually there, since it was common sense that Chu Jing wasn't foolish enough to confront the major holy lands head-on. The cultivators who entered the battlefield mostly brought with them shadow retention walls to report the situation within the immortal martial battlefield back to the various holy lands. The entire southern region was paying close attention to the outcome of this battle, which was relevant to the distribution of power in the southern region for the next 10,000 years. Meanwhile, under the battle flag of the Taishan Holy Land, numerous soul-condensing monks scanned the entire battlefield with keen eyes, the majority of them holding shadow retention walls in their hands. Their purpose was to prevent the cultivators above the divine infant level from the other major holy lands from making secret moves. So long as they obtained evidence, the Immortal Alliance would later make judgments. If any soul-condensing monks relied on spirit pills to make a temporary breakthrough on the battlefield, they would also be able to detect it promptly and then stop it. A breakthrough on the battlefield wasn't forbidden, but the implications of taking action after such a breakthrough would be completely different. Chu Jing, hidden in the void, observed the gradually increasing number of cultivators around him. He flipped his hand and took out the hidden dragon list, employing the heavenly divination technique. After a moment of sensing, he couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. The number of outstanding cultivators from the hidden dragon list who joined this hunt wasn't many, just over a dozen. Among the cultivators who had come, the majority were outer sect deacons and elders from the Holy Lands. These were the main forces. The heavenly fate carried by these prodigies from the hidden dragon list was too important for Chu Jing. If he had enough heavenly fate, he might even have the chance to step into the refined spirit realm before the great tournament of 10,000 sects began. If he could step into the refined spirit realm, everything would be drastically different. Beyond refined spirit lay returning to void and Tao integration, one step further, and one would become a human immortal. Mastering many grand divine skills, and if he could find a few spiritual treasures to accompany him, he would be able to traverse the universe on his own and leave Songyun. After stepping into the refined spirit realm, even between universes, he could continue cultivating, absorbing astral chi to nourish his body and move freely. Watching many cultivators stepping into the range of the sword array, Chu Zhang's breathing grew heavy. Mana surged wildly within his body as he combined fingers to activate a spell, and in an instant, he moved 36 heavenly aura swords. A light screen suddenly rose, enclosing 1,000 feet around, sweeping more than 50 soul-condensing monks into it, silencing all movements. Within the sword array, it instantly transformed into a hellish sea of fire, with tiny sparks falling like raindrops, each carrying countless hidden sharp sword shadows. The heavenly aura sword was of the fire attribute, and its strongest aspect was the fire domain. Without hesitation, Chu Zhang activated the strongest fire domain within the minor 5 elements sword formation. Puff. Puff puff, in an instant, 8 soul-condensing monks perished. Their blood had not yet splashed before their bodies were dried up by the fierce sea of fire, turning to ash. An additional dozen or so cultivators were wounded by the sword chi, poison from the fire entering their bodies, their complexions turning crimson as their insides burned. Stay updated via freewebnovel.com. The sharpness of the minor 5 elements sword formation was terrifying, completely beyond what flesh and blood could withstand. Even vestment robes of magic treasure level were as fragile as thin paper before the heavenly aura sword. Even though the majority of the heavenly aura swords were incomplete, retaining only a fraction of their original power, they remained treasures of 6th order, on the same level as spiritual treasures, and their sharp edge was naturally incomparable to ordinary magic treasures. After activating the sword array, Chu Zhang's magical yuan chi was instantly drained, quickly replenished by the recovery panel. In terms of sheer mana, he was already not far behind the soul-condensing monks, and besides, with the recovery panel on hand, he had no fear of a war of attrition. "It's a sword array. We've been ambushed," one monk shouted. "With so many of us here, what is there to fear? Break through it by force," another cried out. Even though 8 people had died in an initial encounter, the several dozen soul-condensing monks in the sword array only fell into disarray for a moment before quickly regrouping, beginning to work together to charge out of the formation. Within a few breaths, they had broken through the raging sea of fire, but what met their eyes was not the immortal martial battlefield, but rather an endless ocean. Above the sky, continuous sheets of rain connected with the heavens, with flashes of lightning occasionally appearing, and each raindrop likewise hid countless sword shadows, with sword light flickering, indistinguishable between true and false. Chu Zhang, observing from high above, had a cold gaze. Within his dantian, the yin-yang dual chi welled up, bringing forth the brilliance of thunder. He seized the moment to trigger the thunder method, hiding it within the sweeping rain, and in the blink of an eye, he inflicted heavy wounds on several soul-condensing monks. In the sword array, being severely injured was akin to sounding the death knell. Within a few breaths, the cultivators who were hurt were torn apart by the rain curtain, their blood spattering warmly. After leaving behind over a dozen corpses once again, the group of soul-condensing monks struggled out of the rain curtain, only to fall into a world of gold. This time, there was no fiery rain or thunder, but rather countless wielding golden divine swords with their fierce auras revealed. Cultivators summoned various colored magic treasures, placing them in front of themselves. Constantly activating magic treasures for defense required a great deal of mana, and given their vast consumption in the previous 2 formations, they were already greatly depleted. Now, within a few breaths, their mana began running low. This was also the reason Chu Zhang had chosen to fight in this place. In the land of absolute spirit, there wasn't sufficient spiritual energy for the cultivators to replenish their mana, leaving them to be gradually worn down by him. These flying swords, even surpassing top-quality magical treasures in quality, where did he get so many divine weapons? Soon enough, cultivators noticed something unusual about the swords swirling around, their expressions filled with shock. Top-quality magical treasures, even divine transformation realm cultivators, typically only have one or two at their side. Even the Tai Su family with its ample resources would not provide such a wealth of treasured swords to a junior disciple, let alone a full set of them. As time went on, Chu Jing suddenly sensed something amiss. The repair speed of the formation's core had started to slow down. This was inextricably linked to the environment of heaven and earth here. The spiritual energy was too sparse, to the point that it was impacting the operation of the formation's core. He immediately took out a large number of spirit stones, stacking them beside him. The repair speed of the formation's core underwent a dramatic change, restoring his full strength in an instant. From a distance, some cultivators had sensed something wrong and were rapidly approaching the sword formation, only to be continuously swept into it. Some cultivators were extremely cautious, standing at a distance and trying to break the sword formation from the periphery, invoking magical treasures to unleash powerful strikes of aura against the formation. These techniques and divine skills naturally became death sentences, landing upon the cultivators caught within the sword formation. Within the formation, chaos unfolded, with countless cries erupting. Tai Su sword energy. Flying blade technique. What kind of formation is this? How does it possess our sect's secret techniques? Where is the formation's eye? Many cultivators, caught inside the minor 5-element sword formation, spun around. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, over 100 soul-condensing cultivators perished within the formation. Chu Jing, you're doomed today. An elder from Tai Su Holy Land, having reached the perfection of the soul-condensing realm, bellowed in rage, eyes flashing with murderous intent, without hesitation swallowing a spirit pill. Chu Jing, seated in the central palace, watched the numerous cultivators circling him and suddenly sensed an anomaly. Within the sword formation, a surge of yuan qi was expanding rapidly. Before long, he found the source, observing the divine infant in the midst of transformation at the brow of that Tai Su elder. His expression remained utterly calm. In a split second, he directed 10 heavenly aura swords from within the formation and then triggered the space-condensing art. The Tai Su elder, at a critical point in his ascension, suddenly stiffened. Above him, the heavenly sword loomed, instantly tearing his flesh apart. With his body destroyed, the half-transformed divine infant was revealed beneath the open sky. Before it could react, thunder crackling across the horizon violently struck it down. Boom, the half-transformed divine infant was turned to ash in the blink of an eye, its soul scattered and dissipated. The transformation of a divine infant is perilous indeed, any interference could spell doom. Not everyone can undertake the transition to a divine infant. The process itself carries significant risk. Attempting a breakthrough in the midst of battle further diminishes the chances of success. Chu Jing, having boldly announced his presence, had made all the necessary preparations. He had anticipated such scenarios well in advance. In Chu Jing's eyes, the movement of all yuan qi followed discernible patterns. He would not allow these cultivators the time to break through during a fight. Any fluctuations in the yuan qi within a cultivator's body would be detected by him at once. Moreover, Chu Jing wielded thunder methods, against which the divine infant also had considerable vulnerability to their devastating power. Now, he was far beyond his previous capabilities and possessed many means to interrupt a cultivator's ascension. Once caught within the minor 5-element sword formation, even divine infant cultivators unfamiliar with formations were doomed to be ground down to death by him. This battle, from its very inception, was a one-sided slaughter, with Chu Jing firmly positioned on unconquerable grounds. As the number of dead cultivators soared, many of the remaining ones began to sense the danger, retreating from the immortal martial battlefield. After counting their numbers, their souls still trembled. In just the blink of an eye upon entering the immortal martial battlefield, the number of fallen soul-condensing cultivators had surpassed 200. For a standard superior immortal sect, the number of soul-condensing cultivators usually did not exceed 100. In effect, Chu Jing single-handedly decimated the core strength of 2 large sections. What's more, the majority of the soul-condensing cultivators who came to the immortal martial battlefield were above mid-stage, with many at the late stage or even perfection. Even for holy lands, this was a severe blow. Not until there was not a single survivor left within the sword formation did Chu Jing glance at the hidden dragon list again. His ranking had not changed much. Apparently, relying on the sword formation did not account for one's personal cultivation strength in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. It was considered leveraging an external object. Among these dead cultivators, there were only 2 geniuses listed on the hidden dragon list, which didn't add much to Chu Jing's heavenly fate, but his chi refining technique was noticeably faster. The feeling of exclusively enjoying heavenly fate was truly wonderful. For Chu Jing, a more significant change was that this battle had eradicated most of his tribulation chi. Before reaching Golden Core, even before refined spirit, his cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, with no bottlenecks to speak of under the bias of heavenly fate. At this moment, he was nearing perfection in the Jade Bone mid-stage, and it wouldn't take more than a few days to break through. This confirmed his previous thought that actively experiencing tribulations was far easier than passively undergoing them. Instead of facing uncontrollable tribulations like Ling Qi did before, it was better to actively seek them and take control of the situation. The existence of the repair panel was clearly beyond the scrutiny of heaven and earth. Without the repair panel, this battle would have been extremely perilous for Chu Jing. He would have only been able to kill a few before he would have had to start fleeing and continue living on the run. After a while, Chu Jing put away the hidden dragon list, dissolved the minor 5-element sword formation, and began to clear the battlefield. Within an area of less than 1,000 zhang, corpses and scattered white bones were everywhere, blood pooled into hollows, emitting a strong stench of blood. Chu Jing walked slowly across the battlefield, having picked up a few storage bags when his brows slowly furrowed. There were no cultivation techniques or records in these elders' storage bags, a clear sign that the various holy lands had prepared in advance to prevent more techniques from leaking out. When Chu Jing picked up a jade wall from a pool of blood, his fingertips paused abruptly. Shadow retention wall, 3rd order middle quality magical treasure, inject mana, and it can retain the image seen before the eyes and transmit it across boundless distances. The purpose was easy to understand, but Chu Jing had never seen one before, and couldn't help feeling a bit curious as he picked it up and played with it for a moment. The shadow retention wall was still glowing faintly, obviously still activated. Find more chapters on freewebnovel.com. Chu Jing's face appeared before the eyes of the major holy lands for the first time. What a terrifying sword array. A cultivator at the perfection of the soul condensing realm lasted only long enough to drink a cup of tea before falling. No wonder Chu Jing is so confident. With this sword array in hand, and the divine infants in hiding, who can harm him? With a cultivation at the mid-entry Dao realm, how could he possibly maintain such a large array for so long? There must be a problem here. In the various holy lands, the cultivators who were paying attention to this battle were all astounded. They had seen everything that these cultivators had experienced after entering the immortal martial battlefield, including what they had witnessed after falling into the formation. Their reactions were surprisingly unanimous, full of disbelief, and aside from Chu Jing, they were more astonished by the power of the sword array. There were too many issues here. Chu Jing's cultivation should not have been able to support the sword array for so long, grinding away more than 200 soul-condensing cultivators. It even included a half-step divine infant who had broken through during battle. Unlike the reactions of many cultivators, several holy masters had slightly darkened expressions, showing no trace of anger but only a sense of powerlessness. From their position, they had a clearer understanding of Chu Jing's talent. The rise of Chu Jing was a foregone conclusion. The only consolation for them was that the latter part of the immortal ascension method was still in the hands of the powerful beings in the various holy lands and the Tongxian secret realm, so it wasn't completely exposed. Now, a bigger problem lay before them. If they could not kill Chu Jing, it meant that no power in the southern region could contain him anymore. This was undoubtedly a terrifying signal. In the entire southern region, the current Chu Jing was now the foremost among his peers. Interesting. Before a light curtain, Ji Yuyan's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself, the 5-element sword formation of the Taoist school. Kangming Mountain Range, divine peak towering into the clouds, mountains overlapping, dense hot mist steaming into clouds, enveloping the void for tens of thousands of miles. The Taishan Holy Land had become much livelier compared to before, with many peaks now dotted with figures in red robes. The newly issued disciples' uniforms were bright and fiery red, moving through the mountains like roaming stars. Under the brilliance of the sun, they reflected a resplendent glow like that of crimson agate. These fresh forces undoubtedly injected a vibrant vitality into this land that had been dead for 10,000 years. Atop the main peak, within the crimson crystal grand hall, Gung Yang was sitting on the floor, his brow furrowed as he looked at the light screen not far in front of him. The scenes returning from the Immortal martial battlefield did not bring him joy. Chu Zheng's battle had indeed been stellar, annihilating more than 200 soul-condensing monks, stunning the world. However, the sword formation he used did not seem like a method from the Immortal sects. The 5 elements formation exists in the Immortal path too. It requires setting up in advance, and one needs 5 element spiritual objects to suppress the formation's eyes or prerefined formation flags to deploy and execute. However, the sword array Chu Zheng used this time, with himself as the central palace, suppressing the 5 elements, and driving the power of the 5 elements alone, was too incredible for a cultivator in the mid-entry Dao realm. He wasn't the only one to notice this, especially now that there was a demi-immortal from the Immortal Tribulation realm in the southern region. Gung Yang dissolved the light screen in front of him with a soft sigh. Having lived as long as he had, with the gates of the underworld nearly within sight, he had long since become indifferent to worldly matters. However, it would truly be a pity if someone as outstanding as Chu Zheng were to die so young. He wasn't even 19 this year, and his path of cultivation had just begun. Immortal martial battlefield. Chu Zheng had just finished collecting all the storage bags and had not yet had the chance to inventory his gains when an additional figure appeared not far in front of him. About 30 years old, tall, with flawless features, dressed in a plain robe with his hair bound by a wooden crown, he exuded a very gentle aura. Chu Zheng hadn't noticed any signs of this person's arrival, whose strength already far exceeded what he could handle. Yet at this moment, Chu Zheng's gaze remained utterly steady, his calmness chilling. The tribulation chi by his side showed not the slightest ripple, which already proved that this person bore him no malice. Chu Zheng, greetings, senior, Chu Zheng said, stabilizing his emotions and bowing respectfully. You do have some courage. I come from the Immortal Alliance. You may call me Immortal Ji. Ji Yuyan gave him a glance and pulled a spirit paper out of the void, speaking slowly, extend your hand. Chu Zheng did as instructed and extended his hand. Immortal Ji placed the spirit paper in Chu Zheng's palm, and in just a moment, the paper depicted a full moon divided into 5 parts: red, black, white, yellow, and blue, each occupying a section. 5 elements: immortal bones, 5 Dao foundations. No wonder you could activate the 5 elements sword formation. A flicker of surprise passed through Ji Yuyan's eyes as he withdrew his hand, and the spirit paper fell to the ground with the wind, burning into ashes. As he spoke, Chu Zheng couldn't help but feel startled. Just with one piece of paper, this man had seen right through him. Where did you learn that sword formation? Ji Yuyan asked again. From ancient books, Immortal Ji, Chu Zheng replied. It is indeed a remarkable method. It's sufficient until you face your immortal tribulation. Ji Yuyan nodded and added, after the upcoming great tournament of 10,000 sects, I will petition the Immortal Alliance to admit you into the minor immortal realm. He harbored no doubts, for it was commonplace for worlds like the Tsungyun realm to retain some ancient texts passed down from ancient times. Hearing this, Chu Zheng asked with some confusion, Immortal Ji, what is the minor immortal realm? Read exclusive chapters at freewebnovel.com. The minor immortal realm is a transit place where the cultivation environment surpasses the Tsungyun realm by 100-fold, specifically designed for young prodigies like you to cultivate. A barren place like the Tsungyun realm has a huge energy gap compared to the great immortal realm where the Immortal Alliance is located. Rushing into it directly could cause your immortal bones to not withstand the surge of spiritual energy, potentially causing them to explode on the spot. Chu Zheng's gaze flickered thoughtfully. Given the spiritual energy concentration in the minor immortal realm alone, that of the great immortal realm must be astoundingly high. Ji Yuyan was clearly very familiar with this process, evidently not doing this for the first time. Worlds like the Tsungyun realm are numerous across the universe, certainly not just a few. Whether it's the sword array or the divine skills of the Taoist school, you can practice them, but if it comes to qi techniques, do not learn them. I see you haven't yet formed a golden core. Whether you practice or not, you still have an exit route. If you do practice, it's better to abandon it early. Before Chu Jing could ponder further, Ji Yuyan spoke again, sternly advising, this technique seeks to evade the heavenly tribulation by directly becoming an immortal, arrogantly acting against the heavens. Qi cultivators of the Taoist school who advanced in cultivation rarely meet a good end, with the vast majority dying from disastrous calamities. That's one reason. Secondly, after a qi cultivator has fully matured, there's no clear path of cultivation left, only accumulating cultivation by enduring tribulations. The ancestral Tao in the 36 heavens of the Tao realm, a Daluo golden immortal called the Eternal through countless tribulations, stole lifespan for himself from the heavens, but in the entire lineage of the Taoist school, only this one person emerged, much inferior to the systematic progression of the immortal path. With the quality of your 5 elements immortal bones, you rank quite well within the entire immortal alliance, though inferior to those born with the yin-yang immortal bone. When you cross the 5 elements great tribulation, it will be as if treading on flat ground. After enduring the 5 tribulations and accumulating your foundation, crossing the immortal sex to enter the true immortal realm will make you a heavenly immortal of the 5 tribulations, which is akin to ascending to the heavens in one step. In the future, you may even have the opportunity to become an immortal venerable, or even ascend to rule as a sovereign. I speak these words to you because I do not wish for you to stray onto the wrong path. With your level of talent, you have a great future ahead of you. You needn't ruin your prospects. Chu Jing found the sheer volume of information conveyed in Ji Yuyan's words somewhat difficult to digest for a moment. After a while, he finally reacted, bowing in acknowledgement. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal Ji. Ji Yuyan's words he had only absorbed half of them. The ability of the 5 elements immortal bones within the immortal alliance was but decent, there remained a significant room for improvement. As for giving up qi refining techniques, he had never considered it. The immortal bone at the back of his head had been forcibly grown through qi refining techniques. To abandon qi refining and focus solely on the immortal path would be, according to Ji Yuyan, to see the end at a glance. Daluo golden immortal, eternally indestructible across countless eons, the progenitor of a Tao. Recalling such terms from Ji Yuyan's mouth, a faint glimmer of light, like the spark of a fire, shone in the depths of Chu Jing's eyes. What was the point of following the conventional path, especially when he couldn't see it to its end? After entering the immortal sect, there was no set path for qi refining techniques, but that only meant greater possibilities. The pros and cons of this depended on personal choices. For Chu Jing, there was no need for excessive deliberation. After a period of silence, Chu Jing spoke again, inquiring, Immortal Ji, I heard that the Immortal Alliance recently ordered several holy lands to pursue heretic cultivators. What is that about? What do you need to know that for? Ji Yuyan immediately narrowed his eyes. Before asking the question, Chu Jing had already anticipated Ji Yuyan's possible reaction and did not show the slightest nervousness. He replied solemnly, the martial cultivator currently in Taishan is my wife, so I wished to ask for some information. Oh? That is quite the coincidence. Ji Yuyan's eyes flickered slightly, and after a thoughtful pause, he spoke slowly, since you have obtained ancient Taoist books, you must be aware that the Tsungyun realm previously was not solely governed by the immortal path. Cultivators slaughter each other over resources, and the Taoist orthodoxy, for its own survival, must also contest for a share of worlds. These worlds are linked to the allocation of heavenly fate within the great universe. Previously, heavenly fate scattered and fell across various realms. After a prolonged period of slaughter and struggle, the situation within the current universe has begun to clarify. Generally, heavenly fate can be divided into 5 portions, with the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall governing 2/5 behind the starry sky barrier, the all heavens 1.5/10, the myriad realms 1.5/10. At this point, Ji Yuyan's voice trailed off slightly. Chu Jing, who was listening intently, heard the abrupt stop and subconsciously asked, where is the remaining 3/5? After a long silence, Ji Yuyan finally spoke. The ancestral Tao of the Taoist school occupies 2.5 tenths by himself, and the remaining half-tenth belongs to the unexplored great realms within the Chaos Sea. These facts were unknown to the cultivators of the Tongxian secret realms of the Canyun realm, but Ji Yuyan saw no need for secrecy, believing Chu Jing would eventually come into contact with them. In any world, whether large or small, strong or weak, there are always exceptional individuals walking the pinnacles of the era's waves. Such exceptional figures, no matter in which Taoist orthodoxy they are born, will achieve success and are destined to change the entire pattern of the world. To give an example, if you practice Tao laws and succeed in Qi refining, returning to void and merging with the path, upon sensing this, the Taoist school will have an excuse to re-intervene in the affairs of the Canyun realm. To ensure a suitable environment for your growth, the connection between the Immortal Alliance and Canyun realm will be severed. Above the Immortal Tribulation, there will no longer be any qualification to enter, until the powers within the realm are reshuffled. Either you will forcefully dominate the present world, bringing it under the governance of the Taoist school, or you will die by immortal punishment, and it will be as if nothing happened. Due to external threats, there have been no wars among the various powers for a long time. Minor disputes occasionally arise but are always quickly curbed and very restrained. Generally speaking, the Immortal Alliance would not give other Taoist orthodoxies a chance to intervene and would seek to nip troubles in the bud. That's why they previously hunted heretic cultivators. After listening, Chu Jing took a deep breath and once again offered his gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal Ji, for dispelling my doubts." These words peeled away the veil that had been covering his eyes, revealing a familiar cosmos that now teemed with changes. If not for Ji Yuyan, who knows how long it would have taken him to learn this information. Read exclusive chapters at freewebnovel.com. Your wife, on the other hand, should not be of too much concern. The relationship between the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall is currently harmonious, with intermarriage being a common affair. There are even immortal kings discussing and affirming the possibility of dual cultivation of immortal martial arts with martial arts giants. If this path were to succeed, the pattern of the entire universe would be rewritten. The fusion of immortal and martial arts means that heavenly fate will also blend, with the proportion reaching 40%. Ji Yuyan's mouth curved slightly, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Having said that, the Immortal Alliance was on the verge of a grand conflict, with the adversary still unknown, and the martial path could not yet be completely ruled out. The so-called dual cultivation of immortal martial arts was nothing more than an illusion without substance. "Meeting is a form of destiny, I'll give you another opportunity," said Ji Yuyan as he suddenly spoke and then slowly raised his hand, placing it on the top of Chu Jing's head. Chu Jing showed no resistance, and he didn't move an inch. The sensitivity to tribulation Qi was much sharper than his own spiritual perception, at least it could tell him whether disaster was imminent or not. This kind of danger alert had helped him a lot. At least for now, Ji Yuyan, to him, harbored no ill will. A cool breath continuously flowed from Ji Yuyan's palm into the crown of Chu Jing's head, then trickled into his mind. In an instant, Chu Jing felt a clarity in his sea of consciousness as his divine soul suddenly grew much stronger. After this, whether it was forming the Tao embryo or soul condensing, he would save himself a great deal of arduous effort. After reacting, he could not help but be astonished. This kind of opportunity was also briefly mentioned in the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline. The touch of an immortal on the head signified enlightenment in the Qi refining lineage. It could help some children with peculiar root bones but obscure spirituality to awaken, substantially strengthening the divine soul, which in a sense, was to enhance the early stages of perceptiveness. "Thank you greatly, Immortal Ji," said Chu Jing, bowing deeply, his eyes somewhat solemn. For an immortal, imparting enlightenment was also a significant expenditure of energy. "There's no need to thank me. I might seek your help in the future," Ji Yuyan said with a slight shake of his head, not appearing to care too much. He enjoyed the task of guiding talented individuals, sometimes doing a favor for someone could save a lot of trouble in the future. "We will meet again at the great tournament of 10,000 sects, you still have a long time ahead of you. Take it step by step, no need to rush," he said. Before the echo of his voice faded, Ji Yuyan's figure had already merged into the void, leaving no trace behind. Chu Jing took a deep breath, feeling a sense of clarity and an indescribably refreshing comfort throughout his body. Without wasting any time, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, making twice the progress with half the effort in his current state. Just a few days after Ji Yuyan left, Chu Jing's Qi refinement's cultivation took another step forward, entering the late stage of the Jade Bone realm. The path of Qi refining was just too special to him, giving it up would be a pity. Moreover, if that ancestral Tao could reach this point, monopolizing a quarter of the heavenly fate, it was enough proof that the path of Qi refining technique was viable. The path of immortal cultivation would not be completed with his current talents. Even if the Qi refining technique was inferior, the outcome would be the same, it was only a matter of how far he would get. The foundation of the immortal path he was currently on was mostly derived from the Qi refining technique, which proved there were some commonalities between the two paths. This mutual confirmation might make it possible for them to integrate. Now, he was just one step away from forming the Tao embryo. Forming the Tao embryo would bring no small change for a Qi cultivator. Just like the immortal path cultivators with soul condensing, there would be a dramatic increase in the power of divine sense. The advancement in his Qi refinement's cultivation also had some influence on his immortal path. The Tao foundation was slightly affected, and the cultivation in the mid-entry Tao realm also rose significantly during this period, nearing the late stage of the entry Tao realm. After a temporary halt to his cultivation, Chu Jing immediately ended his practice and began to take stock of the gains from this battle. Sorting through more than 200 storage magical artifacts, it took him several days to get a rough idea. This battle, without a doubt, brought him a staggering fortune. Just in magic treasures alone, there were over 400 pieces. Although most were middle-quality magic treasures and varied in the degree of damage, to Chu Jing, whether they were damaged or not, it didn't matter much. After the ancient war that predated ancient times, the immortal martial battlefield had never been as silent as it was at this moment. Stretching over 100,000 li, not a trace of humanity was present, save for the occasional space rifts that drifted by, accompanied by the cold howling wind, leaving no other sound to be heard. Under the orders of the various holy lands, the cultivators who had been surrounding the area began to retreat one after another, except for a group from Tai Su Holy Land to the south. Soul-condensing monks no longer posed any threat to Chu Jing, who could leave at any time should he choose to do so. There was no need to incur unnecessary losses. The many retreating soul-condensing monks all had clouds of worry in their hearts. Nowadays, with more than 8 years left until the great tournament of 10,000 sects, no one could predict what level Chu Jing's cultivation would reach by then. Based on his current rate of progress, reaching the late stage of the soul-condensing realm or even soul-condensing realm perfection was highly possible. As for the divine infant, no one believed Chu Jing could reach this step. The gulf between soul-condensing and divine infant is vast. Shang Tsungyun, who had the makings of an immortal king, spent a full 10 years stuck at the bottleneck of soul-condensing realm perfection. The more exceptional the talent, the less they relied on elixirs. Compared to elixirs, they preferred to change their environment to speed up the advancement of their cultivation. Ordinary cultivators at this stage, without resorting to elixirs to forcibly gather their divine soul, would be stuck for at least a century. The current environment of divine infants retreating from the world undoubtedly provided Chu Jing with the most suitable cradle for growth. No matter how numerous the powerful figures within the Holy Lands, if they could not take action, they posed almost zero threat to Chu Jing. Your next read is at freewebnovel.com at the center of the immortal martial battlefield. Chu Jing sat cross-legged on the summit of a small peak, turning over his storage bag, taking inventory of his gains. Sunfire Aura Brand, 3rd Order Middle Quality Magic Treasure, hailing from the Forging Hall of Heavenly Throne Holy Land, primarily forged from sunfire crystal and supplemented with 3 types of divine iron, exquisitely durable, impervious to high-quality magic treasures. Bloodwing Spear, 3rd Order / Incomplete Middle Quality Magic Treasure, originating from the armory of Tai Su Holy Land, damaged by the Heavenly Aura Sword, with most of its array collapsed, nearly a scrap, reparable, 0/20. Silver Dragon Staff, 4th Order high-quality magic treasure, from the armory of Tai Su Holy Land, with Sky Silver Mine as the primary material, forged with the quenching of flood dragon blood, containing a trace of draconic might. Sky Shadow Clothes, 3rd Order / incomplete middle-quality magic treasure, from the refining pavilion of Jinli Holy Land, with spirit silk as the main material, damaged by the heavenly aura sword, its array completely shattered, now a piece of scrap, reparable, 0/30, a stream of information flowed through Chu Jing's mind. More than 400 magic treasures could be exchanged for a shockingly large sum of spirit stones. He was in need of resources to improve his celestial foundation, and one could never have too many spirit stones. In addition to these, there was also a good number of elixirs and spirit stones. Heart Cleansing Pill, 3rd Order to be taken before cultivation, it settles the chi and concentrates the spirit, slightly stimulating the speed of the immortal bone's absorption of spiritual energy. Illusion Barrier Pill, 3rd Order creates an illusion barrier in the mind, mystifying and intoxicating the soul, helpful in tempering the soul. Soul Solidifying Pill, 3rd Order stabilizes the divine soul, accelerating the consolidation of the soul. Infant Gathering Pill, 4th Order A. Special Elixir, capable of forcibly condensing the soul into an infant in a short time, with severe side effects. Those who came to the Immortal martial battlefield were mainly soul-condensing monks, and the spirit pills they carried were mostly of not low quality, many were just what Chu Jing needed. The only thing that puzzled Chu Jing was that within the belongings of these deceased cultivators, he found not a single item related to Primordial Spirit Holy Land, as if the Holy Land had not participated in this encirclement at all. Previously, Primordial Spirit Holy Land had stood on the same front as Tai Su and 3 other Holy Lands. They should not have missed such an opportunity. After pondering for a while, Chu Jing remembered the current leader of the Hidden Dragon list, Shang Zuling. The only explanation he could think of was that Primordial Spirit Holy Land had full confidence in Shang Zuling and did not feel that he was a threat to Shang Zuling at the moment. Chu Jing did not spend too much energy on this matter, setting aside things he could not understand for the time being. He would naturally find the answers after some time. After tidying up all the resources and sorting them out, Chu Jing took a deep breath, took out his diary, and after pondering for a long time, he finally wrote, "In the 2nd year of the new calendar, June, in the Immortal martial battlefield, I slew 231 cultivators from various holy lands. The harvest was plentiful. On the same day, I encountered Immortal G, and for the first time heard the secrets of the universe. My feelings are profound, beyond words. Weak and alone, I reside in this world, like a mayfly in the cosmos, a mere grain in the vast ocean. I still need to diligently expand my knowledge and experience, strive and encourage myself." After stowing away his diary, Chu Jing roughly sensed his surroundings for a while, and instead of making contact with those cultivators from Taishan Holy Land, he took a few more days to thoroughly sweep the whole Immortal martial battlefield once again. After ensuring that not a single fragment had been missed, Chu Jing quietly left the place. His purpose this time was just to verify the power of the sword array, and the results were surprisingly pleasant and unexpected. Although not many notables on the Hidden Dragon list had appeared this time, leaving Chu Jing somewhat disappointed, the rewards were already substantial. Putting aside the wealth of those soul-condensing monks, the legacy left within the Immortal martial battlefield was enough for him to benefit from for a long time. With the sword array at his side, he could be bolder in his actions from now on, without the need to look back. The events that unfolded in the Immortal martial battlefield spread like a wild wind across the entire southern region as cultivators from various holy lands returned to their sects. For the majority of sect cultivators, Chu Jing seemed like a sun that had suddenly risen, without any warning, and before they could even react, it was already at the zenith of the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. Since the bounties from the great holy lands, a storm had arisen, and within less than a year, Chu Jing had already undergone a shocking transformation. At the beginning of the bounties by the holy lands, Chu Jing was merely a cultivator of the spirit spring realm, but now he alone had defeated the joint encirclement of 3 holy lands. Thousands of soul-condensing cultivators had launched their powerful attack but returned defeated. The span of this transformation was truly astonishing. As the news spread, it triggered a massive chain reaction. the predicament of Taishan Holy Land experienced a shocking reversal. The sects that were previously neutral began to quietly offer their allegiance to Taishan, seeking to unite. The discerning could see that as long as Chuzheng did not die, within the next 10,000 years, Taishan would inevitably experience a spring after winter and reach an unprecedented peak. Before this, establishing good relations was extremely important, especially for those sects struggling to survive among the Holy Lands. Assessing the situation sometimes involved making unwilling but necessary decisions. Find your next read on freewebnovel.com. The city outside Taishan Holy Land began to expand at an astonishing rate, quickly becoming a vast metropolis, even showing signs of spreading further as small cities rapidly emerged. Some smaller sects had already begun to relocate entirely, abandoning their long-inherited bases and moving into the sphere of influence of Taishan Holy Land. The various holy lands of the southern region, including ancient and powerful immortal sects, would not directly contact the outside world but would have a buffer zone, either a city or an entire country. Just like illusory spirit city for the phantom spirit sect. All cultivators were well aware that in the coming days, the surroundings of Taishan, previously desolate and barren, would transform into a flourishing cultivation holy land. Never expected that such a tightly woven net would be directly torn apart by Chuzheng alone. I heard that the soul-condensing cultivators of Taishan Holy Land did not even make a move. This rise of Taishan seems unstoppable now. Give Chuzheng another 8 years, and the leader of the great tournament of 10,000 sects this time will likely be between him and Shang Zuling. Shang Zuling first, no doubt. Chuzheng will probably have to settle for second. Below Heavenly Throne Holy Land, inside Heavenly Throne City. Within the sprawling city that spanned hundreds of miles, several figures stood on a busy street, slightly stunned by the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. Their attire was similar, each carrying a jade pendant inscribed with the Song character at their waist. It was Song Xingming and his group who had left Taishan. Song Xingming, hearing the news spread by the cultivators on the street, was momentarily unable to react. He had also heard about the collaboration among several holy lands to encircle Chuzheng. Whilst he didn't believe Chuzheng would fall so easily, he thought he would at least suffer a great loss. Yet it had turned into the situation as it was now. Seeing that Song Xingming remained silent for a long time, one of the middle-aged cultivators by his side couldn't help but inquire through transmitted voice, "Third Elder, about the Heavenly Throne Holy Land, are we still going?" "It would be useless to go, just a waste of effort." Song Xingming came back to his senses, shaking his head with furrowed brows. Originally, his plan was to unite the power of several holy lands to pressure Taishan and compel Chuzheng to appear and personally deal with the matter of the Song family heritage blood jade. However, the situation had changed too quickly. After this encirclement, the major holy lands temporarily could no longer pose a threat to Chuzheng. Moreover, considering Gung Yiyang's previous stance, Taishan Holy Land would obviously protect Chuzheng to the end, making this approach now unfeasible. The crux of the matter still lay with Chuzheng. Song Xingming quickly made a decision, his expression solemn: "Notify all the relatives we can contact, try to reach out to Chuzheng directly, and ask him how much he wants in exchange for returning the blood jade. Whatever the conditions, we can discuss them." A true immortal noble family now has to bow before a junior of the entry Dao realm, something Song Xingming had never imagined before. But as things had progressed to this point, there was no turning back. After leaving the immortal martial battlefield, Chuzheng traveled nearly a month, heading west across more than 4 million leagues, entering Immortal Realm. This land was known as Danxia. In ancient times, there was a true immortal of alchemy who practiced alchemy here, and an immortal pill descended into the world from this place, covering 100,000 leagues with its Danxia energy, with heavenly spiritual rain blessing all creatures. That spiritual rain changed the constitutions of all living beings within a radius of over 100,000 leagues, significantly extending the lifespan of mortals. In the historical records of Danxia country, there were instances where mortals lived over 300 years with their mortal bodies. Today, this land is still known as a place of longevity, with the elderly often living beyond 130 or 40 years. The only regrettable factor is the very low probability of producing immortal seedlings in Dansha country, with just 3 to 5 individuals emerging every 2 to 300 years, mostly possessing lower quality immortal bones. Many immortal sects had visited and explored this area, concluding that the unusually extended lifespan consumed the potential of the people of Dansha country, thus making immortal seedlings rare. Upon hearing this legend, Chu Jing's first reaction was to believe that there had been a change in the environment here, which resulted in the drastic extension of mortal lifespans. However, upon arriving in Dansha country, this speculation was undoubtedly refuted. The environment here, compared to other places, showed no difference, with the distribution of yuan qi between heaven and earth being even. The only explanation was that at the instant the immortal pill was completed, some mysterious force instantly altered the constitutions of the local people, possibly even causing a genetic mutation. This mutation was stable enough to be passed down through generations. In a moment, it affected billions of beings. Such is the power of an immortal. Ever since embarking on the path of cultivation, any information related to immortals profoundly impacted Chu Jing. This unexplainable power is the greatest distinction between immortals and mortals. Before becoming an immortal, a cultivator is still merely a cultivator, ultimately immortal. After entering Dansha country, Chu Jing had been attentively observing the local mortals, and he quickly noticed some differences. The yuan qi inside the bodies of the people living here was exceptionally vigorous, at least 2 to 3 times that of ordinary mortals. Some newborn infants exhibited innate qi that was particularly thick and astounding. An invisible force protected their bodies from being eroded by the mundane world, making the balance of yuan qi within them harder to disrupt. In other words, disregarding enlightenment, just based on physical constitution alone, the people of Dansha country were considered promising candidates for the qi refining lineage. Having vigorous yuan qi meant they were more likely to capture qi sensations and facilitate the circulations of qi. As his experience grew and his understanding of the world deepened, Chu Jing's initial intent to transmit his teachings had gradually faded. Facing the Immortal Alliance, a behemoth spanning the cosmos and myriad realms, the rise and fall of a single realm were but a mere thought away. Transmitting teachings, other than causing troubles for himself and bringing disasters to these innocent mortals, held no meaningful significance. The Tao cannot be imparted lightly. Only now did Chu Jing somewhat understand the opening line of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline. According to the heavenly divination technique, a fragment of the Xian-Tian martial barrier was located right here in this land. Regarding his subsequent plans, Chu Jing already had a clear outline. Once he located the fragment in Dansha country, he would need at most another month to collect the final piece. When the Xian-Tian martial barrier pieces were gathered, he would be able to ascend to Tai Xian and sit down for a thorough discussion with Gung Yang once again. Now, the immortal bone at the back of his head served as his protective amulet. Tai Xian was no longer a perilous place for him. The strong contenders from the Immortal Alliance had not discerned any hints, and it was natural that Gung Yang, the old fox, wouldn't suspect anything. During this period, Chu Jing had been observing the reactions within Tai Xian Holy Land. Gung Yang's thoughts had definitely been more complex and intense than his. Now, Gung Yang likely wanted to have a chat with him as well. The territory of Dansha country is similar to that of Great Zhou, with abundant mountains and lush forests. Find exclusive stories on freewebnovel.com. There's no immortal sect inheritance here, but there is an immortal sect pasture specifically for raising spirit beasts. Immortal seedlings are rare in this place, yet it abounds with a type of half-spirit beast called the iron rhinoceros, shoulder height nearly 3 meters, with broad back and straight spine covered in iron scales, lifespan ranging from 300 to 500 years, and possessing great strength, no inferior to an ordinary first-order spirit beast. The nearby small sects all like to use them to transport large quantities of common or materials, which is very labor-saving. This is considered a special product of Dansha country, utterly unfindable elsewhere. Just like the common people of Dansha country, the iron rhinoceros was at one time a very common wild beast that suddenly underwent some mutation and, over generations, gradually evolved into what it is today. 30 miles north of the Dansha imperial capital, There is a peak with a height of 3,500 meters, steep cliffs on two sides, a ridge sharp as a blade, as if a sword raised against the sky. It was high noon, and the sun hung directly overhead. A streak of light flashed across the sky and landed on the summit of the peak. Chujing calmed the turbulent chi within his body, looked around, surveyed the smaller mountains, activated his spiritual eye, and the flow of yuan chi in the world entered his view. This peak was called Pil Immortal Peak, and it was said that the Pil Immortal of ancient times had once practiced alchemy here. Not far from the mountain top, there was a 3-meter-high green stone stele with a dense array of names inscribed on it. Wandan Pavilion, Shi Chongli pays respects here. Loose Cultivator, Yang Sherding, pays respects here. Taishan Holy Land, Shirgu, pays respects here. Taishan Holy Land, Gong Rulong, pays respects here. Since ancient times, numerous masters of the Dan Dao have come upon hearing of its fame, leaving their marks here. Chujin quickly scanned over them and saw many names from Taishan Holy Land. He came here in hopes of discovering some unexpected gains, for it was a place where a true immortal had once stayed, and perhaps there might be something different about it. After searching around, Chujin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The fluctuations of yuan qi were quite normal, and there were no traces left behind. Considering it, this was expected. So much time had passed, countless cultivators had visited this place, and even if some treasures were left, they would have long been taken by predecessors. Chujin glanced at the distant green stone stele but did not leave his name. Instead, somewhat stubborn, he crouched and touched every inch of the mountain peak. The details he couldn't discern, perhaps his interfaces might notice. After groping around on the ground for a while, suddenly, a prompt emerged from the depths of his mind, invigorating Chujing's spirit. 100 stars elixir, 8th order/incomplete, made by using the cores of 100 lower-grade stars as the main ingredient, supplemented with 237 kinds of immortal delicacies. It vastly increases the cultivation of a 3 calamities true immortal. Because the star core's energy could only solidify 3 pills, the remaining half couldn't take shape and was thus discarded. With your current capabilities, you are unable to repair it. Immortal pill. Chujing's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the unremarkable half-chunk of stone beneath his palm, somewhat stunned. This incomplete immortal pill contained not a trace of spiritual energy. Whether viewed by the naked eye or sensed by mana, it was nothing more than a very ordinary stone. Dusty and stained, pitted and porous, it was indistinguishable from ordinary weathered gravel. If not for the interface prompt, Chujing would have never thought that this item was an immortal pill. Chujing picked up the half-immortal pill, and suddenly his hand felt heavy. This remnant elixir, no bigger than a palm and unassuming in appearance, weighed a ton, easily 1,000 pounds. Using 100 star cores to refine pills, such power is truly a miracle. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Chujin was satisfied and put it away. Although he already had many items that he couldn't currently repair, it didn't mean he wouldn't be able to fix them in the future. Even just holding it in his hand gave him a sense of fulfillment. Having this half of an immortal pill ensured his trip was not in vain. After carefully going over the entire peak a couple more times and making sure nothing was missed, Chujin finally descended the mountain and stepped directly into the Danxia imperial capital. This time, he did not use the invisibility technique. He broke off a tree branch by the roadside, turned it into a few golden leaves, and entered the imperial capital through the main gate. He hadn't interacted with people for a long time and missed the bustle of humanity. His time spent cultivating was not long, but some of that time involved the repetitive and tedious practice of running the circuit of qi day after day. On the streets, the flow of people was like a woven tapestry, with the residents all looking radiant, a testament to their prosperous lives. As a land of longevity, there were many elderly people on the streets, and many shopkeepers were already of advanced years. The various and disordered streams of qi intertwined in the void, forming a net of bustling human life. Chujing stopped by the roadside, drank 3 bowls of wontons, and while listening to the noise from the street, he sifted through the information. After a while, he was somewhat surprised to find out that the royal family of Danxia country had a far-sighted person. Decades ago, they had issued an imperial decree to limit procreation, deliberately controlling the population growth gradually. Being a land of longevity often implies an explosive population growth. The territory of a country can't support so many people, and in the absence of wars, other methods have to be employed for control. The royal family of Dansha country is strong, and although there are no immortals present, the number of martial path grandmasters who live over 100 years is quite substantial, which grants them great control over the whole land. Now, decades later, the effects of the population control order are starting to show. Chujing sat on the street for a moment, having had his fill of human noise, and then got up and left. Following the guidance of the heavenly divination technique, he went against the human tide and arrived at a graveyard. Judging from the arrangement, it should be the ancestral mausoleum of the Dansha country's royal family. Chujing opened his spiritual eye and looked around for a moment, somewhat surprised to find the aura of more than 20 martial path grandmasters in this place. Indeed, there seemed no need for such an elaborate defense with so many people guarding a single mausoleum. There must be hidden reasons behind it. Chujing used the invisibility technique and slowly walked into an underground palace. This was also a tomb, but it was temporarily empty, with no one having claimed it as their resting place. Walking along the tomb's path for a while, Chujing then saw a vast square before him. The square stretched for hundreds of yards, furnished with stone piles and iron men and other equipment used for practicing martial arts. Many teenagers were training in martial arts there. Chujing's gaze settled on a middle-aged man whose cultivation in the martial path was extremely profound. The inner strength in his dantian showed signs of condensing chi to aura, and in his lifetime, he had a high hope of taking that one crucial step. This level of cultivation would be difficult to achieve without the practice methods that came after reaching the Yuan aura realm. Chujing roughly speculated in his mind that the royal family of Dansha country, just like Li Mingzhou before, had obviously discovered the extraordinariness of the Shantian martial barrier and was secretly cultivating a large number of martial cultivators in the dark. In the Tsungyun realm, such actions were undoubtedly self-destructive, with exposure simply being a matter of time. Glancing at the older teenagers training in the square, Chujing let out a light sigh, grateful that he was not too late. Had the Immortal Alliance noticed, not a chicken or dog would have been left in this place. Following the guidance of the heavenly divination technique, Chujing quickly found the fragment of the Shantian martial barrier. As he had expected, the fragment was heavily protected by 6 great grandmasters, enshrined on a divine platform. Chujing walked slowly to the front of the divine platform and after examining it, he came to a realization. The content recorded on this fragment of the barrier was quite complete, including a first level of cultivating mental method. No wonder it could nurture so many martial path grandmasters. After pondering briefly, Chujing swept the fragment into his sleeve and then left behind a letter as a warning to the Dansha royal family to stop their perilous actions. The number of copies the Dansha royal family had made of this fragment and to how many people they had distributed them, he really didn't have the energy to track them all down. If Dansha country wished to continue down this path of doom, Chujing was powerless to stop it. That was all he could do. Time was already scarce for his own use, without any spare energy to waste on this matter. Having acquired the fragment, Chujing did not stay long and swiftly left. Not even a quarter of an hour after his departure, a commotion arose throughout the entire underground palace. Continue reading on freewebnovel.com. The letter was quickly presented to the innermost parts of the imperial palace, before the imperial throne. The Son of Heaven of Dansha country opened the envelope. After quickly scanning the contents, his expression shifted from rage to shock, his complexion turning from red to pale. In just a few breaths, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. A quarter of an hour later, he secretly summoned several of the strongest grandmasters to start retrieving the distributed copies of the rubbing. The young men who had just begun their training were brought into the imperial palace to be taught from the beginning, and the underground palace was completely buried. While underground currents surged in Dansha country, Chujing had already traveled far to the northwest, entering an ancient forest. The last fragment of the Shantian martial barrier had fallen into a deep and secluded stream, hidden from the sun for many years. Despite this, the fragment was still smooth as new, with no signs of decay. Xiantian Martial Barrier, 6th Order, the lifelong insights of a martial god, containing the practices of the Xiantian scripture, as well as the 14 martial Tao divine abilities, imbued with the aura of the immortal path. It was once shattered by a true immortal's own hands into 6 pieces, all of which are now in your possession, ready to be repaired, 0/50. With all fragments gathered, the count for repairing the barrier rapidly decreased to 50, which meant it could be fully restored in just 10 days. The complete barrier contained extensive knowledge, including the entire Xiantian scripture, the 9 divine skills of Xiantian seal, the slaughter blood descending dragon technique, and also the Xianyu / 7 steps aura, Xuanwu true body, and the spirit gathering spell, 4 martial Tao divine abilities. Chuzheng glanced at it and, without a detailed study, proceeded directly towards the Taishan Holy Land. These things could wait to be slowly studied along the way. As he continued his journey, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chuzheng traveled southward. The terrain sloped downward, and the surrounding temperature rose noticeably. By the time he neared the Taishan Holy Land, the temperature was unbearably hot for ordinary people. If one had not lived there for a long time, it would be impossible to endure. Having possessed the Taishan authentic transmission for so long, it was Chuzheng's first time embarking on the road to the Taishan Holy Land. Without the divine calculation technique, he might have had to follow Song Lingshua's scent to find his way, and perhaps even ask for directions along the journey. In the midst of a desolate desert, Chuzheng paused briefly, took out a fragment of a mirror, then extended its panel and used up all of today's repair attempts. Sunwheel Mirror, 5th Order / incomplete, a superior divine weapon, with an embedded void for storage, capable of accumulating essence of the Great Sun, and condensing the Great Sun true flame to burn foes. It was shattered in a single hit, its space broken, and spiritual energy completely lost, reparable, 500/500, after using up all of today's repair attempts. This top-quality ancient treasure, which had been shattered for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, shone with dazzling brilliance once more in Chuzheng's hands. The Xiantian martial barrier had already been completely repaired by him in the half-month prior, and the Xiantian scripture's cultivation methods had also fallen into his hands. The repair of the Sunwheel Mirror was finally complete as well. Under the spiritual eye, Chuzheng could clearly see thin strands of Great Sun essence qi, falling from the void, absorbed by the Sunwheel Mirror. Within the Sunwheel Mirror, there was a space that could not store items and could only be used to condense the Great Sun True Flame. The Great Sun True Flame, among the ranks of divine fires, was already of the 6th Order, and moving beyond, it would be considered an immortal flame. To be able to condense a divine fire of such a level, in the realm of top-quality magical treasures, the Sunwheel Mirror belonged to the highest tier, second only to Tongxian's spiritual treasures. After considering for a moment, Chuzheng stored the Sunwheel Mirror within his body, then started to continuously circulate his circuit of qi, absorbing the Great Sun essence qi into his body and then injecting it all into the mirror. After making comparisons, a smile appeared on Chuzheng's face. Just as he had anticipated, this method was much faster than relying on the mirror to absorb it by itself. In just a few days, he would obtain his first strand of Great Sun True Flame. After several more days of travel, Chuzheng finally saw the boundaries of the Taishan Holy Land. A magnificent, giant city emerged before his eyes. Taishan City. Chuzheng glanced over it and did not enter the city, continuing forward until he soon arrived at the entrance to the Taishan Holy Land. The entrance to the Holy Land was a canyon with towering, steep cliffs on both sides. At the mouth of the valley, there was a colossal black and red boulder, over 40 zhang tall, with a surface smooth as a mirror, like a piece of black jade, swallowing all the brilliance of the great sun in the sky. In recent times, as the influence of Taishan grew stronger, even without making inquiries, Chuzheng had heard quite a few things about the Taishan Holy Land. This huge rock was known as the Sacred Shadow Stone, used specifically to test the talents of newcomers. You are. Seeing Chuzheng, the great mysterious elder stationed to guard the place changed his expression slightly, unsure for a moment. In the entire Taishan Holy Land, apart from Fang Jiong, who had died under the Lihua spear, the only one who had had contact with Chuzheng was Gung Yiyang. Chuzheng glanced at the great mysterious elder guarding the entrance of the valley, slowly stepped forward, and placed his hand on the sacred shadow stone. He was also curious about where his current talent stood in the eyes of the immortal path. The sky was engulfed in surging red spiritual light that could be seen from 100,000 li around, all witnessing the pillar of light suddenly rising from the direction of Taishan. A red dragon soaring into the clouds, its shadow illuminating 100,000 li. The nearby great mysterious elder was taken aback, and then his complexion suddenly turned red, his voice shaking with disbelief. Superior immortal bone? The next instant, another figure appeared at the mouth of the valley, garbed in a grey robe, thin and tall. Gung Yiyang, whom he had not seen for a long time, stood not far away, also in shock, his dull eyes filled with astonishment. Chuzheng slowly withdrew his hand and bowed in greeting. "Holy Master, I hope you've been well." He stared at Chuzheng for a long time, the craggy bark-like face slowly forming a smile, then turned around and let out a shout that shook the red clouds thousands of li above the firmament. "Welcome the Saint Heir back to the sect." Taishan Holy Land. Within the main peak's grand hall, crimson crystal pillars scatter throughout, supporting the entire dome, casting a gentle firelight. The temperature here is extremely high. Ordinary Spirit Spring Realm cultivators find it hard to stay for long. Read new chapters at freewebnovel.com. The hall is vast and empty with only Gung Yiyang and Chuzheng present. Chuzheng sits cross-legged on the ground, his breathing steady when suddenly his gaze slightly furrows. Heavenly Pattern Immortal Fire Hall, 8th Order Lower Quality Immortal Treasure, crafted by an immortal artifact master, suppressing a ball of immortal flame beneath, quality unknown. Lower Quality Immortal Treasure. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Chuzheng's eyes inevitably show a trace of surprise. A complete lower quality immortal treasury. Its power is unfathomable, likely no weaker than a true immortal. Taishan Holy Land, worthy of a Taoist orthodoxy that produced a true immortal, this grand hall itself is a rare piece of immortal treasure, and who knows what other foundations it possesses. You didn't climb up to Taishan on a whim today just to stroll around, did you? What are you planning to do? Chuzheng's sudden arrival at Taishan and his display of superior immortal bone potential had, of course, delighted Gung Yiyang, but he was equally cautious. In his eyes, Chuzheng is too unpredictable. A person with no fear of death very rarely considers consequences. What's wrong with visiting my official wife? Chuzheng shifted his attention away from the immortal palace and slowly said, "Since when did I become the Taishan Holy Son? The Saint Heir is the candidate for Holy Master. With his status as Saint Heir and the current state of Taishan, it's almost undisputed that he would be the next Holy Master. However, he holds no interest in becoming the Taishan Holy Master. As of today, if you nod in agreement, you will be the only Taishan Holy Son. After my passing, you will take over the position of Taishan Holy Master, and all of Taishan will be yours." Gung Yiyang's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he said calmly, "Is not being the master of a holy land enough for you to be remembered by posterity? I have seen Immortal Ji." Chuzheng didn't hide the fact he had met Ji Yuyan and said directly, "How long that Songyun realm will exist is still unknown. How should one be remembered by posterity?" Ji Yuyan? Upon hearing the name Immortal Ji, Gung Yiyang's gaze furrowed, and he sat upright. "What did he say to you?" "He spoke of some matters of the universe." At this point, Chuzheng paused slightly before continuing. "After the great tournament of 10,000 sects, he intends to petition the Immortal Alliance to accept me into the minor immortal realm." At these words, Gung Yiyang's palm slightly furrowed and slowly clenched into a fist. After a moment, he released it with a somewhat powerless gesture, his expression returning to calm. Compared with the Immortal Alliance, Taishan Holy Land's competitiveness is too weak. If he were Chuzheng, he would also choose the Immortal Alliance without any hesitation. Moreover, the relationship between him and Chuzheng is far too fragile, initially maintained by threats alone, and a developing to this current state is within expectations. Still, he couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. "I have no plans to go to the minor immortal realm." The sound of Chuzheng's voice rose again, causing Gung Yiyang to be momentarily surprised. "Why not?" I have no plans to join the Immortal Alliance for the time being. Chuzheng shook his head slightly, for if he wanted to go further on the path of qi refining, he could not be too entangled with the Immortal Alliance. From Ji Yuyan's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that once he formed a golden core, there would be no turning back on the path of the qi refining lineage. Since the Immortal Alliance utterly rejects those of heretic paths, they certainly wouldn't tolerate him practicing qi refining techniques. Chuzheng had long made a firm decision. On this choice, being a decisive person, what must be discarded will be discarded. Besides, hesitating and looking back often leads to exerting effort without gaining favor. So, about this position of the Holy Sun. I will not take over Taixuan. Once I reach Tongxian in my cultivation, I will leave Songyun on my own, Chuzheng said plainly, without beating around the bush. Before that, I will always be the chief disciple of Taixuan authentic transmission. About the position of Holy Sun, you can choose another candidate before you die. What do you want? Deng Yiyang's gaze furrowed. Chuzheng's words were exactly what he longed for, but it would likely be hundreds of years until Chuzheng reached Tongxian. By that time, in the younger generation within the Holy Land, there will undoubtedly be someone capable of shouldering the responsibility, and with the immortal treasure to protect the sect, it should be enough to maintain this legacy. But Chuzheng certainly wouldn't be so willing to help him without wanting something in return. Divine fire and cultivation resources, Chuzheng said succinctly, stating his conditions. He needed the foundations nurtured by the Taixuan Holy Land over 10,000 years, wishing to attempt upgrading all 5 Dao foundations in his Dantian to 9 layers perfection. With his own power alone, it would be difficult to gather these spiritual objects in a short time. Agreed, all resources within Taixuan are at your disposal. Deng Yiyang did not hesitate, agreeing immediately, then spoke up, this is an agreement between you and me, known only to us. To the outside world, you are the Taixuan Holy Sun. How does that sound? Some resources, by rules, I can only give to you once you become the Holy Sun. Fine, Chuzheng did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. After a moment of silence, Chuzheng spoke up again, bringing up the former owner of the condensing space bracelet, Yu Ziyun. Yu Ziyun died at the hands of the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, seemingly connected with those from the Tai Su Holy Land. As the words fell, Deng Yiyang's brow twitched sharply, his eyes growing darker. How are you certain? Chuzheng slowly lifted his hand, his fingertip shimmering with spiritual light. A sword chi formed by water flowed like a dragon weaving through his palm. I have learned the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance. It matches the traces left on Yu Ziyun's corpse. This, of course, was an excuse Chuzheng had improvised on the spot. When he had first encountered Yu Ziyun's remains with Deng Yiyang, he had already ascertained the true cause of death, but he had waited until now to reveal it. Deng Yiyang's pupils dilated slightly as he watched the small sword swimming in the palm of Chuzheng, hardly concealing his astonishment. He had previously speculated about the cause of Yu Ziyun's death, but it was only now confirmed. What so shocked him was Chuzheng's seemingly effortless control over the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance. The Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, this sword technique, required exceptional talent to master. Even prodigies with high-quality immortal bones would need at least a decade of hard training to reach Chuzheng's level of proficiency. Even for those with superior immortal bones, in the history of Tai Su Holy Land, the fastest to master the basics took a full 2 years. Deng Yiyang had heard about Chuzheng acquiring several immortal ascension methods, but he had never imagined Chuzheng's mastery of the Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance had become so proficient. After a long while, Deng Yiyang finally regained his senses, his gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. As expected of the demon who forcefully cultivated the heretic path and achieved success in the Songyun realm, Chuzheng's talent far surpassed his imagination. A superior immortal bone was certainly not Chuzheng's limit. Compared to root bone, it was his comprehension that was truly terrifying. He was almost certain about Chuzheng's cultivation of the heretic path, but he did not intend to point it out. Bringing it up at this time might seem like a threat, and given Chuzheng's keen and changeable mind, it would inevitably lead to many conjectures and potential misunderstandings, which could be detrimental. Now that Chuzheng had already met Ji Yuyan, the challenge of the great tournament of 10,000 sects could be considered past. As for the issues after the tournament, such as Song Lingxue leaving the realm and the deviation of Heavenly Dao still unable to return to the starting point, he would find a way to cover for Chu Jing later. With 8 more years to go, there was plenty of time to prepare. Seeing that Gung Yiyang remained silent for a long time, Chu Jing assumed he was considering the relationship with Tai Su Holy Land and did not interrupt. Let's go, I'll introduce you to the people in Taishan Holy Land as of now. After a while, Gung Yiyang spoke again, slowly rising to his feet, his expression betraying neither pleasure nor anger. Chu Jing discreetly reached out and touched the grand hall beneath him before finally standing and following Gung Yiyang out. At the foot of Taishan Main Peak lay a vast plaza. More than 10,000 years ago, this place was only accessible to true disciples and inner sect disciples, but it had now been temporarily converted into living quarters for a group of disciples. At this moment, the plaza was crowded with figures, over 2,000 little radishes gathered together, their laughter and playful noise endless. Since they were all children of the same age, a few words were enough for them to get along, and without the presence of adults, their revelry skyrocketed. Only a few tens of children at the front sat up straight and solemn, wearing the attire of Taishan inner sect disciples. From the day they entered, they knew they were different from the kids still in the outer sect. An invisible gap had already formed. Hurry, stand properly, no more fussing, Shen Mao, what are you doing? Stop pulling down someone's trousers. Jian Shouhui. You rascal, is this the place for you to pee? Fu Quanliang meandered among the children, his face full of anguish, totally unable to control these little devils. After much chaos, the ranks were at last reluctantly formed. Sprightly, with the arrival of a great mysterious elder, the arena instantly fell silent. The children who were making noise just a moment ago instantly became quiet as mice. To Fu Quanliang, they were not afraid, as at most he would scold them without ever physically punishing them. But the elders were different, they were rare great cultivators in the world, and just their aura alone could instill fear deep within their hearts, daring no one to offend. Fu Quanliang heaved a deep sigh of relief, and upon lifting his head and seeing Gung Yiyang and Chu Jing approaching from the peak, he became somewhat nervous. Sitting in the position of the inner sect's head disciple made him feel like he was constantly walking on thin ice, always fearful of making a mistake without the support of talent. A series of Taishan elders successively arrived and faced Chu Jing, bowing slightly in gesture. Greetings, Saint Heir. The Saint Heir, in terms of status, was even above many elders. No one in Taishan dared to argue against Gung Yiyang's decision. If he believed Chu Jing was the Taishan Saint Heir, then Chu Jing was, just like Fu Quanliang with lower quality immortal bone, he could still attain the position of head of the inner sect disciples. This was not an empty title. The amount of resources for cultivation that the head of the inner sect received monthly was beyond the imagining of ordinary cultivators. Greetings, Saint Heir. Fu Quanliang kneeled on one knee in salute, the children behind him imitated his actions, clumsily kneeling down and muttered, Greetings, Saint Heir. Chu Jing gazed at the group before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Never before had he so directly felt the dire circumstances of the Taishan Holy Land. A bunch of old elders on the verge of returning to the earth, leading a bunch of children just beginning their enlightenment. In another 100 years, most of these elders would have perished, and by then, the entire Taishan would be like a child carrying gold through the market, with destruction only a moment away. Were it not for desperation, Gung Yiyang would not have conceded step by step in front of him. Apart from him, there would be no second suitable person to take up the heavy burden, even for a short while. This is the head of the Punishment Hall, Gu Yuan. The Master of Alchemy Hall, Gong Rulong. The head of Artifact Refining Hall, Qi Ying. Gung Yiyang, bringing Chu Jing along, met with many elders, leaving him with a basic impression. All the elders were quite indifferent in their attitude, none too eager. Their understanding of Chu Jing was only based on various messages from the outside world, and they didn't know much about him personally. Their lives had been too long, the bad habit of rashly judging someone had long been extinguished in the passage of time. Regarding Chu Jing, they all reserved their opinions, waiting to interact more in the future before they could form a clearer impression. Chu Jing felt the same way, Toward these old antiques with cultivations at least above the divine transformation realm, he habitually harbored some caution. After a brief introduction, the elders quickly dispersed. Unless there was important business, they preferred to stay in their caves, conserving their chi strength. That way, they might live a few more years, able to support Taishan for a little longer. Fu Quanliang originally wanted to say something to Chu Jing, but after glancing at Gung Yang next to him, he stopped and then turned to send his fellow junior brothers and sisters back first. Once the crowd had dispersed, Gung Yang suddenly said, "What do you think of Taishuan's current situation?" Chu Jing was silent for a while before directly stating, "A building on the verge of collapse, as precarious as a pile of eggs." If it weren't for Chu Zheng's existence, Gung Yang's best plan would have been to find a sufficiently cultivated successor from outside. But to do so would be to hand over Taishuan's foundation to others, truly sparing no one's feelings. Gung Yang grinned, waved his hand, "You know where Song Lingxue is. I need not tell you. Go on." Without saying much, Chu Jing bowed and departed straightaway. His primary reason for coming to Taishan was to deliver the martial barrier to Song Lingxue. Song Lingxue's location was at the top of a spirit peak on the edge of Taishan, some distance from the main peak. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chu Jing finally arrived. Just as he landed, Chu Jing saw Song Lingxue on the practice platform. His slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Even though he knew that Gung Yang would not make things too difficult for Song Lingxue, he couldn't help but worry a bit. Now that he saw her in good condition, he naturally set his mind at ease. Chu Jing stepped onto the practice platform. Before Song Lingxue could even react, a figure had already appeared behind her. An instinctive response made her hair stand on end, but the familiar presence that followed made her unconsciously lower her just raised hand, turning around in disbelief. Enjoy new adventures from freewebnovel.com. The young man behind her stood tall, his smile warm. The breath that reached her was as warm and clean as ever, and in his clear eyes, a familiar face reflected in surprise appeared. "Unharmed, I trust." Hearing the words near her ear, Song Lingxue felt as if a taut string in her heart was slowly relaxing. After examining Chu Jing for a long while, she slowly raised her hand, straightening his slightly disheveled hair by his temples, her eyes smiling, "All is well." Taishan Holy Land had shown considerable care for Song Lingxue, specially establishing a separate residence for her and channeling a stream of the spiritual spring into it. A jade pool, 30 feet square, was filled with spirit spring water, circulating ceaselessly day and night. Due to the influence of the natural environment, the water was extremely hot, which for a cultivator was just perfect, quickly relaxing numb muscles. The 30-foot square jade pool, even if two people bathed together, would not feel crowded in the slightest. "How come you suddenly came to Taishan? Could there be trouble? What about your parents?" Song Lingxue's complexion, now 3 shades rosier, was laced with a touch of worry. The words Gung Yang had spoken previously left her unsettled, and she harbored continuous concern for Chu Jing's current situation. The identity of a heretic cultivator was undoubtedly a great hidden danger. A slight misstep could lead to grave consequences. "Father is in Giant Marsh, staying with your eldest uncle's family. I have also seen Ling Qing before, all is well." Chu Jing, with eyes closed cultivating, adjusted the significantly increased yuan qi within his body, casually saying, "As for me, you needn't worry at all, I have it under control." No sooner had the echo of his voice faded than he slowly lifted his hand, revealing a necklace in his palm, the pale blue clam pearls shining even more entrancing under the refraction of water. Song Lingxue's eyes brightened as she reached out and snatched it. She couldn't claim to have a fondness for jewelry, as in the past when she was in Song residence she always dressed simply. However, Chu Jing remembering to bring her a gift was enough to bring joy. "That martial path remnant wall, I spent some time gathering its pieces, and it's now completely restored. It can save you from many detours." Chu Jing took a breath, rubbing the teeth marks on his shoulder and neck, feeling somewhat helpless. Song Lingxue's habit of leaving marks on his body always reminded him of some animals. Hearing of the martial path remnant wall, Song Lingxue's focus was instantly pulled back, bursting with joy. "Where is it?" In the way of the martial path, she was like someone feeling stones to cross a river, struggling with every step, expending great effort, urgently in need of a beacon to guide her. Chu Jing stood up and exited the spirit pool, draped his vestment robe on, and walked into the inner room, with Song Lingshui hastily following. The fully repaired martial barrier, about 3 feet wide and nearly half a zhang long, bore clear divine skills marks and complete diagrams for cultivating routines. At the sight of the Shantian martial barrier, Song Lingshui was transfixed and couldn't tear her eyes away. For a martial cultivator groping his way forward, the life's work left behind by a martial god was more precious than any treasure. Engrossed in the sight, Song Lingshui was left undisturbed by Chu Jing, who left and headed towards the mountainside. Li Mingzhou and a group of other martial cultivators were arranged to stay on the mountainside, where the temperature was not as blistering as at the mountaintop, creating a more comfortable living environment. Without Li Mingzhou, the chance of Song Lingshui initially encountering that piece of the martial path remnant wall would have been slim to none. If it weren't for Song Lingshui's martial path cultivation to mask their presence, he would have had a hard time avoiding the search of the several great holy lands at first, but her involvement bought him an extremely valuable period of time. In this regard, Li Mingzhou had conferred great favor upon him. After a long separation, Li Mingzhou seemed more spirited than before, still under 50, his hair was jet black and lustrous, his vitality at its peak, and his cultivation had thoroughly stabilized at the second layer of the Yuan Aura realm. The other martial path grandmasters had also successfully transitioned from condensing qi to aura. With living examples before them, their path forward would be much easier to walk. Though the Taishan Holy Land was a bit intolerably hot, the spiritual energy here was many times stronger than in the outside world, making cultivation far quicker than elsewhere. These martial path grandmasters were already not young, having weathered many storms and long since learning to adapt to their circumstances, hence, they seemed quite unfazed. Chu Jing? What brings you here? Seeing Chu Jing, Li Mingzhou couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise. Their information was very limited, they knew little about the outside world and only vaguely understood that Chu Jing's current situation was very dangerous. Governor Li, Chu Jing greeted with a smile. I am no commandant now, said Li Mingzhou, shaking his head slightly with a dim expression. From a mere mortal warrior, he had directly encountered a cultivation holy land. The span in between was something many cultivators could not achieve in a lifetime, yet he managed it in an instant, a twist of fate. Experience tales at freewebnovel.com. I came here to deliver something to you, Chu Jing said, extracting a map as he spoke. You gave me a fragmented map once, today, I return to you a complete one. This? Li Mingzhou was taken aback for a moment, his breathing deepening as he gazed upon the map in Chu Jing's hand. No one understood the weight of that fragmented map better than he did. It was with that fragment that he had deduced a small part of the path ahead in the martial path. That Song Lingshui could condense her qi to aura so rapidly was also largely associated with it. Now, it's not easy for us to even stay alive, isn't this map too valuable? Regaining his senses, Li Mingzhou hesitated for a moment. He did not feel he had done Chu Jing a great service, most of it was just a helping hand. That they were still alive and could continue to cultivate the martial path was tied to Chu Jing, and they were already indebted to him. It's just a map. Chu Jing stuffed the map into Li Mingzhou's hands and said firmly, you and the others cultivate in peace here and watch for changes, I'll figure out the rest. The fragmented map had been just as important to Li Mingzhou, and yet Li Mingzhou still gave it to him. That debt of gratitude was something Chu Jing always remembered. There was still some time before the warriors of the martial path arrived, and it was not necessarily the case that Li Mingzhou and the others only had the option of leaving the Songyun realm with the people from the martial hall. There were still some twists in the tale. If it were not for a situation of complete helplessness, Chu Jing did not wish for Song Lingshui and Li Mingzhou to leave Songyun realm with the people from the martial hall. The universe was too vast, and the starry sky too broad. Ordinary cultivators could spend their entire lives without ever reaching the edge. Once they parted ways, whether they would have the chance to meet again was uncertain. As for the concept of the universe, Chu Jing had a certain understanding from his previous life. and the thought of distances measured in millions and tens of millions of light-years alone could lead one to despair. It's because of me that you're in trouble. Li Mingzhou felt somewhat ashamed. He had always thought it was because of him that Song Lingshui had come this far and that their actions had alerted the Holy Land. If he hadn't taken Song Lingshui to look for that martial path remnant wall, perhaps nothing would have happened. Don't think too much, the current situation has little to do with you, said Chu Jing, his brow slightly furrowed, unable to explain the reasons to Li Mingzhou yet. A moment later, Chu Jing left the residence of the martial masters without any delay and headed straight for the alchemy hall of the Taishan Holy Land. He did not want to waste time and wished to improve his Dao foundation and accelerate his cultivation progress quickly. Without strength, all was empty talk. The location of the alchemy hall was on a spirit peak in the central region of Taishan, not far from the main peak, where the temperature was noticeably higher than in other areas. With Chu Jing's current cultivation, approaching this place made him sweat slightly, and it was estimated that ordinary cultivators of the spirit spring realm would need to protect their bodies with spiritual energy to get close. The surface of the spirit peak was a bare rock wall. The whole mountain body was hollowed out, with numerous alchemy rooms set up throughout. During the heyday of the Taishan, the demand for alchemy rooms far exceeded the supply, and they were nearly always full. Now, most of them had been vacant for who knows how long, with thick dust in front of the doors of the vast majority of the rooms, with no signs of footprints. After entering the mountain path, the temperature suddenly rose even higher, and the air felt like a ball of fire burning, scorching the heart and lungs. Chu Jing regulated the breath within his body and continued downward, soon entering a stone cavern. The cavern stretched over 30 zhang, with a pill furnace nearly 10 zhang tall placed in the center, where bluish flames blazed at its base. After entering the cavern, the temperature around him paradoxically dropped, and Chu Jing spotted the reason at a glance. The scorching air had all been absorbed by the pill furnace, contained within without any leakage. This furnace must undoubtedly be a rare wondrous treasure. Saint Air. Gong Rulong stood with his hands behind his back next to the pill furnace, nodding as a greeting. He had already sensed Chu Jing the moment he neared the place. I've come here unannounced, disturbing Elder Gong's alchemy, said Chu Jing as he bowed. No matter, alchemy does not require constant full focus. What brings the Saint Air here? Gong Rulong waved his hand, his gaze returning to the pill furnace above. I wish to obtain some spiritual objects to enhance the quality of my celestial foundation, Chu Jing replied directly. Upon hearing this, Gong Rulong's gaze shifted, and he lightly stroked his white beard, showing a trace of curiosity. May I ask what layer your celestial foundation is at, Saint Air? 6th layer. Indeed, that is on the low side. I presume it's because when you were building your Dao foundation, the environment was harsh and lacked spiritual objects. Elder Gong's discernment is indeed accurate, complimented Chu Jing. The quality of the celestial foundation is graded, and only those above the 7th layer are considered high quality, possessing the potential to become an immortal. Among individuals with high-quality immortal bone, there is a certain chance to form a 7th layer celestial foundation. With his current superior immortal bone, the celestial foundation he constructed should have started from the 7th layer, unless there was a problem during the foundation setting. In this regard, Gong Rulong's guess was spot on. However, Chu Jing first had his celestial foundation and then grew his immortal bone, with the sequence being slightly out of order, so it could not be judged by common standards. Saint Air, please wait a moment. Gong Rulong extended his hand and cast a spiritual formula into the pill furnace, which caused the intensity of the flame beneath it to change abruptly. Not long after, the light from beneath the pill furnace suddenly surged out and Gong Rulong swallowed it, followed by a light sound. Boomayuro, the heavy lid of the pill furnace flew up, and dozens of points of spiritual light flew out from it into Gong Rulong's palm. He then casually tossed one to Chu Jing. Saint Air, take a look and see the quality of the spirit pills from this furnace, he said. Chu Jing subconsciously caught it, and soon after, a prompt from the interface in his mind appeared. Soul Purifying Pill, 4th Order, a divine soul-type elixir that can purify impurities within the soul, enhance cultivation. During the pill creation, the temperature was rushed, resulting in the loss of a small portion of medicinal power, but it still remains a high-quality work of a master, with a restoration requirement, 0/20. The spirit pills refined by Elder Gong are naturally of superior quality, Chuzheng said, somewhat surprised at the casual mastery Gong Rulong demonstrated in producing fourth-order elixirs. The elixir he held in his hand was precious even to divine infant cultivators and was priceless in the outside world. This batch of spirit pills has some flaws. Can the Saint Air detect the issue? Gong Rulong casually asked. It must be due to haste during the collection, leading to some loss of medicinal power. It's my intrusion that affected Elder Gong's batch of high-quality spirit pills, Chuzheng immediately admitted, thinking Gong Rulong was expressing some dissatisfaction. You know alchemy as well? Gong Rulong was originally just making casual conversation and was taken aback upon hearing Chuzheng's response. Given the rate of Chuzheng's current cultivation progress, he was astonished that Chuzheng still had the capacity to dabble in alchemy, which seemed quite far-fetched. I only know the basics, sufficient to discern the quality of elixirs, but I wouldn't dare claim proficiency. Chuzheng immediately shook his head. Discover hidden stories at freewebnovel.com. With your eye for detail, not studying alchemy is such a waste. Gong Rulong let out a long sigh, his face filled with regret. However, he had no intention of suggesting that Chuzheng pursue the alchemy path. For a prodigy like Chuzheng, there was no need to waste energy on such trivial pursuits. If alchemy were to hinder his progress in cultivation, it would be a loss not worth the gain. There are still a few heavenly flame grasses in the treasury that can enhance the quality of the celestial foundation. They would be perfect for the Saint Air. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Before the words had even faded, Gong Rulong had disappeared from the stone cave. A moment later, Gong Rulong returned, his palm now holding a six-leafed strange grass about a foot long, with rounded, blood-red leaves that looked like clusters of burning flames. Heavenly flame grass has an extremely potent effect and must be taken in 6 portions. This vial of snow lotus pills can protect the Saint Air's viscera and lessen the suffering. Experience more content on freewebnovel.com. Gong Rulong seemed to have thought everything through, handing over both the heavenly flame grass and a jade vial. Saint Air, please take these now. I will protect the law for you. Heavenly flame grass, 5th order, an exceptional spiritual object that grows against the natural flow by using wood to overcome fire, born amidst descending divine flames. It greatly enhances one's affinity with fire attribute spiritual chi. Snow lotus pill, 3rd order, made from the 9-petal snow lotus that has matured for 3,000 years, it has an extremely cold nature. Caution is advised when consuming it as the chill can harm the viscera and is difficult to expel. Chuzheng's expression shifted. He did not refuse and immediately tore off a leaf, sat down cross-legged, and then took out a snow lotus pill and swallowed it. 5th order spiritual objects were of great significance to cultivators at the divine transformation realm, and naturally, their medicinal properties were extremely fierce. Chuzheng, unafraid of pain, knew that suffering less would be beneficial. The heavenly flame grass turned into a blisteringly intense energy as soon as it entered his mouth, attracted by the fire element foundation within his dantian, and rushed directly toward it. This energy, passing through the viscera on its way, brought with it an unbearable scorching pain. The chill of the snow lotus pill, cold as it was, could only provide a modicum of defense. The so-called indelible cold was nothing before the heavenly flame grass and was being consumed at an astonishing rate. Chuzheng focused his spirit, guiding this energy into his dantian. The fire element foundation trembled and emitted a faint light, immediately starting to expand and transform, forcing the other 4 foundations to retract due to the pressure. Crack a euro. A moment later, Chuzheng felt his immortal bone stretch out, increasing the speed at which he absorbed spiritual chi. The fire element foundation, unhindered, grew taller by 1 layer, entering the 7th layer. A 7th layer celestial foundation signified the qualifications for becoming an immortal, but this was far from Chuzheng's limit. Chuzheng opened his eyes, tore off another leaf of the heavenly flame grass, and continued to enhance the fire element foundation. After ingesting another 2 leaves of the heavenly flame grass, the red foundation rose a level, reaching the 8th layer. An eighth-layer foundation, stepping through the immortal tribulation into the true immortal realm, was almost certain. After a while, Chuzheng opened his eyes again, poured all the snow lotus pills from the vial into his mouth, and then consumed the remaining 3 leaves of the heavenly flame grass, including the roots, in succession. Not until the effect of the heavenly flame grass had been fully assimilated did Chuzheng's foundation undergo another transformation, soaring up a level. Rich red immortal light overflowed from Chuzheng's body, dying. The entire stone cave a deep crimson. 9th layer celestial foundation, qualifications of an immortal king. Seeing this, Gong Rulong looked momentarily entranced. The heavenly flame grass was merely an aid, it was Chuzheng's own potential that had been stimulated. A 9-fold celestial foundation, stepping into the true immortal realm, was absolutely assured, and becoming a celestial lord was highly probable, granting him the credentials to touch upon the realm of the immortal king. Most with a superior immortal bone entering the path typically ended up with an 8th-layer celestial foundation at best. Those who were able to forge a 9th layer were few and far between. Chuzheng's brows slightly furrowed as he began to sort out the chaotic 5 elements qi inside his dantian. This time, the enhancement of the fire element foundation was too intense, causing a renewed imbalance among the 5 elements within his dantian. Now, the fire element foundation took up half of the space within the dantian, almost completely dominating it and forcing the other 4 foundations to one side. Without the medicinal support of the 5 elements shaping pill, the balance of the 5 elements would have been shattered in an instant, and the painstakingly constructed foundations might even collapse. After a while, Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment in his gaze. After his foundation rose to the 9th layer, he vaguely sensed that there was more room for advancement beyond the 9th layer. However, he could only stop here for now, at least until he could enhance the other foundations. He even needed to suppress the power of the fire element foundation. After calming his inner breath, Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes and said, unable to hide his eagerness, Elder Gong, are there any other 5-element spiritual objects? The foundation of the Taishan Holy Land was formidable. Undoubtedly, it would not lack spiritual objects. Read exclusive chapters at freewebnovel.com. You have more than one Dao foundation? Gong Rulong noticed the few strands of qi leaking from Chuzheng's dantian and involuntarily took a sharp breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. The majority of cultivators' physiques, based on innate tendencies, become more pronounced after beginning cultivation under the influence of cultivation techniques. Those cultivating the Taishan divine fire scripture would mostly form a Dao foundation of the fire attribute. Forming multiple Dao foundations was not unheard of, but it was exceedingly rare. Having an additional Dao foundation often meant an increased burden on cultivation growth, requiring extra effort to enhance, which for ordinary cultivators, could slow their progress. There are some other spiritual objects, but none as rare as the heavenly flame grass. As for the 5-element spiritual objects, please wait a moment. Returning to his senses, Gong Rulong hastily left. This time, it took half a day before he returned, bringing many spiritual objects with him. Ice Spirit Flower, 4th-order high-quality spiritual object, grown under ice layers that don't melt for tens of thousands of years, drawing a great amount of water spirit qi. Consuming it can significantly enhance affinity with water attribute spiritual qi. Moon Essence Silver Dew, 4th-order high-quality spiritual object, a product of the spiritual spring absorbing the essence of the moon. It can slightly enhance the constitution of the living beings and fill up the deficiency of water attribute internally. Spiritual Jade Branch, 6th-order/incomplete a spiritual awakening object, grown in the core area of a superior spirit vein as a strange grass, nearly transformed into a human, just a step away from becoming an immortal plant. It was chopped by a true immortal, leaving only a segment of its branch and leaves, its vitality broken, beyond repair, permanently residing underground, absorbing a large amount of earth attribute spiritual power, capable of altering a cultivator's constitution. Swallowing in large amounts offers a certain chance to induce an acquired earth spirit constitution. Starry Ancient Tree, 5th-order/incomplete superior spiritual object, an exotic species grown upon the stars, consuming gold as it absorbed all the essence of a dead star, nearing spiritual awakening. Its wood attribute spiritual chi is extremely rich. Due to being away from the stars for too long, the spiritual chi is vanishing, reparable, 0/1000. The spiritual objects Gong Rulong brought were quite abundant, with more than 10 types. Apart from the fire attribute, it covered the other 4 elements, but their quality was mixed. Except for that segment of spiritual jade branch, the rest couldn't compare with the heavenly flame grass. After all, it has been 10,000 years since we last opened our sect gate, and the resources have dwindled. Previously, to help you recruit some soul-condensing cultivators for support, quite a lot of resources were distributed. Now, in the treasury, what remains useful for you is only these. These are sufficient, thank you, Elder Gong. At this, Chuzheng was not the slightest bit disappointed. If he had to collect these spiritual objects himself, it would take an unknown amount of time. Chuzheng did not rest for long, promptly beginning to enhance the quality of his Tao foundation again. The slight fatigue he had felt before, under the effects of the enhancement panel, was completely swept away. For the second celestial foundation, Chuzheng focused on the water attribute Tao foundation. Given that water and fire counteract each other, the suppression it currently suffered was the most severe and needed to be addressed first. After consuming all the water attribute spiritual objects, Chuzheng raised his water attribute Tao foundation to the 8th layer. He intended to press on to the 9th layer in one fell swoop, but due to a shortage of spiritual objects and the suppression from the fire attribute foundation, he ultimately failed. Chuzheng did not rush to enhance the gold attribute Tao foundation. He could return to his residence later to nourish it with the gold element chi from the magic treasures, so there was no need to hurry. The remaining wood and earth attribute Tao foundations were the weakest links within his 5 elements structure. With the Taishan divine fire for the fire attribute foundation, the Taisu scripture for water, and the glazed record of immortality, albeit incomplete, for gold which still counted as an immortal ascension method providing temporary sufficiency. However, the wood and earth attributes still lacked their respective immortal ascension methods, resulting in minor imperfections in the quality of their Tao foundations. The methods of forming Tao foundations in immortal ascension methods far surpassed ordinary cultivation techniques, with a gap as vast as that between heaven and earth. Although the starry ancient tree was incomplete, it still ranked as a superior spiritual object, and despite some flaws in the wooden element Tao foundation, it forcefully raised Chuzheng's wood attribute Tao foundation to the 8th layer, still with force to spare. The most precious segment of the spiritual jade branch was not used by Chuzheng yet. He saved it, consuming the other earth attribute spiritual objects, and his earth element Tao foundation remained at the 7th layer, the weakest among the 5 elements. Having used up the spiritual jade branch, his hopes of reaching the 9th layer were exceedingly slim, for the cultivation technique to build his Tao foundation was greatly inferior. Compared with the immortal ascension method, even a 6th-order cultivation true formula seemed somewhat inadequate now. It would be better to find the appropriate immortal ascension method and push forward in one vigorous effort rather than waste the spiritual object. How is it? Seeing Chuzheng finish his cultivation, Gong Rulong suddenly appeared somewhat nervous. Thank you, Elder, I am only one step away from perfection, Chuzheng nodded. At those words, Gong Rulong's brow furrowed slightly and he waved his hand, there's no need to rush. I will send out a message right now to help you search for spiritual objects, and results should be forthcoming soon. It's not a shortage of spiritual objects. Chuzheng shook his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. I lack 2 immortal ascension methods needed to perfect the wood element and earth element Tao foundations. Do we have them in the Holy Land? It had been rumored that you seized several Holy Lands' immortal ascension methods for the purpose of entering the path. Even with his vast experience, Gong Rulong was shocked by Chuzheng's idea. You intend to cultivate 5 immortal ascension methods simultaneously? The complexity and profoundness of immortal ascension methods were such that ordinary prodigies found cultivating even one an arduous task. Cultivating 5, moreover with mutual constructive and destructive relationships, was akin to reaching for the heavens. Chuzheng nodded, about to speak, but Gong Rulong raised his hand to interrupt. wait a moment, let this old man gather his thoughts. He paced back and forth, his breathing slightly rapid and irregular, a reaction almost impossible for a Tongxian pseudo-immortal. Yet at this moment, Gong Rulong could not afford to be distracted. Faced with Chu Jing, he could not even utter words of dissuasion. He himself possessed only a high-quality immortal bone and had only cultivated one 7-layer Dao foundation, lacking talent in alchemy. He couldn't hold his head high before those with superior immortal bones. These monstrous talents couldn't be judged by normal standards. Carelessly offering advice might just mislead the next generation. Now, naturally, Gong Rulong began to consider how to acquire these immortal ascension methods for Chu Jing. Within the Immortal Alliance, there is no shortage of methods for becoming an immortal. If you have enough merits, you could even acquire Immortal King's secret techniques, supreme divine skills, but currently, you scarcely have any merits, and we don't have the luxury of waiting. The sect defending secret scripture of primordial spirit Holy Land, the vast earth-nourishing spirit true scripture, is connected to earth element. Perhaps there's a way. Gong Rulong stopped pacing, sinking deeper into thought, his gaze narrowing. As he pondered, a beam of spiritual light flew in from outside the cave and landed near Gong Rulong's ear, snapping him back to reality, his eyes filled with slight confusion. Someone is looking for you, from the Eastern Territory Song clan. This was a message from the Mountain Guardian Elder, who had delivered an invitation from the Song clan, seeking an audience with Chu Jing. That day, when Chu Jing returned to the sect, it caused a great stir, witnessed by many. The news that the Taishan Holy Sun had already returned to the sect had spread far and wide. Hearing of the Eastern Territory Song clan, Chu Jing pondered for a while, then quickly decided to meet them. Although they had not met, Chu Jing had guessed the purpose of their visit. It was undoubtedly for that piece of family heritage blood jade. The sooner the Song clan's secret realm issue was resolved, the fewer troubles there would be later. Since the Song clan had once produced a true immortal, they must possess immortal ascension methods. In this regard, Chu Jing was very interested. He was now the son-in-law of the Southern Territory Song clan, all one family, hence they ought to help each other. Having received Chu Jing's permission, the Song clan individuals were finally able to enter Taishan. Since the day Chu Jing returned, Gung Yang began to close off for cultivation and no longer received visitors. In other words, as the Saint Heir, Chu Jing had now invisibly become the highest-ranking person in Taishan. The morning sky was thick with dawn's vibrant energy. Chu Jing casually picked a remote peak, and in a palace upon it, he met with the visitors from the Song clan lineage. Aside from him, Gong Rulong was also present, accompanied by 2 supreme elders who had entered the 9 transformations of Divine Infant. In the presence of these 3, the number of people in the Southern Territory who could harm Chu Jing was very few. The Song clan had brought only 3 people, one of whom Chu Jing recognized. It was Song Xian, whom Chu Jing had met during his time in Great Zhou, the same one who had once had an encounter with Song Lingqing. Song clan, Song Xingming, pays respects to the Taishan Holy Sun. Song Xingming looked at Chu Jing and greeted him with clasped hands. As the heir to a holy land, his status was only higher, not lower than Song Xingming's, and he was worthy of this gesture of respect. Speak your purpose, Chu Jing commanded from the head seat, cutting to the chase. Song Xingming didn't speak but instead turned his head to look at Song Xian beside him. Seeing this, Song Xian stepped forward without any hesitation, bowed deeply, and then spoke with his head lowered and in a respectful tone. During the incident in Great Zhou, Song Xian was unaware of the Saint Heir's status and caused offense. Today, I have specifically come to ask for forgiveness, hoping the Saint Heir can pardon my past transgressions. Compared to the prideful demeanor he had upon their first meeting, Song Xian's posture was undoubtedly much lower now. These scions of age-old families often possess certain instincts uncommon to ordinary people, where the interests of the clan often outweigh personal honor or disgrace. It's unnecessary. Disputes are only normal when one is away from home, Chu Jing said, devoid of any intention to take the matter to heart, and waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Song Xingming with a slightly focused gaze. Presumably, this elder has not come for this trivial matter alone. Please, speak frankly. This act of Song Xingming was clearly a gesture of goodwill, but Chu Jing was not interested in such overtures. He rarely took such minor frictions to heart, as most of the time, action led to life or death outcomes. For Song Xian, he had no significant animosity either. With his impressive family background and personal talent, he was entitled to his pride. Furthermore, the lesson that needed to be given had already been delivered last time. Seeing Chu Jing's candid and direct demeanor, Song Xingming also felt slightly relieved. At least, this Taishan holy son seemed not difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence, he still chose to be direct. Has the Saint Heir already been informed of the Song clan's hereditary secret realm? I am aware, Chu Jing replied without evasion. I know you are searching for blood jade fragments, and I indeed have one in my possession. Song Xingming's brows slightly furrowed. Chu Jing's overly straightforward attitude made him suddenly feel a bit uneasy. What does the Saint Heir desire? No sooner had he asked the question than Song Xingming immediately added, this secret realm can only be unlocked by my Song clan's bloodline, and most of the inherited treasures within are prepared by our ancestors for their progeny. Outsiders will find it difficult to enjoy. The implicit meaning was to encourage Chu Jing to give up on the idea of the secret realm. Song Xingming's worry stemmed not from Chu Jing's cultivation but from what Gung Yiyang had said before. As long as Chu Jing desires it, the Taishan Holy Land will help him obtain it. This statement's significance was such that Song Xingming had no choice but to take it seriously. With such an ancient faction, one couldn't fathom how many trump cards it might be concealing. The current Song clan was no longer what it used to be. Hearing what Song Xingming had said, Chu Jing's mouth curved slightly as he spoke in a smooth voice. Your Song clan has its own methods for searching for people. You must already know that within Taishan, there is someone from the Song clan, right? When I came last time, I had already noticed it. According to your holy master, he is a heretic cultivator, now within the jurisdiction of the Immortal Alliance, and can no longer be considered as part of my Song clan. Song Xingming spoke slowly, scrutinizing Chu Jing, his gaze gradually sharpening. This matter had already been addressed by Gung Yiyang, there was no need to hide it. From Chu Jing's words, he had already discerned a hint of something. Today's affairs were unlikely to be settled amicably. She is my wife. Chu Jing nodded slightly, his expression amiable, his eyes carrying a trace of a smile. I can also be considered a son-in-law of the Southern Territory Song clan. We're all family here. Family. Song Xingming chewed over these words. And just as he was beginning to feel relief, the low, casual voice of Chu Jing reached his ears again. Since we are family, there's no need to divide so clearly. I'll take half of all the resources in the family's secret realm, including the Song clan's immortal ascension method. Even with Song Xingming's years of political acumen, he was astonished by Chu Jing's audacious demand, exclaiming involuntarily, "What did you say?" Regaining his composure, a surge of blood qi rushed to his head, his forehead veins pulsing slightly. Is the Saint Heir joking? Claiming half of the resources at once, even coveting the Song clan's immortal ascension method euro, each of these demands nearly breached the red lines of a true immortal noble family. Setting aside the secret realm for now, the significance of the immortal ascension method could be inferred from the reactions of the other holy lands earlier. I am not in the mood for jokes with you, these are my terms. Chu Jing stood up, approaching Song Xingming with measured steps, speaking methodically. Discover stories at freewebnovel.com. The half of the resources that I want is not for myself, but for the entire Southern Territory Song clan. I am willing to swear to this. The condition now presented by Chu Jing was already a considerable compromise on his part. With the fragment of remnant jade in Ling Qing's hands, Chu Jing could directly restore it to completion through the panel, and then use Ling Qing's own essence blood to directly unlock the secret realm. In doing so, he could entirely remove the Song clan from the game. It remained the same principle. The secret realm was, after all, a hereditary treasure of the Song clan. Coveting such a heritage was considered excessively greedy. He wasn't particularly eager to have it. The Southern Territory Song clan has been struggling for survival amidst the mundane world, and major immortal sects, prepared to go to the extent of having their flesh and blood separated in preparation for various contingencies. To date, who knows how many of their kin are still alive. The Eastern Territory Song clan already felt guilt toward this branch in the south. Chu Jing merely wanted to secure some compensation for them. Even if he did not need it now, Ling Qing would find it useful once she advanced in her cultivation. Unlike Ling Xue, she practices the immortal path and has a long journey ahead in the Songyun realm. She needs to make preparations in advance and, moreover, this is rightfully hers. As for the Song clan's immortal ascension method, Chu Jing did indeed harbor some personal desires for it. The Southern Territory Song clan needs such a cultivation technique, and so does he. On the other hand, it's uncertain what lies within the secret realm. It could well be dangerous. Having the Eastern Territory Song clan scout ahead would also be advantageous. That's impossible. Inside the Grand Hall, Song Xingming looked at Chu Jing not far away, his gaze slightly icy. The members of the Southern Territory Song clan have mostly been found by us. Once this matter is concluded, they will naturally be properly settled, and the clan resources will be distributed as needed. The Saint Heir needn't worry himself about it. The Immortal Ascension method is the Song clan's most guarded secret, not even known to collateral branches, let alone being handed over to an outsider. This matter no longer needs to be mentioned by the Saint Heir. Song Xingming didn't believe a word of what Chu Jing said. He felt that Chu Jing's appetite was simply too large, wanting to swallow half of the secret realm in one bite. Let's leave it at that, then. Facing Song Xingming's reaction, Chu Jing smiled faintly and waved his hand indifferently. You all may leave now. Since the Eastern Territory Song clan's stance was so firm, Chu Jing couldn't be bothered to engage in fruitless arguments with them. Chu Jing was willing to talk, which was an opportunity for them. If they didn't wish to open the secret realm together, then the Eastern Territory Song clan would have to settle for the leftovers. Saint Heir, might there still be room for negotiation in this matter? Faced with a difficult situation, Song Xingming calmed his anger and said in a gentler tone, after all, our Song clan is a true immortal noble family, and who's to say there won't be another true immortal emerging in the future? It's only due to temporary difficulties that we are seeking help from others. Moreover, without the remaining fragments of the blood jade, the secret realm cannot be opened. Why must the Saint Heir push people too far? Why not both of us take a step back? I can decide to give the Saint Heir 1/5 of the share. The rest of the resources are needed to subsidize our people in the southern region. To this, Chu Jing neither confirmed nor denied, but just shook his head and walked back to his seat. This untroubled demeanor made Song Xingming somewhat startled at that moment, giving him the impression that Chu Jing was confident and uninterested in discussing cooperation. For a time, the Grand Hall fell into silence. After a while, Song Xingming's gaze shifted slightly. Saint Heir, you previously said that half of it is for the Southern Territory Song clan's needs, is that true? Of course, Chu Jing nodded. How about this? I will move all the members of the Southern Territory Song clan into Taishan City, and after the secret realm is opened, half of the share you mentioned, please hand it directly to our Southern Territory people. How about that? Just because you say they are from the Southern Territory Song clan, does that make them so? Hearing what Song Xingming said, Chu Jing's smile faded, and disappointment was hard to hide in his eyes. He had thought Song Xingming would make concessions, but it turned out he was still being treated like a 3-year-old. The Southern Territory Song clan had been separate for countless years, with hearts scattered and no cohesion to speak of. Experience exclusive tales on freewebnovel.com. Even if Song Xingming truly brought these people, with a few Song clan elders blended in and a bit of manipulation, he could control the entire Southern Territory Song clan, thus, that half of the share would essentially be thrown back into the hands of the Eastern Territory Song clan. It was nothing but shifting from the left hand to the right hand, just making a round through the hands. I will find the people of the Southern Territory Song clan myself. You are already out of the game. Chu Jing stood up, his expression indifferent. See the guests out. To find people through bloodlines, cheat cultivators weren't short of such methods. It would just take some time. Gong Rulong said nothing and gestured with his hand. I indeed wish to see how the Saint Heir plans to knock the Song lineage out of the game, replied Song Xingming with a cold laugh, no longer lingering, and turned to leave directly. Without the other fragments and the essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage, it was simply impossible to open that piece of the secret realm. If Chujing wanted the resources within, he would have to sit down and talk to them again. An elder followed and saw the group off from Taishan. From beginning to end, Gong Rulong never spoke until the three from the Song clan were gone. Then he finally said, "The Song clan is far in the eastern region, and their current situation isn't very good. They are being pressed hard by the other Zhao and Yuan families. Do whatever you want to do, there's no need to care about them." He now offers unconditional support for all of Chu Jing's actions. This monster, soaring to the sky as a dragon, was only a matter of time. Zhao? On hearing these words, Chu Jing looked slightly stunned, a flash of insight crossing his mind, inevitably thinking of the Zhao clan of Great Zhou. Could it be that Zhao Tingxian was originally a true immortal descendant? Indeed, after that man became the Taishu Holy Son, he inexplicably disappeared without a trace, and perhaps there was some possibility in that. Even a true immortal noble family has its day of decline. Gong Rulong sighed softly. The true immortal of our Taishan Holy Land, since joining the Immortal Alliance, there has been no news, just like these declining true immortal noble families, no difference at all. Hearing this, Chujin couldn't help but fall into thought. Those who had crossed the immortal sect and had become true immortals, including the Songyun immortal king, seemed to have never returned since leaving the realm. As true immortals, it was impossible that they couldn't spare a moment of time. They should at least return to their homeland for a glance. If they are too busy to leave or can't return, and if it's the latter, it's very likely they are no longer among the living. The lifespan of a true immortal was unknown to Chu Jing, but undoubtedly, it was a staggeringly high number, far more than tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. That not a single true immortal had returned over such an immense span of time spoke volumes of the inherent issues. Chu Jing feared that even the Immortal Alliance's circumstances were far from optimistic, and that even true immortals faced the danger of death. If the true immortals who had left the Songyun realm had mostly perished. At that thought, Chu Jing couldn't help but shudder. Calmness restored, he spoke in a somber tone, "Elder Gong, regarding the five elements spiritual object, I hope you can help me find a way. I've already ordered people to search for it." Gong Rulong was visibly worried as he replied, "Low-grade spiritual objects are easy to find, but high-grade ones are not that readily available. Most of them are monopolized by the four great sacred lands, and if any appear, they are quickly taken by others. Moreover, with Taishan not having emerged in the world for 10,000 years, their knowledge of the southern region was much less compared to the other sacred lands. Over such a long period, the other four great sacred lands had perfected their control over the southern region, leaving virtually no land unclaimed. For constructing a 9-layer Dao foundation, the quality of the spiritual object must at least surpass that of the heavenly flame grass. Gong Rulong's voice became more subdued. To give an example with the water attribute, most of the spiritual objects not inferior to the heavenly flame grass are, to my knowledge, in the hands of the Taishu Holy Land. Given the current relationship between Taishan and Taisu, even if Taishan were willing to humble themselves and seek a trade, Taisu would no longer give them that opportunity. Spiritual objects, unlike spiritual herbs and immortal medicines that could enhance the quality of a celestial foundation, were always in high demand and short supply. Taisu Holy Land. At the mention of Taisu Holy Land, Chu Jing's eyes flickered. Slightly, what exactly are those objects? Please enlighten me, Elder. Semi-immortal dragon saliva, cloud pool holy water, dragon whale heartblood, these are all high-quality spiritual objects. Gong Rulong clearly had a thorough understanding of these items, listing them off like treasures of his own home. Besides these, within the Taisu Holy Land there is another supreme spiritual object known as 10,000 Stars Heavenly Dew. It is the ancestral immortal treasure that anchors the fate of the Taisu Holy Land, Taisu Sword, which absorbs the radiance of the universe's stars and condenses the heavenly dew upon the sword's body. Among supreme spiritual objects, it is also of the highest grade. Seeing Chu Jing entranced and seemingly interested, Gong Rulong did not keep secrets. Instead he expanded the topic, continuing to speak. The 9 transformations of Divine Infant to enter Tongxian represents a major threshold. similar to condensing a Tao foundation when entering the Tao. Having a high-grade spiritual object that matches one's constitution can save a lot of effort and greatly increase the chances of success. The Great Void scripture belongs to the water attribute, and this object is specifically intended by the Tai Su Holy Land for Qi cultivators undergoing the 9 transformations to break through. The output is extremely low, producing only a small bowl every 3,000 years, just enough for one person's use. As he reached this point, Gong Rulong shook his head. I had the fortune to witness this 10,000 stars heavenly dew. Before the mountain was sealed, a pill master of Taishan wanted to perform alchemy and exchanged a 6th-order divine fire's fire seed with the Tai Su Holy Land for a small bowl. It truly is a rarity in this world. After finishing, he shook his head gently. Now that Tai Su and Taishan had become mortal enemies, otherwise he would not hesitate to offer another 6th-order divine fire's fire seed for Chu Jing, if it could be of help. Thank you, Elder. Chu Jing expressed his gratitude, and then said, I need to enter seclusion for a period of time to stabilize my Tao foundation. Please assist me in keeping an eye out for any news on spiritual objects. No worries, just focus on your cultivation. Gong Rulong waved his hand dismissively and hurried off. He needed to take a more careful look through the treasure vault of the Taishan Holy Land, to see if there was anything else Chu Jing could use. After half a month, Chu Jing completely stabilized his dantian. Unbeknownst to him, his immortal path cultivation had already stepped into the late stage of the entry Tao realm, catching up with his chi-refining technique, and his mana surged once again. As soon as the 5 elements foundation reached perfection, he would immediately be able to step into the perfection realm of entry path, and begin soul condensing. As the medicinal power of the 5 elements shaping pill continued to be released, Chu Jing's physique was also undergoing subtle changes, starting to transform towards the 5 elements primordial body. The speed at which he absorbed the 5 elements spiritual energy was gradually becoming more balanced. Unfortunately, there was only one shaping yuan pill, and due to Chu Jing's own profound foundation, it was somewhat unsustainable. After emerging from seclusion, Chu Jing found Song Lingxue and briefly informed her, then greeted Gung Yang. Without alarming anyone, he quietly left the Taishan Holy Land. This time, leaving Taishan, he had 2 things to do. One was to find Song Lingqing, and the other was for the 10,000 stars heavenly dew. In the Tai Su Holy Land, he just happened to have a card to play. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a desolate mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Tai Su Holy Land, Chu Jing sat cross-legged among the mountains and forests, appearing like a rotting piece of wood, without the slightest breath escaping. After a long while, a spiritual light arrived from the sky. Landing in front of Chu Jing and transforming into a 17 or 18-year-old young woman with a lovely appearance and a radiant gaze. It was Miao Luan, the true transmission of the Tai Su Holy Land. As autumn neared, the forest was carpeted with thick, fallen leaves, the dusk light falling through the branches, casting deep, fragmented shadows of withering leaves. Miao Luan remained composed, scrutinizing Chu Jing, who was seated in the desolate woods not far away, feeling somewhat uneasy. Compared to the last time's unruliness, this time, the young man in front of her appeared much more kempt, his hair neatly combed and adorned with a golden crown, wearing a flame-patterned vestment robe that added a touch of nobility. Ever since Chu Jing had contacted her through the life soul, she had been uncontrollably nervous, unsure of what Chu Jing truly intended. Since the incident at the Immortal martial battlefield, she had understood more clearly that the seemingly gentle young man before her was an absolute ruthless figure who was not to be provoked. After a brief hesitation, Miao Luan bowed. Miao Luan greets the Taishan Holy Sun. No need for such formalities. Chu Jing nodded slightly and went straight to the point. Help me with something, and I will return your life soul to you. Really? Upon hearing this, Miao Luan was somewhat moved, a flash of joy appearing in her eyes, but as she came back to her senses, she immediately became cautious and slightly uneasy as she asked, "What do you want me to do?" In her view, Chu Jing was definitely not someone easy to talk to. If he was willing to return her life soul, the task he requested must not be that simple. "It's simple, just help me get some spiritual objects from within the Tai Su Holy Land, and we'll be even. What do you want? Miao Wan's heart relaxed a bit. The Taisu Holy Land had many spiritual objects. With some extra effort and perhaps a plea to her mentor, there would definitely be a way. Semi-immortal dragon saliva, cloud pool holy water, dragon whale's heart blood, and 10,000 stars heavenly dew. Chu Jing, without any hint of politeness, listed all the spiritual objects he was aware of. Cloud pool holy water is only found within the Taisu secret realm, and this semi-immortal dragon saliva, along with the dragon whale's blood, only have some left from what was passed down previously within the Holy Land, using some means having less. Miao Wan, in disbelief, widened her eyes, the shock evident. This 10,000 stars heavenly dew is an absolute secret of the Taisu Holy Land, unknown even to ordinary elders. How could you know of it? The items Chu Jing spoke of were all rare treasures of the current age. Most cultivators of the world had probably not even heard their names. It seems that you know. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing's lips curved slightly. Since Miao Wan knew, then it meant that reaching this item would not be too far-fetched, at least there was some hope. This? Miao Wan's expression froze, then she vigorously shook her head. I'm only at the level of soul condensing, how could I possibly have access to such rare treasures? I can't do it. My life is not worth this much. You must change the condition. Towards the end, Miao Wan's confidence waned. Suddenly, Chu Zhang's gaze narrowed slightly. Holding her life soul, he could sense some of Miao Wan's subtle emotional changes. Although unsure, he decided to bluff, saying coldly, "You haven't told the truth. Everything I just said is true." Miao Wan's heart skipped a beat. She averted Chu Zhang's gaze, her eyes unconsciously glancing around. With her status, indeed she had no access to such rare treasures as 10,000 stars heavenly dew, but her mentor, Yu Ling true monarch, Sui Lingji, was a supreme being at the peak of the 9 transformations of divine infant. Years ago, the Taisu Holy Land had granted a portion of 10,000 stars heavenly dew, and it was because of this that she became aware of the existence of such spiritual objects within the Holy Land. But she couldn't possibly hand over this item to Chu Jing. It was crucial for her mentor's advancement into Tongxian. Her mentor's kindness to her was immense, she couldn't possibly sever her mentor's path for the sake of saving her own life. Seeing Miao Wan's reaction, Chu Jing became even more certain of his guess. Without hesitation, he pressed further, I only need a portion of 10,000 stars heavenly dew. Afterward, I can add a sum of spirit stones or elixirs and magical treasures as compensation, just speak up. Seeing this, Miao Wan took a deep breath, no longer hiding her intentions, and blurted out, my mentor has a portion, but I can't help you steal it. Either change the condition or crush my life soul now. Her eyes were filled with determination. Clearly, to her, her mentor was more important than the Taisu Holy Land, more important than her own life. Seeing her reaction, Chu Zhang's expression showed a hint of surprise, followed by a slow emergence of a smile. Indeed, one tries hard to find something only to get it without effort. Mentor-disciple affection is the best. With this, things are much simpler. As Chu Zhang's smile grew more intense, Miao Wan instinctively felt an ominous sensation and subconsciously stepped back half a step. What are you planning to do? Let's make a bet. Chu Zhang slowly stood up, gently patted the non-existent dust off his body, and said leisurely, let's see if your master values your life more, or if the 10,000 stars heavenly dew is more important to him. Miao Wan instantly understood Chu Zhang's intentions, her expression dramatically changed, and she subconsciously gathered her mana. Before she could act, Chu Zhang's figure had already vanished from its original spot, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of her. A large hand suddenly reached out, seizing her neck like an iron clamp, and then a heavy palm struck her dantian. A suffocating colossal strength surged, blowing Miao Wan's sea of dantian qi instantly, causing her mana to start dissipating at an astonishing speed. Even the 7 layers of celestial foundation within her dantian showed huge cracks, trembling as if they were about to collapse. A hint of despair flashed in Miao Wan's eyes, a divine light sparked at her forehead, intending to desperately activate her spirit soul, but a sudden intense pain from her life soul shattered her remaining strength. Your journey continues with freewebnovel.com. Today you will come back to Taishan with me. Later, I will send a letter, and your master must come to Taishan in person to fetch you. If your master does not come, I will set you free. If he does, I will still set you free and return all your original magic treasures to you, and additionally, I will give you a top-quality magical treasure. Listening to the few low murmurs by her ears, Miao Luan felt entirely disheartened, her consciousness sinking into darkness. Miao Luan, third order cultivation in the initial stage of soul condensing, Tai Su Holy Land true transmission, soul damaged, Dantian severely injured, celestial foundation shattered, reparable, 0/26, as Chujing held Miao Luan who had already passed out in his hands, he was slightly uncertain about her value in her master's heart. He realized the content of the letter still needed careful consideration. Over half a month later. Tai Su Holy Land. Semi-immortal dragon saliva, cloud pool holy water, dragon whale heart blood, green jade pearl fluid, earth spirit spring, 10,000 stars heavenly dew. In the slightly cold grand hall, a gracefully dressed figure in azure garments slowly crushed the message jade plaque in her hand, her voice slightly cold, such a young age. Taishan, what a big appetite. The letter listed more than 20 different spiritual objects, the lowest quality of which was hugely beneficial even for cultivators in the divine transformation realm, and many were exceedingly precious even to the powerhouses in the Tongxian secret realm. At a glance, it was clear that the demands could not have come from a mere teenager. It was evident that Taishan was pushing from behind. After a moment of silence, Zuolingji stood up, went towards the Taisu mansion treasury, and took some of the spiritual objects. Given the current circumstance, redeeming the captive was her only option. At dawn, the sunlight pierced through the clouds and dispersed the morning fog. In the Taishan Holy Land, atop Divine Peak, Chujing was seated at the peak, breathing long and steady, absorbing the great sun essence qi into his body, purifying it through the circuits of the grand circulation, and finally integrating it into his limbs. He was about to achieve jade bone perfection and was preparing to begin the crucial step of forming the Tao embryo. Upon entering the Tao embryo realm, his Naiwen palace at the forehead would open, and his divine sense would greatly increase. Not only would object control become more effortless, but he could also begin practicing some secret techniques related to the divine sense for combat. After a while, Chujing slowly opened his eyes, looked towards the direction of the Tai Su Holy Land, and fell into a trance. He was still somewhat unsure, partly worried about overvaluing Miao Luan, and partly concerned that he might miss this chance if he undervalued her. In the building not far behind him, Miao Luan was restless. After they had returned to the Taishan Holy Land, Chujing had asked an elder in the 9 transformations of Divine Infant to seal her cultivation. The feeling of being completely defenseless inevitably made her uneasy. Nearby, Song Lingxue leaned back in her chair, watching her quietly with an unfathomable gaze, her fair palms tightening and loosening repeatedly, the slender, jade-like joints making a series of crisp sounds. The hall was deathly silent. Under Song Lingxue's watchful eyes, Miao Luan felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, but what worried her more was the concern for her master. Chujing had previously stated he would not harm her life, and it seemed unlikely he would go back on his word. For this reason, she hoped even more that her master would not come, even if it meant that she was not very important in her master's heart. After a while, Song Lingxue, who was not far away, slowly rose to her feet, her expression calm as she turned and left. The person in front of her was still useful to Chujing. She wouldn't waste time probing any possible ties between Chujing and Miao Luan, opting instead to spend more time training. As long as her own strength was strong enough, she could block all potential troubles, and even if there were some annoying suitors, she could squash them with a lift of her hand. When she reached the outside of the hall, she saw Chujing gazing into the distant void. Song Lingxue walked up behind him at a leisurely pace and suddenly bent down to bite deeply into the side of his neck. Hisayuro, Chujing inhaled sharply and then sighed lightly, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. I have nothing to do with her. I know. Hearing Chujing's explanation, Song Lingxue's eyes sparkled with laughter. She replied and glanced at the faint red teeth mark on the young man's neck, feeling the invisible unease within her dissipate greatly. She raised her hand to tidy Chu Jing's slightly disheveled hair, carefully fixing it before stepping onto the ritual combat platform without speaking another word. Several days later, at the break of dawn, the raging angry river rumbled from the horizon, and amidst the vast sky, mist rose from the water, reflecting a seven-colored light under the brilliance of the rising sun. A rainbow bridge spanned the heavens and earth, and upon it, a figure approached with measured steps. Upon seeing this, Chu Jing's spirits lifted, and he got to his feet. After a few breaths, a message from the mountain guardian elder was delivered to his hands. Zuolingji of Taisu Holy Land has come to pay homage to the mountain. After pondering for a while, Chu Jing summoned Gong Rulong to solidify their ranks. Even though they were in the Taishan Holy Land, they could not be careless. Having a powerful cultivator from the Tongxian secret realm at his side was the only way to ensure absolute safety. Moreover, Zuolingji was from the Taisu Holy Land and could not be ruled out as someone who might risk her life to kill him. Upon receiving the message, Gong Rulong personally handled the situation and led Zuolingji into Taishan. Discover more stories at freewebnovel.com. Half an hour later, Chu Jing arrived at the Grand Hall where he had previously met with the Song clan, bringing Miao Luan with him. Spirit Control True Monarch, Zuolingji. Chu Jing scrutinized the woman in green before him. As she was wearing a face veil, he couldn't make out her face, but judging by her brows and eyes, she appeared to be in her 30s. If it wasn't for some age-defying technique, then she must naturally have an ample lifespan. I have brought the 10,000 stars heavenly dew with me. In recent years, the Taisu secret realm has seldom been opened, and there is not much of the cloud pool holy water left. The rest of the spiritual objects that could be found are all here. Can they exchange for my disciple's life? As soon as she saw Miao Luan, Zuolingji didn't beat around the bush. She promptly brought out more than a dozen spiritual objects and placed them in front of Chu Jing. In an instant, the great hall was filled with rich water element qi, to the extent that even the dome above the dais was enveloped in a glistening layer of water light. At this sight, Miao Luan's eyes reddened slightly. In the entire Taisu Holy Land, Zuolingji was probably the only one willing to spend so many spiritual objects just to save the life of a disciple. She wanted to speak, but the seal had rendered her mute, and in that moment, she felt a mix of emotions, too complex to express. Of course. Chu Jing nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on one of the jade cups, finding it somewhat difficult to look away. Within the jade cup, a pale silver jade dew shimmered, as if stars flickered within with the slightest movement. Chu Jing gathered all the spiritual objects and, with a wave of his hand, pushed Miao Luan towards Zuolingji, while transmitting a message: keep that high-quality magic treasure of yours with me for now, to avoid any trouble. Giving it back to Miao Luan in front of Zuolingxian would lead to a lot of speculation, and from this, it wouldn't be difficult to deduce that it was Miao Luan who leaked the Great Void Scripture, which could easily bring disaster upon her. Since he intended to spare Miao Luan, Chu Jing certainly wouldn't harm her. Zuolingji's expression remained unchanged. She pulled Miao Luan to her side and removed the seal. After a thorough check, she couldn't help but sigh with relief. If Taishan really pushed matters to the extreme, she had no options, since the heavenly eye was always watching from above, monitoring the people of the world. Forcing action would only instantly draw the Immortal Alliance. For this trip, she had even prepared for Taishan Holy Land to go back on their word. Chu Jing collected a dozen or so spiritual objects and then threw out a storage bag, saying softly, "This is my compensation to the true monarch." Zuolingji caught the storage bag, and after a glance, couldn't hide her astonishment. 2 top-quality magical treasures, 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, worthy of a holy land, indeed a generous gesture. An average 6th-order divine infant cultivator simply couldn't come up with such resources. Upon hearing about the 2 top-quality magic treasures, Miao Luan couldn't help but look up at Chu Jing in surprise. Originally, Chu Jing had promised to return her magic treasure and give her another top-quality one, now he's doubled it. After Zuolingji accepted the storage bag, it was clear she had no intention of small talk. She quickly left with Miao Luan. Once they were out of Taishan, Miao Luan finally spoke with a face full of shame. Master, I no need to apologize. Swilingji shook her head, her voice steady. Without the 10,000 stars heavenly dew, I can still enter Tongxian. Don't worry, to exchange for 2 top-quality magical treasures isn't too much of a loss. This Chuzheng turns out to be quite honorable. Chuzheng could have chosen not to offer any resources at all, for the spiritual objects would ultimately have to be handed over to him. To offer such a significant compensation was commendable. Miao Wan's expression was conflicted, but after hesitating for a long while, she still swallowed the words she had intended to confess. Her life soul had been returned by Chuzheng, and now she was free. To speak of it now would only unnecessarily trouble her master. After all, it was because of her that the 10,000 stars heavenly dew was lost, which was an inescapable responsibility of hers. She could only think of ways to make amends in the future. Taishan Holy Land. Within a secret chamber, Chuzheng took out that same jade cup from before, his gaze slightly stirring. 10,000 stars heavenly dew, 6th order a spiritual awakening object. When the cosmic star energy encounters sword frost condensation dew, it carries a yin aspect within water, greatly increasing the affinity of living beings for water attribute spiritual power and aiding in the breakthrough of spiritual awakening. Without much hesitation, Chuzheng drank it down and started retreating for cultivation. The 10,000 stars heavenly dew, as a wonder of the world and with the assistance of the great void scripture, significantly increased his water attribute Tao foundation by 1 level after consuming it all, and this took just a moment. Moreover, at this stage, its medicinal power was far from exhausted. The originally 9-leveled Tao foundation showed signs of merging and seemed about to coalesce into one entity. Moved by this development, Chuzheng took out all the remaining spiritual objects, ingested them all, and, disregarding his flesh being stretched to its limits by the spiritual energy, began to push forward the evolution of his Tao foundation. As the layers of the Tao foundation gradually fused, the original 9 layers transformed into a jade pillar standing within his dantian, smooth and flawless. When the fire attribute Tao foundation stepped into the 9th layer, Chuzheng had a premonition that there was still room for further improvement above the 9th layer Tao foundation. The current situation just confirmed his previous speculation. Under the massive supplement of spiritual objects, the water attribute Tao foundation completed its transformation 1 step ahead of the fire, integrating directly into one. The changes in the Tao foundation directly affected the immortal bone behind his head. In an instant, Chuzheng only felt a numbness at the back of his head, followed by a clear qi flooding into his limbs and bones, and in a blink, the world in his eyes changed. The water element spirit qi floated in the void, incredibly clear. Even in Taishan, a place bathed in divine fire and extremely fiery, Chuzheng could still clearly sense the deeper hidden water attribute spirit qi in the surrounding world, which had increased several times over compared to before. In the Tsungyun realm, there had been various types of spiritual bodies that appeared, just like the fire spirit body of Yulo and Zhao Tingxian in the past. Those born with spiritual bodies practice cultivation techniques that match their own attributes and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chuzheng did not know exactly how much this kind of spiritual body could enhance cultivation, but he knew that even if he was not on par now, he definitely wouldn't fall too far behind. While Chuzheng was lost in thought, a slight disturbance suddenly transmitted from the panel. Name, Chuzheng, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Late Stage of the Jade Bone Realm, Immortal Path, Late Stage of Entry Tao Realm, Root Bone, 5 Elements Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, Water Spirit Body, Cultivation Techniques, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Void Scripture, 8th Order / Incomplete, Creation and Transformation Yenshin Scripture, 9th Order / Incomplete, Glazed Glass Scripture, 7th Order / Incomplete, Grand Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order / Incomplete, Divine Skills, Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Riding the Clouds and Driving the Mist, 2nd Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 2nd Order, Object Control, 2nd Order, transmute stone to gold, 2nd order. Invisibility technique, 2nd order. Repair master, 3rd order. 1000/1000, remaining repair chances for today, 5, currently reparable, lower part of Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 1250/2000, a water spirit body? Seeing the changes on the panel, Chu Zhang's expression shifted slightly, wondering if such inborn spiritual bodies could also be cultivated later in life. With that thought, Chu Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and went to find Gung Yang. He had some doubts that needed confirmation. Gung Yang had been in seclusion for the past few days, not seeing visitors, but he made an exception for Chu Zhang, who could freely enter and leave any place in Taishan Holy Land, including Gung Yang's secluded dwelling. The clouds were thick, obscuring the sunlight falling from above the sky. In a fiery red valley filled with rugged rocks, a figure sat cross-legged at the center, with a water pool not far away oozing magma and emitting an extremely rich smell of sulfur, reflecting a large expanse of crimson light, like flowing flames. Holy Master. Chu Zhang stepped into the valley slowly and bowed respectfully. Gung Yang was slightly puzzled by Chu Zhang's arrival. What's the matter? In recent times, he had been looking for a way to help Chu Zhang conceal his destiny and hide his identity after the great tournament of 10,000 sects. But deceiving the heavenly Tao was not that simple, and the pressure was immense. I want to know, when the senior Yi Yulo reached Tao integration perfection, how many layers was the celestial foundation within him? Chu Zhang was puzzled by this. Perhaps above the 9-layer celestial foundation, there were cases like his own within the Immortal Alliance. 9-layer celestial foundation, the qualification of an immortal king, and because of this, the Immortal Alliance bestowed upon him the fire seed of the indestructible Skykiran fire. Gung Yang sighed softly, remembering the old friend. If it weren't for the outbreak of war in the Tsangyun realm, and the need for Taishan, he might have already joined the Immortal Alliance long ago, but fate was not kind. 9-layer celestial foundation. Chu Zhang pondered thoughtfully. A natural-born fire spirit body also crystallized a 9-layer celestial foundation, but did not melt into one entity. After some deliberation, Chu Zhang finally understood the peculiarity about himself. He had inverted the cause and effect. Initially, it was using qi refining techniques to forcibly pursue cultivation, first compiling a Tao foundation, and only afterward did he stimulate the growth of a flawed spiritual root, which he repaired into a complete immortal bone with the help of the Repair Master panel. Now that the Tao foundation was fully perfected, he had evolved into a spiritual body. This path was untraceable for ordinary people, not to mention transforming a flawed spiritual root into 5 elements immortal bone. Just the sheer amount of spiritual objects would be hard for an ordinary divine infant cultivator to digest. If not for the Repair Master panel, his physical body would have burst countless times by now. It's extremely rare for someone to condense an 8-layer celestial foundation, and a precious spiritual object like 10,000 stars heavenly dew which could aid one in reaching Tongxian would not be wasted on an entry Tao realm cultivator. The conditions for cultivating an innate spiritual body were exceedingly strict. According to such deduction, once the 5 elements celestial foundation were all perfected, he might be able to evolve into a true 5-element spiritual body, and even further, through the transformation of the 5 elements into yin and yang. Is there anything higher than a 9th-layer celestial foundation? Chu Zhang's gaze flickered slightly. Yes, Gung Yang nodded. I have seen from an ancient book that in the ancient era, Songyun had produced more than one. Above the 9th-layer celestial foundation, the foundation will melt into one entity, which helps the cultivator transcend tribulation. The Immortal Alliance calls it Immortal Root. Immortal Root? Chu Zhang's heart stirred, and as he had suspected, there must have been people who had reached beyond the 9th-layer celestial foundation. In the immortal tribulation realm, heaven and earth will bring down heavenly tribulations according to the cultivator's talent, helping the cultivator purify the immortal body. Ordinary cultivators, after passing 9 thunder tribulations, can become immortals, but those with exceptional talents are different. Those with the immortal root in their possession will face more tribulations. To my knowledge, these tribulations are divided into 5 elements: Great Tribulation, Yin-Yang Half Tribulation, and Chaos True Tribulation, 3 categories. True immortals are divided into ranks. The more tribulations one endures in the immortal tribulation realm, the stronger their cultivation naturally becomes. Surviving the 5 elements Great Tribulation, upon entry into the immortal sect, starts as a 5 tribulation true immortal. As he spoke of this, a barely concealed fervor flickered through Gung Yiyang's somewhat cloudy eyes. If one consecutively survives the 5 elements Great Tribulation, the Yin-Yang Half Tribulation, and the Chaos True Tribulation, they can even ascend directly to the position of Celestial Lord, almost at arm's reach from that of an immortal venerable. To ascend in one step and become a Celestial Lord is something not even ordinary true immortals dare to contemplate. After a moment, Chuzheng finally digested this information and then asked, "Is there hope for the fire spirit body to be cultivated later on?" Spiritual bodies are innate, naturally impossible to cultivate later on. However, it is possible to enhance one's Tao foundation. Just like you, with the help of spiritual objects, there is hope to elevate to the 9th layer, but at least a superior immortal bones talent is needed. After all, spiritual objects can only help you further unleash the potential you haven't yet tapped into, not change your innate talent. Having said this, Gung Yiyang paused slightly before adding, "However, I have heard that in ancient times, there was a clan in which a spiritual body was born generation after generation, seemingly with a method to graft by bloodline and pass down the spiritual body." "Thank you, Holy Master, for resolving my doubts." Chuzheng nodded his thanks, and after a moment's thought, he spoke again, "I need a divine fire seed of the 6th order or higher." Now that his water attribute Tao foundation was complete, and with the foundational stability of his fire attribute, he could proceed with its further enhancement. Without spiritual objects, using a fire seed as a substitute was equally valid. A 6th order fire seed with your current cultivation. Gung Yiyang's words trailed off, as he swallowed the second half of the sentence and with a flip of his hand, produced a jade box and tossed it to Chuzheng. "Take it." Back when Chuzheng was in the Spirit Spring realm, he had already refined the 5th order heavenly star flame, and without anyone else's assistance at that, which was undoubtedly miraculous. Since he had now asked for it, he clearly had some degree of confidence, and there might be methods involved related to other Taoist orthodoxies that need not be questioned too deeply. The one thing Taishan Holy Land was not short of was divine fire. The fallen Taishan cultivators, before their death, often fed all their cultivation and flesh back into the divine fire, leaving it for their successors. Presently there are still many ownerless divine fire seeds left. Were it not for his current inability to lead the divine fire, he would have even considered passing his own flame or a dragon flame to Chuzheng. Given Chuzheng's talent, the flame or a dragon flame could only accompany him for a very short part of his journey. Chuzheng took the jade box, glanced at it, and soon a prompt appeared on the faceplate. Phoenix Flame, 6th order true fire cultivated within the body of the Phoenix clan, obtained from a shape-shifted great demon who had devoured the essence of a Tongxian cultivator in its prime. With this 6th order fire seed, he should be able to bring his fire attribute Tao foundation to perfection, using acquired essence to revert to innate quality, inducing the birth of a fire spirit body. At that time, cultivating the Taishan divine fire scripture would undoubtedly be much faster. "Thank you, Holy Master." Chuzheng bowed and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Gung Yiyang called out to him, his expression somewhat solemn. "After perfecting your Tao foundation, condense your soul as soon as possible. Once you've condensed your soul, I can send you into the Tsangyun secret realm. There, you may find even greater opportunities." "What exactly is the Tsangyun secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Chuzheng was somewhat puzzled. Gung Yiyang had already mentioned to him that some had found fragments of immortal treasures within, and even witnessed the remains of immortals with their own eyes. However, for the current him, even if he obtained fragments of immortal treasures, he could not repair them. Entering would be a waste of time, far less beneficial than to cultivate peacefully and enhance his cultivation. It is a realm sealed by an ancient immortal king, with an environment that still remains as it was in the ancient era of Tsangyun realm. Shang Tsangyun was the first to discover this place. From there, he brought back the inheritance of an immortal king on his first visit. After Clinching the title in the first great tournament of 10,000 secs, he rose to prominence. At this point, Gung Yang casually added, the environment is still of the ancient era, and there are remains of other Taoist orthodoxies. He knew that Chu Jing cultivated the other Taoist orthodoxies. Discover exclusive tales on freewebnovel.com. In today's Sanyun realm, already thoroughly purged again and again, aside from the immortal path, 100 paths do not survive. This Sanyun secret realm should be of substantial help to Chu Jing, at the very least providing some guidance. Remains of the other Taoist orthodoxies. Chu Jing's eyes suddenly sharpened. The Great Circulatory Qi Guideline was only up to the 6th order, containing only cultivation methods up to the returning to void realm. He had no clue about the subsequent Dao integration or about post-immortal cultivation methods. What are the conditions for entering the Sanyun secret realm? Coming back to his senses, Chu Jing couldn't help but wonder. Such secret realms should have been fully explored by the Holy Lands over the years, those remains should not still be there. The seals remaining around the Sanyun secret realm are extremely strong, requiring at least the cultivation of soul-condensing realm to enter. However, if one's divine soul is overly powerful, having already undergone nascent soul transformation, they will also be detected by the seals and thus obstructed from entering. Even if you manage to enter, you will have a maximum of 3 months. Once the time is up, the seal will detect you and subsequently eject you from the secret realm. Once the seal memorizes your aura, you will not be able to enter again. In other words, a cultivator only has this opportunity during the soul-condensing realm in their lifetime. Shang Tsungyun truly had a destiny connected to the heavens. When he found this secret realm, he was not yet 16 years old, and it had been less than a year since he entered soul-condensing. He just so happened to be able to enter. Gung Yang's gaze drifted as he appeared lost in thought, as if falling into memories. In the blink of an eye, it has been 10,000 years since I entered. Did the Holy Master get to see the remains of a true immortal? Chu Jing asked curiously. No, Gung Yang shook his head casually, but I did see a deity. A deity? An incense-provided Yin god who came to life as a result of the worship of living beings, struggling to survive in an abandoned temple. With the death of its worshippers, it was on the verge of perishing. It was said that in ancient times, it had its moments of glory, rivaling true immortals. When it came to this point, Gung Yang suddenly let out a scoff. I originally thought of taking it out of Sanyun's secret realm and find a cultivator willing to foster a Yin god, offering it a chance to live. Instead, it had a moment of madness, promising me immortality if I would worship it as a god and master. In the end, I burnt its last divine statue, and it perished completely. Hearing this, Chu Jing fell silent, lost in contemplation. The Yin god supported by incense fire seemed like another path of cultivation. Apart from that deity, I also obtained a piece of immortal ore, which I took back to Taishan. After the laugh, Gung Yang's expression turned somewhat melancholic. I originally planned to keep it until the day I became an immortal, to personally refine an immortal treasure. But now, it seems I won't be needing it. You, however, may have a chance to use it, as it isn't easy to find such a piece of immortal ore in today's Sanyun realm. As he finished speaking, he fell into a lengthy silence, with a somewhat absent-minded look. Upon looking back, he suddenly remembered many who had passed away, feeling that the past was like clouds filled with regrets. A lifetime of cultivation, to die a peaceful death, perhaps that was already out of reach for ordinary people. After a long while, Gung Yang regained his senses and waved his hand. Go on then. I've heard from Ru Long about you seeking a cultivation technique. I'll think of a solution for you and let you know when there's news. Thank you, Holy Master. Chu Jing took a deep breath, bowed deeply. The favor I owe you today, I shall repay in the future. At those words, Gung Yang's gaze intensified. Then promise me one thing now. How about it? The Holy Master may speak frankly. I may have something I need your help with later on. If it's within your capabilities, you cannot refuse. Naturally, without hesitation, Chu Jing nodded in agreement. Having taken so many spiritual resources from Taishan, it was impossible for him to do nothing in return, especially if it was within his capabilities. Gung Yang cracked a smile, his turbid eyes overflowing with an extremely gentle softness, then waved his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Disciple takes his leave. Seeing the smile on Gung Yang's face, Chu Jing felt a bit puzzled. After hesitating for a while, he turned and left. After all, Gung Yang wouldn't harm him, otherwise, he would have acted sooner rather than waiting until now. Fire seeds cannot coexist. If one wants to assimilate a new fire seed, aside from stripping away the original fire seed, the alternative is the strong absorbing the weak. The quality of a fire seed does not change as a result. However, even before reaching the entry Dao realm, Chu Jing had pondered trying to conjoin the fire seeds of these divine fires, hoping for a transformation by condensing Samadhi true fire through the Qi refining lineage method. But the Samadhi true fire, forming fire when concentrated and returning to Qi when dispersed, fundamentally is not the same as divine fire. The integration of fire seeds undoubtedly poses a great difficulty. With his current cultivation, Chu Jing could only make some attempts. If he hadn't had the repair panel, he wouldn't even have the chance to try. Returning to his secluded chamber, Chu Jing took out the phoenix flame and immediately began the refinement process. Upon leaving the jade case, the phoenix flame instantly expanded, filling the whole chamber, turned entirely crimson red, resembling a red divine bird with spread wings. An unbearable scorching heat assaulted him, causing Chu Jing's skin to crack instantly, blood not even having time to flow before drying up. This was but a fire seed, with its power hidden and unmanifest. If it was fully unleashed, even a cultivator at the divine transformation realm would be incinerated in an instant. Undisturbed, Chu Jing opened his mouth and swallowed the fire seed in a flash. The crust of dried blood on his body peeled off layer by layer and quickly new skin grew back. The next instant, his flesh dried up once more as the struggle between fire seeds commenced within him. The heavenly star flame, a mere fifth-order divine fire, was vastly inferior to the phoenix flame, and after merely a moment, it was completely devoured. Chu Jing didn't even get the chance to attempt integration before the struggle concluded. With no other options, he began the process methodically, his 5 elements foundation in full operation and mana surging fiercely. He started to suppress the phoenix flame's fire seed. Meanwhile, he ran the Qi refining technique, channeling the overwhelming fire element Qi into the fire element foundation. A 6th-order divine fire was entirely different from a 5th-order one. The phoenix flame seemed to have a hint of awareness, strongly resisting Chu Jing's attempts to refine it. The water element immortal root in the dantian trembled slightly, and began to operate on its own, drawing a large amount of water attribute spiritual Qi from the void into the body, and started to help Chu Jing suppress some of the threatening power of the fire seed. With an abundance of fire element Qi as nourishment, the fire element foundation quickly underwent a transformation and showed signs of fusion. The external repair panel kept operating, mending Chu Jing's body, which was continuously drying out and depleting. Using the cultivation of the entry Dao realm to refine a 6th-order fire seed without anyone's help in suppressing the might of the fire seed was something unheard of in the history of Taishan Holy Land. It was the presence of the panel that gave Chu Jing the possibility of unlimited trial and error. Find more chapters on freewebnovel.com. After repeating this process for several days, the refinement of the fire seed was finally completed. The fire element immortal root formed smoothly, and alongside the water element immortal root, it achieved a certain balance. Each occupied 1/3 of the dantian, with the remaining 1/3 occupied by the other 3 Dao foundations. At the moment the immortal root took shape, Chu Jing felt the surrounding environment become much more comfortable, and his body was flooded with an inner joy. For the fire element immortal root, the environment of Taishan Holy Land was undoubtedly most suitable. Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the panel, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Root bone, 5 elements immortal bones, superior quality, water fire spirit body. The water spirit body underwent a change and turned into a water fire spirit body. Not only the fire attribute spiritual Qi, but Chu Jing's affinity with water attribute spiritual Qi had also improved further, as if they complemented each other. This change made Chu Jing even more certain of a previous speculation about Zhao Tingxian. Zhao Tingxian was born with a fire spirit body and practiced the Great Void Scripture. It was very likely that he had reached the same step Chu Jing was now taking. The nature of the great void scripture was water, which contradicted Zhao Tingxian's fire spirit body. He should not have grown so fast, even stepping into the true immortal realm. Perhaps, like Chu Zheng's current situation, Zhao Tingxian had found a balance between his own physique and the great void scripture, and even condensed two celestial foundations, thereby gaining entry to the immortal sect. Chu Zheng operated his cultivation technique and soon noticed something unusual. The spiritual power absorbed through the water-fire immortal root was extremely pure, saving a lot of energy when refining qi. Initially, Chu Zheng relied on the qi-refining technique to forcibly draw spiritual qi to cultivate immortal law, but now the immortal root in his body could start to nourish the qi-refining technique, initially achieving the expectation of dual-path cultivation that he had at the beginning, complementing each other. The condensation of the Dao embryo was now close at hand. After closing up for cultivation and solidifying his cultivation for a few more days, Chu Zheng left seclusion and made some arrangements. He was going to leave Taishan soon to find Song Lingqing and, along the way, collect the remaining broken swords of the Heavenly Aura sword array. Since his return to Taishan, Song Yun and Bai Nian had been staying with Li Mingzhou and a group of martial cultivators. There was no need to bring them along for this trip, as there was no safer place than staying in Taishan. After pondering for a while, Chu Zheng looked towards the martial arts training ground at the foot of Taishan Main Peak. The future of Taishan was there. A moment later, Chu Zheng stepped onto the training ground. It was very quiet, with over 2,000 children sitting calmly in the center of the ground, channeling qi into their bodies and tempering their physical forms. Fu Quanliang was watching over them, holding a jade book and meticulously recording the speed at which each person channeled qi into their bodies. This was a lengthy process that would take several months. The distinction between lower quality and middle quality immortal bones could only be based on the speed at which one channels qi into the body. However, there were some exceptions. Some children, with duller talents, would have misconceptions about cultivation techniques, which made their efforts less effective and only noticeable later on. Once all these children completed nourishing power, they would refine the first divine fire seed of their lives. At that time, based on the affinity with divine fire, Taishan would experience its first division, reorganizing into the outer sect and the inner sect. Disciples with higher talent would naturally receive more resource allocation, which is true in any sect. But for now it was still early, as these children had just started and their cultivation was still in the first or second order of the nourishing power realm. It would take at least over a year for those with high-quality immortal bones to reach the spirit spring realm. Chu Zheng watched quietly from the side without interfering. An hour later, Fu Quanliang put away the jade book and gently clapped his hands, awakening the children. Today's morning session is over, return to your cultivation. If anyone feels unwell, let me know immediately. Thank you, Senior Brother Fu. The children all got up one after another, starting to move their bodies. The noise in the training ground exploded instantly. Nevertheless, there were still nearly 100 children who continued to sit and cultivate quietly, unintentionally revealing the gap that had already begun to emerge. It wasn't long before someone noticed Chu Zheng standing in the corner of the training ground, and the noise in the ground quieted down significantly. These children were not too close to Chu Zheng, the Saint Heir, and even appeared somewhat fearful. In their minds, the Saint Heir was the future master of Taishan Holy Land, holding a much higher status than the elders. Fu Quanliang hesitated slightly and hurried over with some restraint, bowing deeply. Greetings, Saint Heir. He had guided Chu Zheng into the cultivation world, and no one else knew better how terrifyingly fast Chu Zheng had grown. With Chu Zheng's current status now different from the past, naturally, he could no longer be as casual as before. Chu Zheng placed his hand on Fu Quanliang's shoulder, and soon the panel transmitted a prompt. Fu Quanliang, First Order Chief of the Taishan Holy Land Inner Sect, late Spirit Spring Realm Cultivation, Solid Foundation, minor Dan poison in his body that can be repaired. By now, it had been quite a while since Chu Zheng last helped Fu Quanliang remove his elixir poisoning. From this, it was evident that in his absence, Fu Quanliang had deliberately restrained himself from consuming too many elixirs. Chu Zheng did not hesitate and chose to repair, withdrawing his hand thereafter. Fu Quanliang suddenly felt his body lighten, his dantian relax considerably, and his mana flowed smoothly. He immediately understood. Thank you, Saint Air. No need to call me Saint Air. Between you and me, there's no need for thanks, lest it create distance. These days have indeed been busy, and I haven't visited you earlier. Chu Jing reached out to support Fu Quanliang, who was about to bow again. How are you doing in Taishan? Have you adapted well? The elders treat me very well. Fu Quanliang nodded repeatedly. Whether it was any of the elders, they all spoke to him with respect, not merely seeing him as an ordinary disciple. Without needing much thought, he could understand why. Because behind him stood Chu Jing, the current Taishan holy son in front of him. Focus on your cultivation and take elixirs without worries. You can get the elixirs from the alchemy hall. I'll speak with Elder Gong later, and next time I come back, I'll help you remove the elixir poisoning. After saying this, Chu Jing turned his head, looking toward a group of junior disciples who were stealthily peeking this way, and said gently, taking care of so many disciples is not easy, thank you for your efforts. If Fu Quanliang weren't there, he would have to spend some unnecessary time on these children. The only one who could get close to these children now was Fu Quanliang, and by the time this batch of disciples grew up, bearing the flag of Taishan Holy Land, Fu Quanliang's status in Taishan would undoubtedly be solid as gold. By then, Chu Jing might no longer be in the Zongyun realm, but as long as Taishan still stands, Fu Quanliang's life would be free of worries. Upon hearing this, Fu Quanliang repeatedly waved his hand. You overstate it, it is just taking care of some children. At this moment, Fu Quanliang's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chu Jing. Without Chu Jing, he would have died long ago at the Song family, as the worst lower-quality immortal bone, unnoticed and forgotten within a few years, with no one to even remember him. In the past, he was just an outer sect disciple of the Phantom Spirit sect, unable to offend any fellow disciple with a bit of background and strength, always treading on thin ice. Now, he had become the chief of the inner sect in Taishan, and when walking outside, those divine infant-grade abilities in Taishan City had to lower their heads when speaking to him, not daring to underestimate him. In just 1 year, Chu Jing had helped him achieve a status leap he could never have achieved in his lifetime, and that was the difference. Glancing at the many disciples who didn't dare to come close, Chu Jing did not stay any longer and turned to leave. Forcing interactions with these children could have the opposite effect. With Fu Quanliang here, it was enough, as all the disciples liked him now. As soon as Chu Jing left, a crowd of children surrounded him, their faces curious. Senior brother Fu, are you very familiar with the Saint Air? What did the Saint Air come here for? Is it to select for the inner sect? The Saint Air looks to be only a few years older than me. How old is he this year? Quickly coming back to his senses, Fu Quanliang did not answer but waved his hand and scolded lightly. Scatter, scatter, why ask so many questions? Go back to your cultivation. How many days are left until the time for fire refining? Are you wasting your time here? Do you still want to enter the inner sect? After leaving the martial training ground, Chu Jing greeted Gong Rulong and then headed to the artifact refining hall. He wanted to recreate the town immortal mace. He needed a high-grade semi-finished item as the embryo for the magical treasure and then imprint it with law-breaking talismanic patterns himself. The level of the town immortal mace was gradually unable to keep up with the pace of his cultivation improvement, as relying solely on yuan qi nurturing was indeed too slow. It was better to refine it anew, as the best artifact refining grandmaster in the southern region was right there in Taishan. It would be wasteful not to use such resources at hand. The head of the artifact refining hall, Qi-Ying, appeared nearly 70, of medium stature, with half-white hair, and was at the mid-stage of Tongxian realm, likewise nearing the end of his life. Upon hearing that Chu Jing needed an artifact embryo, and after asking for the requirements, Qi-Ying immediately selected spirit mines and began the refining process. Chu Jing stayed in the artifact refining hall for a whole 3 days until Qi-Ying finally emerged, holding a jade mace wrapped with a red gold edge, exuding a dense spiritual light, lacking only the formation patterns to be completed. Saint Air, take a look, does it meet your satisfaction? Chu Jing took it, feeling its heavy weight, and received a prompt on his interface shortly after. Artifact embryo, 5th order, an excellent quality artifact embryo by a master craftsman, only lacking array engraving to become a weapon, capable of becoming a top-quality magical treasure, with a possibility of spiritual awakening. A 5th order artifact embryo, nurturing it to the 6th order or even an immortal treasure, was not impossible. "Thank you, Elder Qi, for going to the trouble," Chujing said, satisfied as he put away the artifact embryo. Read new adventures at freewebnovel.com. It's no trouble at all, as long as the Saint Heir is pleased. "But are you sure you don't need this old man to engrave the formation patterns?" Qiang was somewhat puzzled. Without the formation patterns, the artifact embryo remained a mere object, entirely unusable against enemies. He was also very satisfied with this artifact embryo, and if the formation patterns were poorly engraved, it would undoubtedly waste such a piece. "I will handle it later myself, thank you for your concern, Elder." Chujing smiled and shook his head, not explaining further, and took the artifact embryo with him, bidding farewell. Soon, he returned to the secret chamber and began to try imprinting the talismanic patterns. As he had experience from before, the process went smoothly. In less than half a day, the first talismanic pattern was already imprinted. The jade mace was divided into 9 sections, allowing 9 talismanic patterns to be imprinted. Chujing followed his previous method, filling it entirely. The moment it was completely filled, the information on the artifact embryo immediately changed. Town Immortal Mace, 5th order, forged from an excellent quality artifact embryo, with 9 layers of law-breaking talismanic patterns, all operating together. If the strike hits, it can disperse a soul-condensing monk's mana and severely injure a divine infant, making reassembly difficult in a short period of time. The talismanic patterns are not yet perfected, posing a risk of sudden collapse. Law-breaking rune patterns, Chujing had been revising and perfecting. Compared to the beginning, significant progress had been made, but it was still far from sufficient, and he needed time to delve deeply into it. Once prepared, Chujing left Taishan again, this time concealing his tracks. Should the Song clan learn that he was searching for Song Lingqing, they might create chaos. He did not fear minor threats, but as for Song Lingqing's side, that was a different matter. The regional division in the southern region was very clear. The closer one moved towards Zhongtu, the more cultivation sects there were, and cultivation flourished even more. Near Zhongtu was the territory of Primordial Spirit Holy Land, located to the southeast of Zhongtu, radiating over half the southern region. In terms of heritage, Primordial Spirit was undoubtedly the premier among the great holy lands, and in terms of strength, it also ranked first among the various holy lands. Moreover, having recently produced the leader of the Hidden Dragon list, it had become the hottest power in the southern region, at its peak of prosperity. Over 600,000 li away from Primordial Spirit Holy Land, there was a country called Desolate Wind Nation, a land of cultivation, not very renowned, yet it housed a hidden immortal clan, unknown to outsiders. Within the capital of Desolate Wind Nation, those coming and going were all cultivators, seldom seen were ordinary mortals. In the various shops along the streets, what was sold were elixirs, magical treasures, and spells. Occasionally, one could see tea houses and taverns, which were brimming with spiritual energy and not places for ordinary people. In one such tea house, a figure in a green robe with a veiled face sat in a corner, quietly listening to the messages coming from around. After a while, a figure suddenly entered the tea house and went straight to the corner, sitting opposite the person in green. Looking at the uninvited guest before her, Song Lingqing slightly furrowed her brow. This fellow Daoist. It's me. Hearing the familiar transmission in her mind, Song Lingqing slightly opened her eyes, the breath she exhaled fluttering the veil as she swallowed the rest of her words and transmitted back. How did you get here? I heard you returned to Taishan a few days ago? The Song clan from the eastern region has come to Taishan and wants to borrow that piece of blood jade from you to open the secret realm. Chujing briefly explained in 2 sentences, then asked, in these days, have the Song clan people come looking for you again? They have, but they did not recognize me, and I managed to deal with them. Song Lingqing slowly shook her head. She had changed her appearance and even concealed her tracks, but still, the Song clan tracked her down through the bloodline sensation, although they did not recognize her on the spot. Hearing this, Chu Jing nodded and transmitted, "Come with me back to Taishan, directly open the secret realm. I suppose there will be many resources inside which will be useful to you." "How can we open it without a complete piece of blood jade? And it also needs the essence blood of the direct lineage of the Song family." Song Lingqing was somewhat puzzled, with incomplete pieces and lacking the family heirloom essence blood of the direct lineage. Chu Jing fundamentally did not have the conditions to open the secret realm. "I already have a plan for that, you'll know when the time comes, let's go." "Not so fast." Song Lingqing shook her head and said, "I came here following a Song clan cultivator. This place has a branch of my southern Song family." "Oh?" Hearing that, Chu Jing was slightly puzzled. "Then what are you doing sitting here?" "There are many cultivators coming and going here. I thought I might hear some useful information." "Any findings?" "I heard some rumors, not sure if they're true or not, but the entire Desolate Wind Nation is actually under the control of the Shang family. Reportedly they have many clan members, and their strength is extremely strong, yet in the southern region, they are not well known. I had never heard of them before. My family line is now under the Shang family, reduced to servants." "Shang family?" Hearing this, Chu Jing's expression grew serious as he stood up. "What are you waiting here for? To hear some definite news? Let's move with me." Before leaving, Chu Jing casually threw a piece of high-quality spirit stone to settle the bill, which Song Lingqing discreetly picked up and changed into 2 pieces of lower-quality spirit stone. A pot of spiritual tea didn't need that much. The two left the tea house one after the other, walking for a while before stopping in front of a large gate. 2 cultivators stood in front of the gate, both at the late spirit spring realm. "Locking Immortal Pavilion." Seeing the words on the gatehouse, Song Lingqing's expression subtly changed. "Chu." Jing went straight up, took out a token, and showed it to the gatekeeping cultivators. The guards naturally did not dare to stop him, bowed in salute, and made way. "Honored guest, please enter." "You are a regular here?" Seeing the token in Chu Jing's hand, bearing the words "Locking Immortal," Song Lingqing slightly furrowed her brow. "I've done some business with Locking Immortal Pavilion before, they trade in information here. If it can be resolved with spirit stones, it saves some time." Chu Jing replied casually and stepped into the Locking Immortal Pavilion. Having become the Taishan Holy Son, he had since lessened his regard for spirit stones. Moreover, he now didn't need to show restraint. Even repairing a middle-quality magical treasure could sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones. To him, spirit stones were now just a number. "You are a married man, it would be better to visit such places less in the future." Song Lingqing followed Chu Jing, somewhat skeptical but constrained by her status. After holding back for a long time, she could only muster such a dry remark. "I'm not keen on this path. Besides, with you following me, what can I possibly do?" Chu Jing was unconcerned, and wasn't surprised by Song Lingqing's reminder. After all, they were sisters, caring for each other, which was only natural. The token that Chu Jing held was a rare sign of a distinguished guest within the Locking Immortal Pavilion. As soon as they entered the pavilion, a female cultivator about 25 or 26 years old came forward to greet them. She was clad in a light gauze, barefoot, with a graceful figure, and her cultivation had already reached the entry path realm. The woman was very aware of propriety. She glanced at Song Lingqing, who was behind Chu Jing, and did not get too close. Stopping 3 steps away from Chu Jing, she turned sideways and saluted. "Lian Yao has seen the honored guest, please follow me." In the Tsungyun realm, names like Lian Yao were akin to stage names, recognizable upon hearing them. After saying this, Lian Yao did not ask further questions and turned to lead the way. Song Lingqing was obviously curious, but she dared not look around indiscriminately, for fear of seeing things she shouldn't. Clenching her fists, she kept her head down all the way, following behind Chu Jing's footsteps. There was dead silence all around. The leading Lian Yao even moved without a sound, her footsteps silent. After a moment, the 3 entered a private room. Lian Yao activated an array that isolated sound, poured 2 cups of spiritual tea, lit the calm spirit incense in the corner, and then turned to look at Chu Jing before asking, "What brings you here today?" Chu Jing picked up the cup of tea, took a small sip, and spoke slowly. I wish to inquire about some information. Please call the person in charge of your listening pavilion. Inside the locking Immortal Pavilion, there are 3 pavilions and 6 courtyards. The listening pavilion specializes in the trade of information, from holy lands to common folk. One can probe for traces of any circulating news. At the height of passion, prying for information is as natural as pushing a boat along the water, a very familiar task for these practitioners well seasoned in the affairs of the world. This is also a unique feature of the locking Immortal Pavilion. A few words from high-rank cultivators could represent information that some cultivators may not encounter in their entire lives, often indicating opportunities. Please wait a moment, she said. Lian Yao did not ask further, bowed slightly, and left. A moment later, a man over 30 entered the room, closed the door, and saluted with clasped hands. My name is Ding Qing. I have the honor of meeting both Dao friends. Ding Qing's cultivation was much stronger than Lian Yao's. Having reached the soul condensation realm, he was equivalent to an inner sect elder in various major sections. What news do you wish to know? Ding Qing did not look at Song Lingqing at the side but focused on Chu Jing, cutting straight to the point. The current situation and specific strength of the Shang family and its subsidiary, the Song clan. The news in locking Immortal Pavilion is categorized into 3 levels: heavenly, earthly, and human. As for the price, Chu Jing raised his hand to cut off the lengthy introduction and said directly, no need to explain. Heavenly level, tell me everything about the Shang family and the Song clan. 100 high-quality spirit stones. Seeing this, Ding Qing did not waste further words and directly stated the price. Hearing the cost, Song Lingqing at the side slightly widened her eyes, took a deep breath. 100 high-quality spirit stones, equivalent to a whole 10,000 lower-quality spirit stones. Her entire fortune amounted to only about 20,000. Chu Jing showed no intention of bargaining and took out 100 high-quality spirit stones, placing them on the table. Ding Qing methodically took out an array plate, verified the 100 high-quality spirit stones, and then began to speak. The Shang family is a descendant of an immortal king, with nearly half of the upper echelons in the primordial spirit holy land being Shang family cultivators. Although it is a holy land, it is actually under the control of the Shang family. The current holy maiden of the primordial spirit holy land, Shang Zoling, is from the Shang family. As far as locking Immortal Pavilion is aware, the Shang family currently possesses 23 Tongxian realm cultivators, over 80 divine transformation realm cultivators, and more than 300 divine infants. There are over 2,000 at the soul condensation and entry Dao realm, with uncountable numbers at the spirit spring and nourishing power realms. Hearing the strength of the Shang family, Chu Jing was inevitably surprised, and Song Lingqing at his side couldn't help but hold her breath. Such strength, and belonging to the same family, was far more powerful than the so-called true immortal noble families. From a superficial standpoint, without discussing the foundation of immortal treasures, they were indeed far stronger than any given holy land. Ding Qing took a breath, then continued, the Song clan is also a cultivation family, with an exceptionally high chance for immortal seedlings to emerge. Within the family, there is one divine infant realm ancestor in seclusion. The current family head, named Song Yusong, is a late-stage soul-condensing cultivator. He's not young, and the hope of condensing a divine infant in his lifetime is slim. Apart from Song Yusong, there are 8 soul-condensing cultivators, over 50 at the entry Dao realm, more than 150 at the spirit spring realm, and over 300 in the nourishing power realm. In recent years, the younger generation of the Song family produced a high-quality immortal bone individual named Song Pingjun, who has built a 7th-layer celestial foundation. His prospects for reaching Tongxian are promising, and the Shang family has shown interest. They intend to bring him into the family through marriage. I can tell you something more. Not long ago, the true immortal noble family of the Song clan from the eastern region came here. It is not ruled out that the local Song clan is a branch of the true immortal noble bloodline. At this point, Ding Qing paused. After waiting a moment and seeing he did not continue, Song Lingqing couldn't help expressing her surprise. Is that it? For now, based on the question that this Dao friend asked earlier, that is all I can say. Ding Qing nodded. Song Lingqing glanced at the pile of spirit stones nearby and felt a twinge of pain. 10,000 lower-quality spirit stones were exchanged for just a few words. The spirit stones seemed too easily earned. Chu Jing pondered for a moment, then asked, "What is the relationship between the Song clan and the Shang family?" Ding Cheng's expression became solemn, and he sat up straight, shaking his head. "I can only inform you of certain truths. I cannot speculate on the relationship between the two powers. Should I speak carelessly and trouble arises, I cannot bear the consequences." "Then let me put it another way," said Chu Jing, his gaze sharpening as he asked another question. "Has the Song clan explicitly refused the Shang family's marriage proposal?" At this, Ding Qing hesitated for a moment before replying, "The Song clan has not agreed." A hint of a smile appeared in Chu Jing's eyes, knowing this result was enough for him. Chu Jing didn't say much more, finished the spiritual tea in front of him in one gulp, and stood up saying, "Experience new stories with MV Free Web Novel. Let's go." Song Lingqing reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the spirit stone and silently got to her feet. "Fellow Daoist, please go slowly." Ding Qing stood up to see them off. Outside the private room, Lian Yao was half kneeling on the ground, waiting. Seeing Chu Jing come out, she performed a courtesy and, without a word, stood up to lead the way, escorting the two of them all the way to the outside of the locking Immortal Pavilion. Song Lingqing turned back to look at the plaque of the locking Immortal Pavilion, her expression hesitating as she said, "This place, it's somewhat different from what I had imagined." She had thought this place was full of thieves and prostitutes, engaging in sordid affairs, but now it seemed that it wasn't entirely so deplorable. "Actually, there's no difference, it's exactly as you thought, a place that harbors filth and corruption." Chu Jing corrected her thoughts and cautioned her, "Don't come here alone." While they were talking, a woman in her 30s walked out of the Lock Immortal Pavilion, her face glowing with health, smiling, and her spiritual power overflowing, looking refreshed and invigorated. Song Lingqing was taken aback by such a joyful state, and after regaining her composure, she couldn't help but purse her lips and asked softly, "Is it truly that exhilarating?" Since Chu Jing was already married, he was an experienced man and should know more than she did. Chu Jing remained silent for a while, not answering the question, and turned around saying, "Let's go." "Go where?" "To the Song family. Pay them a direct visit and ask about their intentions." After learning some key information, there was no need to beat around the bush any longer. The Southern Territory Song clan was too dispersed, with no communication or contact between them. When it came to so-called blood ties, it was all nonsense, nothing more than entangled interests. The Song family had refused the Shang family's marriage proposal, clearly unwilling to remain content with the status quo. Coupled with the visit from the Eastern Territory Song clan, perhaps now was the opportune moment. The location of the Song family was not hard to find, situated in a mansion on the north side of the imperial capital, occupying more than 1,000 zhang, intricate and complex, shrouded with layers of arrays. 2 cultivators at the Spirit Spring realm were stationed at the entrance. Chu Jing did not conceal his origin and directly identified himself as the Taishan Holy Son while presenting his visiting card. Skulking only invites scorn. Moreover, given the current situation where divine infants are in seclusion, there is no one in the entire southern region who could kill Chu Jing, so there's no need for excessive caution any longer. The reason for hiding his trace on the way here was mainly because too many people were watching Chu Jing, which could bring unnecessary trouble. Shortly after, a group of people rushed out to greet them. The person at the front was a man nearing 40, tall and thin, with a short beard over his jaw, eyes brimming with spirit, his cultivation having reached the late stage of the soul-condensing realm. Everyone following by his side, without exception, were soul-condensing monks. "I am Song Yusong, patriarch of the Song family." The middle-aged man spoke first, saluting with his hands. "I was unaware of the Taishan Holy Son's distinguished visit, and I have failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, and allow me to invite you inside for a discussion." Soon, Chu Jing and Song Lingqing were ushered into the house. Once inside the main hall, Song Yusong offered Chujing the seat of honor, summoned the maid to serve spiritual tea, exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then began to inquire about Chujing's purpose for coming. May I know the reason for the Holy Sun's sudden visit? In Song Yusong's eyes, there was a hint of doubt. The Song clan had been experiencing tumultuous events recently, first with the Shang family's marriage proposal, the search of relatives by a true immortal noble family, and now the appearance of the demon Lord of Mayhem. Chu Zhang's feared reputation had already spread throughout the southern region. On the immortal martial battlefield, with one battle, he slaughtered more than 200 soul-condensing cultivators. This feat undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the southern region, which had long been without significant conflict. What's more, Chu Zhang is not even 19 years old yet. Calling him the demon Lord of Mayhem, there is not a trace of exaggeration. There's nothing to instruct. I just want to ask Patriarch Song about his plans for the future of the Song lineage. Having said that, Chu Zhang reached out to Song Lingqing. Give me the blood jade. Song Lingqing took out the blood jade and handed it to Chu Zhang. Family Heritage Blood Jade, 4th Order / incomplete, a medium for opening secret realms. It is divided into 6 fragments. Once assembled, and supplemented with essence blood from the Song family's direct lineage, a secret realm can be opened. Reparable, 0/300. When Chu Zhang first encountered the 4th Order Blood Jade, he was still a 2nd Order repair master, and repairing the Blood Jade required 500 repair value. Now, as he has advanced in level, the experience required for repair has noticeably decreased. If he constructs his Dao embryo and steps into 3rd Order, thereby advancing to a 4th Order repair master, the number of repairs required for the Blood Jade will certainly lessen even further. Upon seeing the Blood Jade, Song Yusong stood up involuntarily. This object. Seeing Song Yusong appeared somewhat agitated, Chu Zhang took over the conversation. This item is the family heritage Blood Jade of the Song clan. Some time ago, the Eastern Territory Song clan paid a visit, ostensibly for this very item. How does the Saint Heir know of this matter? How could the treasured heirloom of my Song clan end up in your hands? Song Yusong's face showed a slight change, and his eyes were filled with doubt. The Eastern Territory Song clan's visit was highly secretive, and many of his clansmen were still unaware. Chu Zhang did not answer his question but instead lifted his hand to point towards Song Lingqing to the side. She too is of the Southern Territory Song clan bloodline, and my deceased wife was her direct elder sister. I see. Song Yusong quickly figured out the key to the issue. His gaze lingered on the Blood Jade in Chu Zhang's hand for a moment before he regained his composure and sat back down. Please speak frankly about your purpose for coming here today, Saint Heir. I want to ask Patriarch Song whether you plan to side with the Shang family or return to the Eastern Territory's main branch. Chu Zhang did not beat around the bush and said directly, or perhaps choose neither and decide to stand on your own. Stand on our own? Song Yusong's heart skipped a beat, then his expression dimmed slightly. How could my Song family have the capital to stand on our own right now? Whether it be the primordial spirit Holy Land or the true immortal noble family, neither was something that a small family protected only by a divine infant cultivator could withstand. Chu Zhang raised the Blood Jade in his hand and hinted, does Patriarch Song know the specific use of this family heritage Blood Jade? I do. Song Yusong hesitated for a while before nodding. Some time ago, people from the Eastern Territory mentioned that the Blood Jade is connected to a secret realm, which contains the legacy left by our Song ancestors. However, our clan does not have this item. Does not have this item? A flash of spiritual light crossed Chu Zhang's eyes as he activated the heavenly divination technique. A breath quickly came from the Song family's inner house, within an arm's reach. After coming back to his senses, Chu Zhang shook his head. I've been sincere, it seems the family head still has many concerns. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. I have a method to open the secret realm. After the realm is opened, I will take out half of the resources inside for all the Song clan branches in the southern region to share. When the time comes, I will allocate a territory in Taishan City for the Southern Territory Song clan to recuperate and multiply. Is the Saint Heir asking us to turn towards Taishan? Song Yusong's gaze sharpened instantly. If they were to pledge allegiance, both the Shang family and the Eastern Territory Song clan seemed like better choices than Taishan. Although Chu Zhang's fame was rising, he was after all a soul-condensing monk, and Taishan was in decline. Compared to an ancient holy land and a true immortal noble family, it really lacked appeal. Taishan Holy Land does not take outsiders. The Southern Territory Song clan may stand on their own. Stand on our own. Song Yusong's gaze flickered slightly. The prospect of independence was undoubtedly a great temptation for a vassal family. I will not tarry here for long, just half a day. The family head can consult with the ancestral elders of the clan. Having said this, Chu Zheng put away the blood jade and closed his eyes to rest. He had no idle heart to rush into offering resources. If the Song family was unwilling to seize this opportunity, he would not insist too much and would go with the flow. Song Yusong fell into contemplation, but before he could think deeply, a clan disciple hurried in and whispered, "Report to the family head, there are guests from the Shang family at our doorstep." The Shang family? Song Yusong immediately stood up and looked towards Chu Zheng. Does the Saint Heir wish to withdraw? Previously, the primordial spirit Holy Land had also participated in the bounty hunting of Chu Zheng, and Song Yusong was worried that the two parties might conflict. Chu Zheng did not make it hard for Song Yusong and stood up. If Patriarch Song feels it is inconvenient for me to be here, then I should withdraw. Not at all. Song Yusong waved his hand repeatedly. My concern was to avoid upsetting the Saint Heir. If you have no intent to cross swords with the Shang family, there's no need to avoid them. This statement undoubtedly signaled a certain attitude. Hearing this, Chu Zheng did not speak again and simply sat back down. Shortly after, two figures stepped into the hall, a man and a woman, both appearing young, around 20 in age, with strong cultivations. The man was at the mid-stage soul-condensing realm, and the woman at the soul-condensing initial stage. Chu Zheng activated his spiritual eye, surveyed them briefly, and sensed a robust life yuan qi. These two were very young, not even 100 years old. Chu Zheng connected mentally to the hidden dragon list and after a glance, he quickly recognized their auras. Hidden Dragon List 336, Primordial Spirit Holy Land, Shang Jin Hong, Bone Age 73, Cultivation at the Early Soul Condensing Realm. Hidden Dragon List 307, Primordial Spirit Holy Land, Shang Yunchuan, Bone Age 81, Cultivation at the Mid-Soul Condensation Realm. As expected, they were two illustrious geniuses listed on the Hidden Dragon List. Shang Yunchuan glanced around the hall, saw Chu Zheng still sitting in the main seat without any intention to stand, and his brows furrowed. Who might you be? The patriarch of the Song family would have stood up to greet them, as it was the proper etiquette. Chu Zheng glanced at the two individuals, unconcerned. Chu Zheng, the Taishan Holy Son? Upon hearing the name Chu Zheng, both were initially stunned, then suddenly realized who he was and involuntarily took a half-step back, their expressions turning grave. Before the battle at the Immortal martial battlefield, neither of them considered Chu Zheng to be significant, but now, everything was completely different. More than one soul-condensing realm perfection cultivator had died at Chu Zheng's hands. With their current abilities, they stood no chance against Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng, what brings you to this place? Shang Jin Hong sharply inquired, recalling Chu Zheng's infamy. Her gaze drifted, revealing a few moments of unease, followed by a lack of confidence as she said, "We are but 600,000 li from the primordial spirit Holy Land. The elders of the Holy Land can arrive in an instant. What I'm doing here is none of your concern," Chu Zheng responded without heed, closing his eyes to rest. Cough. Song Yusong gave a slight cough, diverting the conversation. What brings our distinguished guests here today? Regaining his composure, Shang Yunchuan furrowed his brows, no longer looking at Chu Zheng, and said in a low voice, "Our clan asked me to inquire one last time if the Song family truly does not wish to enter into a matrimonial alliance. Lord Ping lost his parents early on, and he is the only scion left in that line. It's truly hard to bear the thought of having him marry into another family." Song Yusong shook his head slightly, his face wearing a forced smile. "Please tell the Shang family that the child really does not have such a fortune." Hearing this, the two from the Shang family exchanged a glance, did not persist, and without saying another word, they turned and left hastily. No sooner had they stepped out of the mansion than they took out a message jade book to report Chu Zheng's appearance to the primordial spirit Holy Land. Compared to the sudden appearance of Chu Zheng, the matter of Song Pingjun was but a trivial issue. Inside the grand hall, after seeing off the two from the Shang family, Song Yusong turned around to remind, would the Saint Heir like to leave first? I'm concerned that once these two leave, they might bring people from the primordial spirit Holy Land here. Chu Zheng, unconcerned, casually crushed a message jade talisman and waved his hand. No need, Patriarch, make a decision as quickly as possible, for we may not have much time. This? Song Yusong paced back and forth before at last, clenching his teeth, please wait a moment, Saint Heir, I will go to consult the elder ancestor. Patriarch Song, please do as you see fit. Chu Zheng once again closed his eyes to meditate, his fingertips tapping lightly, timing the moment. Upon learning of Chu Zheng's appearance in the imperial capital of Tianhuang country, the primordial spirit Holy Land was undoubtedly shaken, instantaneously stirring many elders. Upon the summit of a soaring spirit peak, a woman in yellow robes, seated atop a spirit crystal, slowly opened her eyes. Her slightly yellowish skin had a jade-like glow, her ink-black hair draped over her shoulders, back straight, her form strikingly contoured, her pupils flickering with a dull golden spiritual light. A streak of spiritual light traveled from the horizon and descended into her palm, transforming into a message jade talisman. Chu Zheng. Seeing the content on the jade talisman, her eyes sparked with interest, and she immediately rose, transforming into a long rainbow streak, and suddenly departed. In less than half an hour, a dozen lights flashed above the Song family's estate, robes billowing in the wild wind, making a sharp rustling sound, their auras leaking out, each a peak powerhouse in the divine transformation realm. After just a few breaths, another light flashed into existence, stopping in front of the Holy Land elders, dispersing to reveal a figure in yellow robes. Ancestral spirit? Why have you come as well? Seeing the woman in yellow, all the elders of the Holy Land showed puzzled expressions. Shang Ziling seldom concerned herself with worldly matters, dedicating herself to cultivation, and even these elders rarely saw her within the Holy Land. I have come to see Chu Zheng, Shang Ziling said blandly, her gaze contemplative. She had come here because she had already learned the news that, for the great tournament of 10,000 sects, there were 2 slots to enter the minor immortal realm. It went without saying who the newly added slot was for. Inside the grand hall, a white-haired elder stood in front of Chu Zheng, bowing and presenting a fragment of jade, from the Southern Territory Song clan. Thank you for your troubles, Saint Heir. Elder, you speak too highly. Chu Zheng bowed in reply, accepting the remnant jade. Family Heritage Blood Jade, 4th Order / incomplete, a medium for opening a secret realm, divided into 6 fragments. Once assembled and augmented with the essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage, a secret realm can be opened. You have obtained 2 pieces, reparable, 0/200. Chu Zheng could not help but admire the resolve of the old ancestor, who, after hearing Song Yusong's report, chose the path of independence without much hesitation. Above us are the elders from the primordial spirit Holy Land. Does the Saint Heir have a way to leave? The Song family's elder ancestor pointed to the sky. Will there be any need to make use of my Song family's grounds? No need, continue your journey with freewebnovel.com. Chu Zheng shook his head and chuckled, someone will come to fetch us shortly. Boom, before his words fell silent, a flash of fiery light suddenly blitzed across the skyline outside the mansion. The void rumbled, as a chariot traversing the divine fire sky ladder raced towards them. Above the chariot stood a figure, clad in crimson robes, his stature immense and commanding respect without anger, his aura unrestrained, dominating the skies for miles around. From Taishan Holy Land, the head of Punishment Hall, Gu Yuan, a pseudo-immortal who had already stepped into the late Tongxian stage. The elders of the primordial spirit Holy Land instantly changed color, their faces filled with astonishment. Now that he was known as the Taishan Holy Sun, Chu Zheng wouldn't venture deep into the primordial spirit Holy Land without preparation. His single message was enough to mobilize a pseudo-immortal of the present age. Elder may wish to instruct the clan members to prepare. Chujing gently clapped his hands, storing away the blood jade. Today, the Song family may follow me back to Taishan City, and no one will stop them. Experience tales at freewebnovel.com. Are we leaving just like that? The ancestor of the Song family was taken aback, and after realizing what was happening, he did not dare to delay. He quickly waved to Song Yusong, "Hurry!" His divine sense had already detected the chariot above the long sky, and he felt a surge of emotions that he hadn't felt in a long time. If the Song clan could truly stand on its own in his generation, his name would be recorded in the clan's history, truly enhancing the clan's legacy. Migrating a major clan was not a minor matter, it required a great deal of preparation. Song Yusong quickly sent out a message, calling back the clan members from outside and simultaneously beginning to take stock of the mansion's treasury. The most important was the inventory in the mansion's treasury. These cultivation resources were the family's accumulated foundation over the years, and they could not afford to lose them. Thanks to the existence of storage magical artifacts, this step was not difficult to accomplish. The sweep was extremely fast. What took the most time was waiting for the clan members who had yet to return. Beyond those gifted with the immortal bone, there were also many mortals within the Song family who needed to be taken away, all of them blood relatives that could not be left behind. The Immortal Alliance has decreed that no cultivator above the divine infant realm may strike. What brings you here? Are you trying to bring catastrophe upon Taishan? In the sky above, an elder of the primordial spirit Holy Land sternly questioned. Despite the vast difference in cultivation levels, he showed no trace of fear facing a pseudo-immortal. This was only because the distance to the primordial spirit Holy Land was merely 600,000 li, and it would take merely 3 or 5 breaths for a pseudo-immortal to arrive. Were it not for the edict of the Immortal Alliance, you would not have the chance to blatantly spout such nonsense even now, Guyuan said, standing emotionless on top of the fiery red chariot, like a divine mountain of old, his brow raised as he swept a glance around and uttered indifferently, "I am merely here to fetch the Saint Heir back to the sect." How could there be any fighting? Beside him, Shang Zuling bowed her head, looking down at the mansion below and spoke softly, "Could we ask the Taishan Holy Son to show himself?" Chujing didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and arrived next to Gu Yuan, bowing respectfully, "Thank you for taking the trouble to come here, Elder Gu." "You're too serious, Saint Heir, it's merely my duty." Gu Yuan shook his head slightly and lowered his eyelids, waiting quietly. In the future, Taishan would rely on Chujing, now his minor errands were hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, it was only proper for him to make efforts for his own holy son. Chujing turned to look at the group of elders from the primordial spirit Holy Land, his gaze stopping on a woman in yellow robes. She was the youngest and weakest in cultivation, yet she was subtly sheltered at the center by the other elders, her status self-evident. Before she even spoke, Chujing could feel a familiar aura. Every time he opened the hidden dragon list, the first chi mechanism listed was hers. Shang Zuling, the first on the hidden dragon list, a mighty divine infant initial stage cultivator, following the immortal king. Shang Zuling sized up Chujing and a smile appeared on her face. "I thought this great tournament of 10,000 sects would proceed without any twists, but it turns out I underestimated the heroes of the world, foolishly relying on spiritually awakened eyes." She could sense the aura emanating from Chujing, his celestial foundation almost at perfection, and soul condensing nearing reality, and she could vaguely perceive that Chujing harbored some kind of spiritual body. The judgment of the Immortal Alliance indeed wasn't mistaken. At this rate, by the time of the great tournament of 10,000 sects, who knew what realm Chujing's cultivation might reach? Now, Chujing already had the opportunity to challenge for the top position, indeed qualifying him to go to the minor immortal realm. No wonder the Immortal Alliance would make an exception for him. Primordial Spirit Holy Land is not your enemy. Whatever you need to do today, my Primordial Spirit Holy Land will not hinder you. Shang Zuling raised her hand as a gesture and the previously tensed elders at her side, albeit puzzled, followed suit and retracted their mana. "What do you mean by this?" Seeing this, Chujing's brows furrowed slightly, surprised by Shang Zuling's attitude. Days are long ahead, and we might have many more interactions in the future. Today can be considered our meeting. If you need assistance with anything, just speak frankly. Shang Zoling's eyes lost their mirth as she spoke slowly. I need an opponent, otherwise this great tournament of 10,000 sects would be exceedingly dull. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jing discerned a hint of something more in her words. This Shang Zoling, each sentence seemed from a high vantage point, indicating an arrogance that she didn't bother to hide. Just so happens, I have a favor to ask of you right now, he replied, his voice light, with no hint of courtesy. I have heard that the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture of the primordial spirit Holy Land is profoundly mystical, and I've long wanted to take a look. Could you lend it to me to see? Currently, he still needed the wood element and earth element Tao foundations, lacking only the immortal ascension method. As the conversation reached this point, there was no harm in asking. I can exchange it for another immortal ascension method from you, Great Void Scripture, Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture, or Glazed Glass Scripture. You may choose any of these, he offered. Upon hearing this, the numerous elders of the primordial spirit Holy Land all showed a change of expression, as each immortal ascension method was linked to the rise and fall of a holy land and could not be lightly transmitted. Moreover, they were somewhat shocked by Chu Zhang's grand offer. An exchange of immortal ascension methods had perhaps never been precedent in the southern region. Hearing this, Shang Zoling bowed her head in thought for a while and, after a moment of contemplation, she actually nodded in agreement. All right, but I can only give you the first 4 layers of the mental method. The highest can cultivate out a divine infant. I want the Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture. Such candid acceptance stunned Chu Jing for a moment. How can you be so reckless? Ancestral spirit, this must not be, by no means can this be. Upon hearing Shang Zoling's reply, the group of primordial spirit elders instantly lost their prior composure and raised their voices in opposition, as they could not bear the consequences of an immortal ascension method being transferred. It's all right, it's just a part of the cultivation techniques. If the Holy Master were to blame, I would bear it all. Moreover, it wasn't given away for free, he said. Shang Zoling had not made her decision without careful consideration. The Heavenly Throne Yenshin Scripture was highly renowned in the southern region, primarily focusing on the cultivation of the divine soul. It contained secret techniques for refining the spirit handed down from ancient times, which uniquely enlightened the path of the divine soul. This perfectly suited her current level of cultivation and might significantly boost it further before the great tournament of 10,000 sects began. Immortal ascension methods were not easily obtained, generally bearing many restrictions. While talking, Shang Zoling threw out a jade token. Guyun stepped forward first, catching the jade token and, after confirming there were no issues, he handed it to Chu Jing. Vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture, 9th order/incomplete immortal king's secret scroll, gathering the aura of the earth spirit veins to nurture one's true spirit, extremely profound. With your current abilities, you're unable to repair it. It truly was the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture. The prompt from the panel invigorated Chu Jing's spirit, and his mood immediately improved, at least confirming it wasn't counterfeit. And it being of the 9th order, an immortal king's secret scroll, it was considered a true treasure. Without much hesitation, Chu Jing casually threw out a jade token, which contained the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture, also known to others as the Heavenly Throne Yenshin scripture. The quality of this cultivation technique was also of the 9th order, originating from the hands of an immortal venerable, leaving Shang Zoling without any loss. Similarly, after a careful inspection by an elder of the 9 transformations of Divine Infant, the jade token then reached Shang Zoling's hands. After a quick inspection, Shang Zoling soon verified its authenticity and experienced an insight. She was at the Divine Infant realm, and in just a short moment, she gained a deep understanding of this immortal ascension method. In conclusion, this was undoubtedly a mutually gratifying exchange, where each party got what they needed. Having obtained the Heavenly Throne Yenshin scripture, Shang Zoling did not stay long and soon turned to leave, taking many elders with her. The air instantly grew quiet. Night fell. The Song clan was busy throughout much of the night, only gradually finishing their preparations by dawn. The clan members have completed the verification, said the Song clan's elder, who approached Chu Jing and asked, Saint Heir, how should we proceed to Taishan? The distance from here to Taishan was significant. While cultivators might manage, ordinary humans without cultivation could hardly endure such turmoil. Thank you, elder. Chu Jing turned to Guyun, bowing respectfully. This was a point he had already considered. Originally, he planned to use a small world to take the Song clan away from this place, but he decided to keep that as his trump card. Guyun gave a slight nod and, with a flip of his hand, produced an exquisite flying boat, which grew massively against the wind, spanning 1,000 zhang across the void. Such a large flying boat was more than enough to take all the members of the Song clan. Soon, the people of the Song clan were assembled, boarding the flying boat in sequence, embarking on the migration route to Taishan City. Meanwhile, in a room, Song Lingqing felt somewhat restless. Since the last time she left her family home, she and Song Lingxue had not seen each other again, and now she felt unexpectedly nervous. During their last meeting, Chu Jing was nominally her own man, but now he had transformed into her brother-in-law. This change of status was profound, and even now, she was somewhat unable to adapt, unsure of how to face Song Lingxue. To accommodate the ordinary members of the Song clan, the flying boat did not travel quickly. Furthermore, Chu Jing, wanting to collect parts of the heavenly aura broken sword, made several stops along the way, slowing their travel even more. When the flying boat finally arrived in Taishan City, it was after more than a month's journey. The repair of the Song family's heritage blood jade had imperceptibly entered its final phase. Family heritage blood jade, 4th order/incomplete, a medium to open a secret realm, is divided into 6 fragments. When assembled and supplemented with the essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage, it can open a secret realm, can be repaired. 195/200. Chu Jing did not hesitate and immediately chose to repair it. A flare of blood light lit up, and the incomplete blood jade gradually merged, quickly forming into a complete circular jade wall. Blood jade wall, 4th order, supplemented with the essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage, it can open a secret realm. With the blood wall restored to its original state, opening the secret realm was now nearly within reach. As for the so-called essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage, Chu Jing already had some ideas. They were all from the Song clan. The blood from the Southern Territory Song clan could be used just the same, it was only a bit more diluted. The same bloodline, once purified and refined, should cause a qualitative change through a change in quantity, especially with the repair panel available. Replenishing blood qi was an overly simple task. In the moment the blood jade took shape. Within a pavilion less than 30 li from Taishan Holy Land in Taishan City, Song Xingming suddenly changed his expression, flipping his hand to take out an incomplete piece of blood jade. Under his gaze, the blood jade gradually turned to ash, scattering down between his fingers. How could this happen? Song Xingming tried his utmost to gather the ashes at his fingertips, yet even with his long experience weathering storms and his usually unshakable composure, a hint of panic involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was not only the key to opening the secret realm but also the lifeblood of the Song clan. The family's secret realm contained far more than just cultivation resources, it also held the foundation of the Song clan's bloodline heritage. Given the current plight of the Song clan, losing this secret realm would cause many things to change drastically. The chances to salvage some situations, which could have been possible before, would be utterly extinguished. He did his best to piece the ashes back together, but even when forcibly shaped back into form, the blood jade fragment had lost all of its former luster. In just a fleeting moment before, it had completely turned to dust. How could this be? Song Xingming murmured in a low voice, his fingertips trembling unconsciously as he took out 3 brocade boxes in succession. Stay updated through freewebnovel.com. Inside these boxes were the other 3 fragments. Of the 6 fragments, he originally possessed 4, with the one in Chu Jing's hands, that made 5, nearly at hand to open the secret realm. As the brocade box was opened, the fragments inside had likewise turned to dust, with no trace of what they once were. Impossible. Song Xingming rose somewhat gracelessly, pouring the dust from the brocade box, trying to find even a fragment of the original pieces, but of course to no avail, leaving only ashes all over the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a booming sound came from the heavens above, and Song Xingming's divine sense reached out, quickly catching sight of the enormous flying boat hovering in the sky. Humming, a slight buzzing noise came from not far away. The compass on the desk trembled lightly, its needle quivering and pointing in the direction of the flying boat. What's this? Instantly, Song Xingming understood, his expression changed slightly. It was obvious that on the flying boat above, there were people of the Song clan's bloodline, and not merely 10 or 100. He stepped forward, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the flying boat, blocking its path. Gu Yuan stood on the deck, his robust figure like a towering pagoda. Seeing Song Xingming, he lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke in a deep voice, "What's the meaning of blocking my way? May I ask Elder Gu, why are you with my Song clan kinsfolk?" Song Xingming's brow furrowed tightly. Having dealt with Taishan for so long, he naturally recognized Gu Yuan, who was the head of the punishment hall in the Taishan Holy Land. The sudden turning of the blood jade to ashes, coupled with the abrupt return of so many of the Song bloodline by Taishan, inevitably led him to associate many things. In Taishuan's affairs, I need not explain myself to you. Gu Yuan spared no courtesy and said calmly, "Step aside." Aware of the halt of the flying boat, Chu Jing stepped onto the deck and immediately spotted Song Xingming blocking the way. "Elder Song? Why are you still in Taishan City?" Chu Jing's eyebrows raised slightly, casually remarking, "The remaining fragments of the blood jade, have you gathered them yet?" The jade wall was already repaired in his hands, so the fragments in Song Xingming's possession had naturally turned to dust, and he must be feeling quite anxious. Recalling Chu Jing's words from before, Song Xingming's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a moment of silence, he spoke tentatively, "Saint Heir, I have considered your proposal for some time now. The cooperation you suggested earlier, my Song clan is not necessarily against it, I have warned you before. You were unwilling then, thinking you had enough leverage and refusing to concede even a little. Times have changed." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Jing interrupted, "The Song clan of the eastern region is already out of the game. I'm not in the habit of giving second chances." Chu Jing. At his words, Song Xingming couldn't help but cry out in anger. He could now be certain that the change in the blood jade was related to Chu Jing. But at this moment, he had no time to consider how Chu Jing accomplished it. Preserving the ancestral property was the most pressing matter. Song Xingming took a deep breath, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he endeavored to maintain his restraint, repeating, "Without the direct bloodline of the Song clan, the Saint Heir also can't open the secret realm. Perhaps you should reconsider the cooperation. The immortal ascension method that the Saint Heir desires is also open for negotiation." Song Xingming initially didn't take seriously Chu Jing's claim that the Eastern Territory Song clan was out of the game, but now with the blood jade turned to ashes, he had no choice but to believe it. Chu Jing did not pay any attention to Song Xingming's words. He turned around and entered the flying boat. The missing essence blood of the Song clan's direct lineage had already been planned for. All were from the same origin, differing only in concentration. After purification, it would work just the same. If you rely on the bloodlines of side branches, you would have to kill at least 1,000 descendants of my Song clan. Many of the Song clan cultivators inside the flying boat were paying attention to the outside commotion. Song Xingming's shout had reached everyone's ears, causing some disturbance. Song Yusong and other high-ranking members of the Song family couldn't help but show some doubt in their eyes. After all, Chu Jing had no reason to help them without cause. The need for their essence blood to open the secret realm seemed to be a more than suitable reason. Old ancestor. Their gazes involuntarily turned to the family's senior ancestor, their expressions tense. The elder with white hair remained unmoved, his expression completely calm, as he spoke indifferently, "Why did we come to Taishan City? If the Saint Heir truly wants our blood, let it start with me. As long as it ensures the prosperity of our future generations, what's there to regret?" His gaze showed no flicker of hesitation. "There are some paths that, once chosen, leave little room for turning back. At this point, other than trusting Chu Jing, they had no other choice. Moreover, if Chu Jing really wanted their blood, he could have simply taken it by force. There was no need for him to go through great lengths to assist in their clan's relocation. Above the deck, Chu Jing halted his steps, a slight frown creasing his brow. Feeling a touch of impatience blossoming in his heart, he did not take pleasure in entangling himself in these roundabout schemes and cunning tricks. But the repeated actions of Song Xingming involuntarily stirred a killing intent within him. This secret realm, I will cede to the Southern Territory Song clan. How they deal with it afterward is their affair. After calming himself for a moment, Chu Jing brushed off the irritation in his heart and responded indifferently, turning to look at Gu Yuan standing by his side. Elder Gu, I'll leave it to you. He no longer wished to waste time here. Gu Yuan lifted his head to look at Song Xingming, his eyes tranquil, resembling a pool of still water. Leave. Song Xingming's breathing became slightly hurried, and a faint surge of mana encircled him. A few moments later, he lifted his eyes to glance at the Taishan Holy Land just a stone's throw away and silently stepped aside, clearing the way. Invoking the Immortal Alliance, he knew that acting now would be akin to seeking death, just like Zhou Zili of Taisu had done before. The development of this matter was beyond his control now. It was a matter of great importance involving the entire clan and required consultation with his family. The present Taishan city stretched for hundreds of miles, and within nearly 10,000 miles, it stood as a preeminent metropolis, where almost every notable power had established a stake. Over time, Taishan City had become exceedingly valuable, and the Taishan Holy Land had specially assigned 2 elders to manage this area. The rent collected each month was an astronomical figure. Having previously promised to provide the Song clan with land to thrive and multiply, Chu Jing, after a brief contemplation, delineated over 2,000 zhang of tax-exempt land in the northern part of Taishan City, which was still under construction, to the Song clan. Though not vast, it was enough for the current Song clan to settle in. The subsequent issues no longer required Chu Jing's attention. The Song clan's elder, with his late-stage divine infant realm cultivation, was neither the strongest nor the weakest in Taishan City at present, but was definitely strong enough to arrange everything properly. He returned with Song Lingqing to Taishan, ready to open the secret realm. After the secret realm was opened, he still needed to find time to return to Giant Marsh and relocate the lineage of Song Tonghai and Song Tongxian into Taishan City. This place would inevitably become the foundation of the Song clan in the southern region in the future and would guarantee their safety here. Atop the towering divine peak, within the Crystal Palace, the silence was profound and the atmosphere slightly eerie. Before opening the secret realm, Chu Jing had some preparations to make. At this moment, only the sisters Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing were in the palace. Having just finished practicing, Song Lingxue was bathing in the back, while Song Lingqing sat alone in the hall. Right now, her feelings were strangely unsettled, seemingly restless without reason. The last time she had seen Song Lingxue was during the family banquet on her return home. It had been almost 2 years since that day. She remembered clearly how Song Lingxue had seemed very constrained that day, her words laced with politeness. At the time, she had felt a significant emotional upheaval, thinking how everything had changed. Now, the one feeling constrained was herself. Just as she was finding it difficult to bear, Song Lingxue walked out slowly. Song Lingqing quietly observed her sister, clad in a vibrant red vestment robe resembling a blushing bride. Compared to the last time they met, Song Lingxue exuded an added charm, and around her snowy neck was a necklace of dark blue clam pearls, shimmering with a splendid glow, which was quite appealing. She had only heard her mother mention in her childhood that a woman undergoes a significant change upon marriage. Indeed, the woman before her seemed drastically different from the sister in her memories. Now that your brother-in-law is the Taishan Holy Sun, there is no need to be formal here in this place. If there is anything you're not accustomed to or find it difficult to voice, you can speak to me. You and I are flesh and blood, and that will never change till death, said Song Lingxue, her voice calm, her demeanor composed. This composure gave rise to a sense of suffocation in Song Lingqing's heart, and from the phrase brother-in-law, she inexplicably sensed a hint of intimidation. Thank you for your concern, sister, Song Lingqing replied quietly, the joy of reuniting with kin dissipating in an instant. Squeak, Chu Jing entered, walking up to Song Lingxue, noticing her red attire and giving her a few extra glances before his eyes were drawn to the necklace on her neck, a trace of surprise appearing. I didn't see you wear it before, thought you didn't like it. Song Lingxue's lips curled slightly as she touched her neck. It's a gift from you, how could I not like it? Sister, what do you think? Song Lingqing's expression stiffened slightly, as if she sensed something, and forced a smile. It looks very nice. Do you like it? Hearing this, Chu Jing immediately said, I bought 2 of them at that time, if you like it, you can take one. Before he finished speaking, another identical necklace appeared in his palm. Seeing Chu Jing holding the identical necklace, Song Lingxue's hand fell, her smile slightly fading as she sized up Song Lingqing, her eyes growing deeper. Looking at the necklace so close at hand, Song Lingqing's mood was indescribably subtle, a mix of pleasure and displeasure. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. It's pretty, but I don't like it. Hearing this, Chu Jing nonchalantly withdrew his hand and casually said, Get ready, I will need the 2 of you to help me later. Watching the necklace disappear into Chu Jing's palm, Song Lingqing's lips slightly pursed as she looked towards Song Lingxue with a meaningful expression. Ever since I was young, my tastes have differed from my sister's. Naturally, you have been intelligent since childhood, and your preferences have always been unusual, Song Lingxue replied with a slight concentration in her gaze. But the things you like always have something unique about them. Elsewhere, Chu Jing was preoccupied and paid little attention to their conversation, which went in one ear and out the other. He pulled out the blood jade wall, moved a jade bed from the adjoining room, and looked towards the 2 women. Lie down. Song Lingqing glanced at the jade bed, her thoughts, which had just calmed, becoming chaotic once more. The bed was clearly enveloped with the qi of Song Lingxue and Chu Jing, which unavoidably brought some inappropriate images to her mind. These images were fragmented, hazy, seeming real yet not, impossible to think through in detail. It was hard to imagine the details of events she had never experienced. The 2 sisters lay side by side on the bed. Song Lingqing was rigid all over, unconsciously tensing up. Relax, it will be over soon. Chu Jing's brows furrowed slightly as his palms swept over the tops of their heads. Song Lingqing felt a warmth atop her head, then darkness fell before her eyes, and she lost consciousness. Chu Jing's expression became slightly more solemn, his fingertips emitted a thread of sword qi, slicing open their wrists. Blood burst forth, held aloft by Yuan qi, splitting into 2 streams, suspended in midair. The 2 were closely related by blood, and there should have been no differences in their bloodlines, but Song Lingxue lacked an immortal bone and instead possessed exceptional talent in martial path. Chu Jing sought to uncover the secret behind this. As the essence blood drained away, the control panel soon signaled a significant loss of vitality for the 2, but Chu Jing, undistracted, manipulated the control panel to heal their wounds. Through the contact with Yuan Qi, Chu Jing began to refine the 2 streams of essence blood, removing impurities and continuously purifying them. Soon, 2 streams of refined essence blood were extracted, and after observing them for a long while, Chu Jing saw no abnormalities, except perhaps for Song Lingqing's blood being slightly warmer. Discover more stories at freewebnovel.com. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing attempted to inject the 2 streams of essence blood into the blood jade wall. Instantly, the blood jade wall glowed faintly and reacted slightly, but the entrance to the secret realm didn't open, clearly indicating insufficient bloodline power. Recalling what Patriarch Song had said earlier, Chu Jing didn't wake the 2 sisters. Instead, he took the blood jade wall and hurried towards Taishan City. He was only there to verify if the method was viable and had no plans to open the secret realm at that moment. This secret realm, unopened for countless millennia, was of unknown condition inside. If opened, someone would need to enter first to explore. There were many risks involved that required people to undertake. North of Taishan City, a once barren piece of land had, within few hours, the foundation for a brand new mansion, and construction was rapidly underway, an effortless task for cultivators. As Chujing arrived at the entrance, Patriarch Song, accompanied by Song Yusong and other soul-condensing monks, came out to greet him. Prepare a secret chamber and gather 10 entry Dao realm cultivators. I need to draw blood to open the secret realm, Chujing stated plainly without beating around the bush. With Patriarch Song's prior words, the clan's people would surely have reservations, and he was well aware of this. But he had no intention of explaining to the people of the Song clan. He needed an attitude. There were no free favors in this world. Moreover, even after the secret realm was opened, it would still require people to enter for exploration, and it was very likely to result in casualties. The Song clan needed to be mentally prepared in advance. Just a moment, Saint Air, I will arrange it immediately, the Patriarch Song responded without hesitation and turned his head to Song Yusong. Song Yusong hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and left. Within the time it took to brew tea, the secret chambers and entry Dao realm cultivators were all ready. The 10 people brought forward were mostly elderly, their lives more than half over, and their expressions filled with a resolute readiness to embrace death. Obviously, they were prepared for death before coming here. Chujing glanced at them, closed the door of the secret chamber, and knocked out all 10 with a wave of his hand, beginning the long and tedious process of blood extraction and purification. Half a day later, as the essence blood continued to be injected, the jade wall reflected a blood light that illuminated the entire secret chamber, and a portal slowly emerged beneath the jade wall. For Chujing, who possessed a small world, this entrance was all too familiar. It was a space passage. The aura of the portal gradually weakened at a slow pace, and at this rate, the entrance would close on its own in at most 2 hours. Chujing did not waste any time and immediately awakened the 10 Song family cultivators. After these people woke up, they were clearly surprised by the fact that they were still alive, and for a moment, they could not regain their senses. Soon, they all discovered the portal beneath the jade wall, their expressions mixed with shock and joy. Go in and take a look. I will wait here for you. If I don't see anyone come out in an hour, I will close the entrance. If you can come out alive, whatever you obtain during this period will belong to you alone. Chujing handed out a shadow retention wall and spoke in a deep voice. This action undoubtedly involved great risks, and the slight gains were rewards for those who ventured first. Thank you, Saint Air. The 10 individuals bowed and, without any hesitation, stepped into the passage one after another. Before coming here, they had prepared themselves for death, so at this moment, they naturally had no fear of losing their lives. Chujing closed his eyes and quietly waited. Time flowed like water, and just as an hour was about to pass, there was a stir from the entrance of the secret realm, and 10 figures emerged one by one, not a single person missing. The expressions of the group were identical, all filled with ecstasy, evidently reaping significant rewards. One of them stepped forward, holding the shadow retention wall in both hands, and bowed as he presented it to Chujing. Chujing glanced at the contents of the shadow retention wall, and his expression gradually underwent some changes. This secret realm, unlike the small world that Chujing possessed, was a treasury left by a true immortal. It roughly contained 3 areas, with the outermost being vast fields of spiritual medicine. Although a considerable portion had perished due to neglect, 8 or 9 out of 10, there was still a large amount of high-grade spiritual medicine that had survived, some over tens of thousands of years old, and even some immortal elixirs among them. The second area was 3 blood pools covered by arrays, corresponding to low dash, middle dash, and high-quality immortal bones respectively. This arrangement by the true immortal could stimulate the true immortal bloodline inside the Song clan members' bodies. Those with exceptional talents had a chance to transform their immortal bones and experience ancestral return. The most core area was the third zone, guarded by a divine sense left by the Song ancestors, which set up many trials. Any Song clan descendant who passed the trials would receive different rewards: spirit pills, magic treasures, cultivation techniques, secret arts, and even immortal treasures. Without a doubt, this was a foundation left by a true immortal who exhausted countless efforts to cultivate his descendants. In those years, the reason why the branches of the Southern Territory Song clan agreed to lend their elites to protect the direct lineage of the Song clan as they withdrew from the Southern Territory and crossed the Rift Valley Sea to the eastern region was largely due to this priceless secret realm. They believed that the main vein of the Song clan would not easily give up this heritage secret realm, which served as the foundation of the clan. However, as fate would have it, nobody could have predicted that after leaving the Southern Territory, a true immortal would emerge in the Eastern Territory Song clan, sweeping through the eastern region and occupying vast territories, no longer troubled by resource shortages. Moreover, with the elites from the Southern Territory branches, 8 or 9 out of 10 perished in the Rift Valley Sea, and gradually this matter was pushed to the back of their minds, no longer discussed. Had it not been for the true immortal of the Song clan who disappeared without return after a trip to the Immortal Alliance thousands of years ago, the Eastern Territory Song clan might not have thought of returning to seek this legacy left by the ancestors. After digesting the information from the shadow retention wall, Chujing came back to his senses and couldn't help shaking his head. This was indeed an astonishing treasure, which over time, could develop into a force not inferior to a holy land. Seeing Chujing silently shaking his head, the group of Song family cultivators could not help feeling anxious. They were acutely aware of the value of this secret realm, and even if Chujing chose to monopolize it, they could completely understand. Just now in the secret realm, due to limited time, the 10 people did not participate in the trials, merely gathered a few low-grade spiritual medicines they recognized, then retreated. As for those high-grade spiritual medicines, most had specific harvesting methods, and if touched rashly, they could greatly damage the medicinal potency, which was quite disheartening for the group. Chujing looked at the group of Song family cultivators before him, immediately noticing their unease, and spoke, "This secret realm belongs to the entire Southern Territory Song clan, but you cannot protect it now. I will temporarily place the Jade Wall within Taishan Holy Land until someone from the Southern Territory Song clan can take over. I will take 1/3 of the spiritual medicines and hand them over to Taishan Holy Land. The rest will belong to the Southern Territory Song clan. Before the branches of the Southern Territory Song clan gather, they must not be disturbed." Owing much to Taishan, Chujing had to consider things for Taishan as well. This time, in assisting the Song clan's migration, Taishan had deployed a pseudo-immortal, in addition to bearing pressure from the Eastern Territory Song clan. Taking 1/3 of the spiritual medicines as compensation was more than reasonable. Upon hearing this, the group of Song family cultivators nodded repeatedly, their expressions involuntarily showing some gratitude. Even if Chujing would swallow the secret realm directly, they had no complaints. Without Chujing, they would not even have had the chance to touch the secret realm. Later, you should notify Patriarch Song to select young, potentially talented individuals from the clan, make some preparations. In 3 days, I will reopen the entrance to the secret realm and initiate the first trial for the Southern Territory Song clan. As his words fell, Chujing raised his hand and knocked several people unconscious again. After spending 2 full days refining 4 portions of essence blood, sufficient for opening the secret realm, he finally stopped. After all this, Chujing felt his energy nearly depleted. Though his physical fatigue could be healed, the mental toll remained. Every time the secret realm was opened, it required a substantial time commitment and consumed a great deal of energy to purify the essence blood. This was quite inconvenient. Having a direct line descendant of the Song clan present could save an untold amount of effort. After resting for a moment, Chujing pushed open the door of the secret chamber and walked out. Exhausted to the extreme, he had no intention of entertaining the hesitant Song family cultivators and left directly. He needed to inform Gong Rulong first, to have the Taishuan-assigned spiritual medicines harvested. After the completion of the Southern Territory Song clan's first trial, he would arrange for Song Lingqing to undergo the trial based on the specific circumstances at that time. As for Song Lingxue, Chujing had some concerns and did not plan to let her come into contact with the secret realm. After all, this was a legacy left by a true immortal, and if the divine sense guarding the secret realm detected Song Lingxue's identity as a martial cultivator, it might decide to exterminate her kin in the name of righteousness, potentially leading to a perilous situation. In the situation of severely lacking information, Chu Jing could only do his best to ensure safety. Just the divine secret skill from the Xiantian martial barrier alone was enough for Song Lingxue to study, not to mention the cultivation resources such as elixirs, which were more than plentiful, making it unnecessary to take unnecessary risks. A moment later, he returned to the Taishan Holy Land with the inheritance jade wall. Upon returning to the bedchamber, the surroundings were very quiet. The two sisters were practicing their own exercises, and the jade couch had been returned to its original place. Chu Jing, unconcerned with anything else, climbed onto the jade couch and fell asleep, urgently needing to relax from the mental exhaustion. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes. Soft breaths and heartbeats reached him, carrying a familiar faint fragrance. Song Lingxue lay on her side beside him, clad only in undergarments, her fair and delicate skin fully exposed, eyes gently closed. Chu Jing propped himself up, about to leave the couch, when a pair of snowy white arms reached out from behind him, clasping his waist, and a warm body pressed against his back. "Stop messing around, there are important matters today." Chu Jing patted the hands clasped firm around his waist, yet no response came from behind him. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing spoke again, this time with a hint of amusement in his voice. "What are you afraid of? Not trusting me, or scared of your own sister?" He hadn't been careless enough to overlook the abnormality of the person beside him. Moreover, a qi cultivator's sensitivity to changes in qi was unparalleled. Since seeing Song Lingxue had been extremely tense, and guessing what she was worried about was not difficult. A flash of panic crossed Song Lingxue's eyes, and feeling guilty, she released the firm grip of her hands. Without a word, she donned her vestment robe and raised her hand to tidy Chu Jing's slightly disheveled hair. Chu Jing grasped her hand, stopping her movements, turned around, and pressed her back onto the jade couch. "Let it be, it doesn't matter if it's one day late, today I will help you with your cultivation first." The front hall. Song Lingqing sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to the noises from the inner room, her expression blank, her fingertips digging deep into her palm. The feeling of seemingly being the only outsider was not too pleasant. The next morning, having received a message from Chu Jing and hearing about the numerous high-grade spiritual medicines and even immortal elixirs available for mining, Gong Rulong dared not delay and immediately brought 3 elders from the alchemy hall with him. As soon as he entered the hall, Gong Rulong couldn't wait to say, "Where are the immortal elixirs?" Chu Jing had already opened the entrance to the secret realm in advance, pointed towards the spatial passage, and explained, "The entrance won't hold for long. After 2 days, I will reopen the entrance and take the elders out." "No matter." Gong Rulong, with only a brief comment, hurriedly led the 3 elders into the spatial passage. For an alchemist, nothing was more enticing than immortal elixirs. In an instant, days and nights passed, and 2 days were gone. The date of the trial agreed with the Song family had arrived. Before the sun rose on the first day, Chu Jing arrived at the entrance of Taishan Mountain Sect. The people of the Song family had already come even earlier, standing in a dense crowd that merged with the lingering darkness of the night, silent and still, their eyes reflecting the stars, full of excitement. Upon seeing Chu Jing, the Song family's ancestor, Song Xiao, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Saint Heir, for your grand favor." As the voice fell, those behind him knelt down in unison, bowing their heads and shouting, "Our gratitude to the Saint Heir for showing great favor to our Song clan." The voice carried far. Beneath the starry sky. At the edge of the horizon, the morning light tore through the night sky, illuminating the heavens as the sun began to rise. For this trial, there are a total of 192 participants, 98 in the nourishing power realm, 66 in the spirit spring realm, 26 in the entry Dao realm, and 2 in the soul condensing realm. Song Xiao presented a roster with his 2 hands, which detailed the information of these 192 individuals. Lower quality immortal bones accounted for the majority, with only 1 high quality immortal bone, who was none other than Song Pingjun, the one who had previously caused the Shang family to consider a marriage proposal. This was undoubtedly the cream of the crop of the Song family. Chu Jing took the roster and glanced over it, then spoke slowly to the cultivators of the Song family before him. Once inside the secret realm, do not disturb the medicinal fields. As for the rest, do as you will. Half a month later, I will open the secret realm again. Apart from those trapped due to the assessment trial, no one may stay inside the secret realm. During the conversation, Chuzheng drew out a strand of essence blood and directly opened the secret realm. No sooner had the entrance to the secret realm opened than Gong Rulong, accompanied by 3 elders, emerged, their expressions not filled with the joy Chuzheng had anticipated but instead laden with solemnity. Come to the alchemy hall later, and I'll tell you more. Gong Rulong said telepathically, then headed straight into the depths of Taishan. Chuzheng's brows slightly furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions, instead raising his hand to signal Song Shao, allowing all the Song family disciples to enter the secret realm. After all the disciples had entered the secret realm, Chuzheng promptly closed the entrance and headed straight for the alchemy hall. Soon, he saw Gong Rulong again. At that moment, Gong Rulong was processing a batch of spiritual medicine, many of which were still moist with spiritual soil, indicating they had been freshly picked. Elder Gong, what happened in the secret realm? After watching for a while, Chuzheng finally couldn't contain his impatience and asked. Having finished dealing with the spiritual medicine in his hands, Gong Rulong spoke in a deep voice. Stay connected via freewebnovel.com. After collecting some spiritual herbs, we were obstructed by the remnant thoughts of a true immortal. If we acted, we couldn't ensure the safety of the medicinal fields, so we had to stop. The remnant thoughts of a true immortal. Chuzheng frowned slightly. He had thought those divine senses would only be active in the central region, not realizing the medicinal field area was also within their range of activity. The remnant thoughts still possess considerable spiritual intelligence. Realizing the secret realm had been obtained by outsiders, and that the Song clan was facing difficulties, it offered 2 semi-immortal medicines and asked us to take care of the Song clan. Gong Rulong's gaze revealed a hint of complexity. All that is not the key issue. Before its body died, it sent back a broken message. Immortal Alliance, do not enter. Immortal Alliance, do not enter. Chuzheng's gaze sharpened. This was the last message sent by a true immortal before death, surely concealing great secrets. This appeared to be connected to the fact that many true immortals had disappeared after leaving the realm without further word. The circumstances of these true immortals were likely precarious. This message was not complete and could not be taken at face value. Chuzheng knew all too well the perils of incomplete information. Sometimes, a single word could drastically alter its meaning. This statement could be a warning to the Song clansmen or a reminder to the Immortal Alliance not to enter certain domains. With the current information, it was still too early to confirm. The Immortal Alliance indeed has many peculiar aspects. Since Songyun had united it, not a single true immortal who entered has returned. You should be extremely cautious in the future. There was a touch of worry in Elder Gong's expression. He was not concerned about himself, as he had only a few more years to live, but Chuzheng had a long future ahead. He was to condense his soul, cultivate to the divine infant, undergo the 9 divine transformations cultivation, enter Tongxian, and possibly ascend to becoming an immortal. Given this, interactions with the Immortal Alliance were inevitable, warranting utmost caution. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Gong. I will keep it in mind. Chuzheng, coming out of his contemplation, nodded in thanks. He had never intended to join the Immortal Alliance, and besides, it was still far removed from his current reach. Even if he wanted to make contact, it wasn't something that could be achieved in the short term. With the immortal elixir obtained from the Song family secret realm, I'll see if I can refine a semi-immortal pill for you, to be used when you enter Tongxian. Seeing Chuzheng's brows locked in concern, Gong Rulong changed the subject, his voice tinged with self-mockery, although I won't be around to see that day. As the two were conversing, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside. Eastern Territory Song clan seeks an audience with the Taishan Holy Sun. The sky was at its zenith, the sun hanging high. Chuzheng had just stepped out of the alchemy hall when he saw in the distance, high above the 9 heavens, nearly 100 chariots moving majestically, shattering the 1,000-mile clouds as they thundered forward. Above the chariots flew banners with stars and electric halberds, each bearing the Song character fluttering wildly in the wind, while the cultivators below were clad in uniform armor, sharp weapons in hand. More than cultivators, they resembled a formidable army. This was Chu Zheng's first encounter with such a well-organized army of cultivators, which inevitably left an impact on him. Scanning these chariots, Gong Rulong's expression involuntarily shifted slightly. From the looks of these individuals, the Eastern Region Song family had mobilized all their elite forces. 8 experts from the Tongxian secret realm had arrived, and no fewer than 30 from the divine transformation realm, all approaching with overwhelming momentum. Such a display naturally shook the entire Taishan, even disturbing Gung Yiyang, who was in seclusion, drawing him out to the outskirts of Taishan. The delegation from the Eastern Region Song family was led by an elderly man, slightly portly, clad in a white robe, and radiating an ethereal aura. Upon seeing Gung Yiyang, the elder immediately bowed, performing the junior salute. Song Tingkue greets true Lord Yang. What brings you here? Gung Yiyang glanced over the assembly of Song family cultivators, quickly deducing their intentions. Despite the grandeur, they did not seem poised for conflict. This time, my Song family comes not to provoke but to offer an apology to the Saint Heir. Chu Jing, having reached the side of the two, heard this and could not help but feel somewhat astonished. The Song family and I have no grudges, why then the apology? He did not feel that the Eastern Region Song family owed him anything. The prior negotiations were merely the Eastern Region Song family considering themselves sufficiently leveraged, unwilling to concede more. But a wrong choice was indeed a mistake, and the world didn't afford the luxury of turning back. The sole fault of the Eastern Region Song family was their failure to consider the interests of the Southern Territory Song family, focusing instead on issues from the perspective of their direct lineage. Selfishness wasn't a grave sin, and Chu Jing could entirely understand it. However, understanding was one thing, what actions to take was another matter. From Chu Jing's own perspective, he naturally had to consider more for the Southern Territory Song family, ensuring at least the interests of Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing. Moreover, maintaining the continuity of the Southern Territory Song family through the years was no easy task. Compared to the true immortal noble families, they were in greater need of this heritage secret realm. In the past, the main branch of the Song family used the secret realm as collateral, requisitioning the elite of various branches without further contact, abandoning this realm, which their ancestors relinquished. Now, reclaiming it was not so simple. Previously, Chu Jing was willing to negotiate with the Eastern Region Song family, considering the common ancestry between the Song families of the southeastern regions, and also because he wanted the Song family's immortal ascension method, thus giving them a chance. Enjoy exclusive content from freewebnovel.com. But now, the immortal ascension method was within the secret realm, and sooner or later, a Song family cultivator would bring it out. The Eastern Region Song family had completely lost its value. Hearing Chu Zhang's confusion, Song Tingkue glanced toward Song Xingming. Song Xingming took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and spoke softly. The Saint Heir was willing to give my Song family a chance, which we failed to seize. To put it harshly, this was an act of ingratitude. This was the first major fault. Although the Saint Heir is an outsider, he still cares for our Southern Territory Song family. It was petty of me to suspect his intentions, disrespecting him, and even seizing the opportunity to incite dissonance between the Saint Heir and the Southern Territory Song family. This was the second major fault. I disregarded the kin from various branches in the Southern Territory, was excessively greedy, and tried to monopolize the heritage secret realm solely. This is my third fault. Ingratitude, being disrespectful, and excessive greed, these are all my faults. Having said this, Song Xingming stood upright, his gaze calm, and raised both hands as a jade sword appeared from the void, which he held in his palms. Please, Saint Heir, take this sword and behead me. My kin is innocent. Please, may you show mercy and allow them to enter the secret realm, to bask in the legacy of our ancestors. Chu Jing glanced at the strong cultivators from the Eastern Territory Song family present. They all seemed quite aged. The situation of the Song family, in comparison to the current Taishan, might not be so different after all. The disruption of lineages and the break in prodigious talents have always been significant factors for numerous great immortal sects to fade into the annals of history. Meanwhile, Song Tingkue retrieved a jade scroll from his robe and presented it with both hands. This is the immortal ascension method you initially requested, our Song family's hereditary Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra. His expression grave, he spoke solemnly, the Saint Heir is the son-in-law of the Southern Territory Song family, kin to us. As the Song family's lineage grows weaker, and the quality of the immortal bone in our new generations worsens, we need the secret realm to sustain our existence. I hope the Saint Heir, in his wisdom, might forgive our past transgressions. With the head of a Tongxian pseudo-immortal and their family's immortal ascension method as compensation, the attitude of the Eastern region Song family in admitting their mistake seemed impeccable. In the eyes of others, both emotionally and logically, Chu Jing seemed should no longer be overly critical. Yet, a chill unintentionally appeared in Chu Jing's eyes. What is this? Are you forcing me to kill? With all eyes on him, if he were to execute the strike today, would the Eastern Territory Song family ever let bygones be bygones? He did not fear trouble, but neither did he wish to raise a threat that would bring trouble onto himself. Seeing the coldness on Chu Zhang's face, Song Tingkue's heart suddenly sank. He seemed to have misjudged Chu Zhang's thoughts. This Taishan holy son, not yet 20 years old, was not as easily deceived as he had imagined. Your head is worthless to me. To behead you would be to stain my hands with blood needlessly. Chu Jing glanced at Song Xingming, his expression returning to calm, decisively settling the matter of the heritage secret realm. When the Southern Territory Song family produces another Tongxian, Taishan will hand over the secret realm into their hands. At that time it will be your own family affair, unrelated to me, merely an outsider. The affairs of the Song family, in his view, were thus concluded. He would not waste any more time on this matter, as it held no benefit for him. True Lord Yang, do you see any room for negotiation in this matter? Seeing that there was no way forward with Chu Jing, Song Tingkue couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Gung Yang. At your age, you surely aren't so deaf or confused that you failed to understand what my saint son just said, are you? Gung Yang glanced at Song Xingming, speaking indifferently, this matter ends here, return from whence you came. If you're truly restless and seeking death, go to the Immortal Alliance, request a decree, and ascend the immortal slaying stage. Next life, you might choose a better path. Upon hearing this, Song Tingkue fell silent for a while before looking towards Chu Jing. In that case, we shall not disturb the Saint Heir any further. Before he could finish speaking, his tone suddenly shifted. Each activation of the secret realm requires essence blood. How about I leave 2 members of our direct line here to take charge of the activation? It would also save the Saint Heir some effort. What do you think? Very well. Chu Jing pondered for a moment and did not refuse. Purifying essence blood indeed required effort. Soon, Song Tingkue brought over 2 Song family cultivators, both seeming to be in their 30s and in the prime of life. Chu Jing didn't bother with secrecy and directly took out the inheritance jade wall in public, looking at the 2 men bleed. He wanted to see just where the difference lay between the direct line and the collateral line of the Song clan. Upon seeing the inheritance jade wall, all the high-ranking members of the Song clan blushed slightly, unable to hide their excitement. Song Xingming's gaze was obscure and indecipherable, still unable to comprehend through what means Chu Jing had restored the jade wall to its original state. The 2 Song clan cultivators looked at Song Tingkue, who nodded, then they slit their wrists and drew out 2 streams of essence blood. As the essence blood flowed into the jade wall, the wall lit up with a brief flash of blood light, but then it reacted no further, and the entrance did not open. How can this be? Song Xingming's expression was full of disbelief, while Song Tingkue's face was somber, showing little surprise. The reason he had suddenly brought this up was to confirm his previous suspicion. The Eastern Territory Song clan prided themselves on being the direct line from ancient times, a time when the clan had more than one immortal tribulation realm powerhouse. After such an extended period of time, coupled with the loss of the blood pool and hence the inability to purify their bloodline, the so-called direct line of the Song clan had long since lost its former purity, to the point of being unable to open the secret realm. Is this the direct line? Chuzheng frowned slightly, utterly disappointed. He had originally thought that the bloodline of the direct line from the Eastern Territory Song clan would be different, but now it seemed mediocre at best. Based on the purity of the bloodline of these two men, to open the entrance to the secret realm, it might require draining them dozens of times. Although stronger than the Southern Territory Song clan, it was only a marginal improvement by skipping the refinement step. Hearing Chu Zheng's words, the cultivators of the Song clan felt utterly disgraced. There was also a stir among the ranks behind Song Tingkui's chariot. In the eyes of their ancestors, they were no longer considered the direct line. Their own bloodline purity was completely rejected by the ancestral inheritance Jade Wall, a heavy blow for these cultivators who took pride in their lineage. Two are too few, we need at least 200. Chuzheng put away the Jade Wall and said softly, I will find you a place in Taishan City, pay rent on time, and each year the Southern Territory Song clan will send someone to collect blood on schedule. To open the entrance to the secret realm, the essence blood of about 100 direct descendants of the Song clan was needed. 200 people would allow shifts, and 2 years of rest would approximately let them recover their yuan qi. Chuzheng didn't have time to help these people individually to restore and replenish their yuan qi. This method would also save him some effort. Thank you for your consideration, Saint Heir. Song Tingkue initially wanted to let the matter rest, but Chuzheng had already spoken first, so he could only helplessly accept. This proposal was his own, and as the head of the clan, he had to consider his reputation. He couldn't contradict himself. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. The period for the trial had arrived, and Chuzheng once again opened the entrance to the secret realm, releasing all the Song family cultivators back. Soon, 192 people filed out, with not a single one missing. Seeing this, Chuzheng finally set his heart at rest. His primary concern about the trial had been safety. He had to consider the safety of Song Lingqing. The trials within the Heritage Secret Realm tested many aspects such as talent, temperament, combatability, bone age, bloodline concentration, etc. Each Song family cultivator received rewards that were best suited to their current realm. This trial in the Secret Realm had clearly brought significant gains to these Song family cultivators, not to mention cultivation techniques and secret scripts, spirit pills, and magical treasures. Even their own bloodlines had undergone tremendous changes. The step of baptism in the blood pool, which for the ancient Song clan had been completed at birth, was delayed far too long for these Song family cultivators. 17 lower quality immortal bones, upon entering the blood pool, fully activated the bloodline within and underwent mutation, ascending to middle quality immortal bones. 2 of the middle quality immortal bones advanced to high quality. Regrettably, the only high-quality immortal bone, Song Pingjun, did not experience enough transformation to ascend to superior quality immortal bone. However, while his immortal bone didn't mutate, the speed at which he absorbed nature's spiritual energy had noticeably increased. As the entrance to the secret realm was opened, Song Tingkue, accompanied by the high-ranking members of the Song clan, came to observe. Seeing the cultivators coming out of the secret realm one by one, their expressions involuntarily changed. They clearly noticed that a few of the Song family cultivators' bloodline fluctuations were now not weaker than those of their own direct line. And this was merely the first time the trial secret realm had been opened. Going forward, between the eastern and southern regions, who is the main branch and who is the offshoot? Though the Southern Territory Song clan had been weakening for a long time, with the Heritage Secret Realm in their possession, an explosive growth in strength was imminent. After the younger generation had undergone a baptism of their bloodlines, the quality of their immortal bones was bound to greatly improve, significantly increasing the likelihood of prodigies emerging within the clan. If the Southern Territory Song clan were to produce a Tongxian, their prospects were already completely foreseeable, surely not weaker than the current Eastern Territory Song clan, possibly even stronger. The higher-ups of the Eastern Territory Song clan were fully aware of this, but at the moment they were utterly helpless. Chuzheng no longer intended to discuss matters with them, even holding the Immortal Ascension method in hand. he couldn't give it away. The only opportunity had already been missed by Song Xingming. Clan leader, this situation is all because of my stubbornness. If I had sent a message back to the clan earlier, perhaps. Song Xingming's eyes were full of remorse. His death mattered little, but now that he had hindered the clan's prospects, he had no face to meet the ancestors after his death. Upon hearing this, Song Tingkue asked softly, "Do you think Chu Jing would have a way to repair the jade wall?" Song Xingming shook his head in bitterness. Such an impossible occurrence was beyond his imagination. "I can't imagine it either." Song Tingkue took a deep breath and said slowly, "So even if you had sent a message to our clan, my choice would have been the same as yours." It wasn't just the method to fix the jade wall that was out of his comprehension, but the person Chu Jing himself was somewhat unfathomable. Not yet 20 years old, having entered the immortal path just 2 years ago, yet he possessed such cultivation, capable even of crossing a major realm and defeating a cultivator at the soul-condensing realm perfection, all while being the saint heir of a holy land. Such cultivation aptitude, alongside such a noble status, if placed on Song Tingkue himself, it wasn't about despising everything, but most of the cultivation practitioners in the Songyun realm would hardly be worth his attention. However, from Chu Jing, he saw not a trace of arrogance. From the moment he met Chu Jing, all he ever perceived from him was calm. Despite acquiring such a valuable secret realm, he hadn't kept it to himself but had given it to the Southern Territory Song clan, a reason deeply difficult to fathom. "Clan leader, what should we do next?" Now, Song Xingming felt somewhat at a loss, his usually clear mind clouded. "Didn't Gung Yang say it? Where we came from, we go back to. Our Song clan was born in the Southern Territory, now, it's time to return." Song Tingkue's gaze was profound. Let the Eastern Territory be left for those two families to fight over. Clan leader. All the high-level members of the Song clan were visibly shocked. These words meant that they were completely abandoning the Song clan's foundations in the Eastern Territory. Keeping the family lineage going is the right path. What direct line, side branches, aren't they all named Song? Song Tingkue turned around, and in the next instant, his figure merged into the void and disappeared from sight, leaving only an echo behind. When the Song clan produces another true immortal, we will all be one family again. As the current decision-maker of the Southern Territory Song clan, less than half a day after the secret realm closed, Song Shao compiled the trial's results of the clan's participating members into a book, together with all resources obtained, and presented it to Chu Jing. Martial arts and secret techniques, elixir and magical treasure, all without any reservations. Among the disciples who participated in this first trial, several had obtained martial arts and secret techniques, but only Song Pingjun had received the Immortal Ascension method. Although his immortal bone had not been promoted in the blood pool baptism, his performance in the assessment trial was exceptionally outstanding, obtaining not only the Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra but also a fourth-order spirit pill and a high-quality magic treasure. Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra, 8th order/incomplete. A true immortal created this cultivation technique based on the insights he gained from transcending tribulations, divided into upper and lower volumes, divine origin and transcendence, respectively. It can partially neutralize the power of heavenly tribulations and can potentially be cultivated up to a 9 tribulations true immortal. With your current abilities, it's impossible to repair. The Immortal Ascension method obtained by Song Pingjun was incomplete, only up to the Tongxian secret realm. The remaining part would require his cultivation to reach Tongxian and another entry into the secret realm for assessment to have a chance at obtaining it. The Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra had no specific attribute bias, but the section on constructing the celestial foundation was sufficient for Chu Jing. For the martial arts and secret techniques, Chu Jing kept a copy, while the remaining elixir and magical treasures were returned the same way they came, also sending back a batch of low-grade magic treasures, and subsequently issued a secret order to the Song family to collect all possibly accessible remains from ancient times, including but not limited to fragments of magic treasures, incomplete manuscripts, broken beads, shattered jade, and even scrap metal. For Chu Jing, these items might contain extremely precious wondrous treasures. Most of his time was to be spent on cultivation, Without the time to scour the world for remnants of ancient times, delegating this task to the Song family could not be more suitable. In today's Taishan, aside from a few old antiques on the verge of death and Fu Quanliang, the oldest barely 10 years old, they could not be relied upon in the short term. He needed a hand that could act in the outside world. This was also a fundamental reason he aided the Southern Territory Song clan. Cultivating a force by himself was too slow in showing results. He didn't have the time or energy. The Song clan, an almost complete product, was just right. Not too powerful to control, gathering up scattered bloodline branches over a few years could be greatly useful. Chu Jing had all resources returned, while also gifting a set of magic treasures, naturally eliciting gratitude from the cultivators of the Song family. Song Shao promptly arranged nearly 100 young members to go out, ostensibly to travel but in reality to covertly help Chu Jing gather remnants from ancient times. After finishing these tasks and sorting everything out, Chu Jing once again opened the Heritage Secret Realm, sending Song Lingqing into it, and then began preparations for his seclusion. Now, he possessed the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture and the Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra, two immortal ascension methods that filled the gaps for the earth and wood elements, allowing him to attempt to transform the remaining 3 Tao foundations into immortal roots. Chu Jing first sought out Gung Yang and, after obtaining his permission, he took 3 top-quality magic treasures along with numerous spiritual medicines from the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault of Taishan Holy Land, and then entered seclusion. In his body were already the water and fire immortal roots, but the remaining 3 Tao foundations, wood and earth elements, lacked immortal ascension methods when they were initially condensed, resulting in certain flaws in the quality of the Tao foundations. Regarding this, Chu Jing had no hesitation. He operated the qi refining technique, converted the earth element qi, and with the aid of the medicine power of the 5 elements shaping pill, barely maintained the balance of the 5 elements within his dantian, then forcibly shattered the earth element Tao foundation and began reshaping it using the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture. To shatter and reshape a Tao foundation was impossible for a common immortal path cultivator, akin to destroying one's path to immortality. However, Chu Jing did it without any pressure, and even if it didn't work, he had the chance to start over. After the Tao foundation shattered, the dantian trembled, and the barely maintained balance of the 5 elements was almost disrupted. Chu Jing took out a 3-foot-long jade branch from his hand, clenched his palm slightly to shatter it, and then absorbed it into his body. Spiritual Jade Branch, 6th Order / Incomplete, a spiritual awakening object, grown in the center of a top-quality spirit vein. It is nearly human-shaped, just a step away from a grass or wood becoming an immortal. It was chopped by a true immortal, leaving only a section of branch and leaves. The vitality is done, beyond repair. It has absorbed a massive amount of earth attribute spirit energy over the years, can affect a cultivator's physique, and has a certain chance to induce the acquired earth spirit constitution when consumed extensively. This section of Jade Branch was nearly a treasure akin to the 10,000 stars heavenly dew, something Gong Rulong found in the whole sweep of the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault. Due to the lack of immortal ascension methods at the time, Chu Jing had not used it then and had saved it until now. The surging earth attribute spiritual energy burst forth from within Chu Jing in an instant, and in a moment, his skin revealed a hue of earth yellow, arising with bizarre patterns like the cracked ground. In this moment, he seemed to have transformed from a living being into a clay figurine. Chu Jing divided a wisp of his divine sense to operate the repair panel, to prevent himself from being completely devoured by the earth attribute spirit energy, forcibly bound the spiritual energy, and following the route of the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture, he began to reform the Tao foundation. The first time he condensed the Tao foundation, Chu Jing had no immortal bone, hence it was shaky, but now, having a superior immortal bone, the condensation of the Tao foundation was exceptionally smooth. In less than half an hour, the nascent form of the new 9-layer Tao foundation had taken shape, mostly owing to his own natural talent. The spiritual energy drawn by the immortal bone was sufficient to form the Tao foundation, and the energy from the spiritual Jade Branch was far from exhausted. Under the nourishment of a vast amount of energy, the earth element Tao foundation began to transform at an astonishing rate. A few hours later, the fully solidified 9-layer Tao foundation showed signs of merging rapidly. transforming into an immortal root. Soon, an immortal root radiating a dim yellow spiritual light stood within the dantian. An abnormality quickly transmitted from the immortal bone at the back of his head, the affinity for earth attribute spirit energy greatly increased. Without spending time to carefully experience this, Chuzheng took out numerous spiritual medicines, operated the method of qi absorption, forcibly extracted the wood-attributed spirit qi, and following the previous method, shattered the wood element Tao foundation, breaking before establishing anew. Although the Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra was not specifically a wood element cultivation method, its 8-order quality offered unique approaches in condensing the Tao foundation. Due to the need for slowly extracting the wood element qi, it took additional time, undoubtedly slowing the process. 2 days later, after having used up numerous spiritual medicines, Chuzheng's wood element immortal root was completely formed. Then Chuzheng took out the 3 top-quality magic treasures from the Supreme Profound Treasure Vault, extracted the gold element qi from them, and began to rebuild the gold element Tao foundation. The cost of rendering 3 top-quality magic treasures useless was enough to make any 9 transformations divine infant powerhouse bleed in the heart. A top-quality magic treasure could be exchanged for a nation's land. Top-quality magic treasures have the potential to become spiritually awakened, and their value is far more than several times that of others. Had Chuzheng not possessed the method of qi absorption, who knows how much time he would have spent searching for these spiritual items. With that, the 5 elements were finally perfected. In the instant when the 5 elements immortal root converged, Chuzheng felt a lightness throughout his body, no longer needing to expend his mental energy to maintain the balance of the 5 elements in his dantian. From the amalgamation of the 5 elements into yin and yang, surges of yin and yang spiritual power arose from his dantian, shooting straight into the back of his brain. A series of cracking sounds emitted from the immortal bone at the back of his head, inducing a slight anomaly. Chuzheng had no time to attend to the nature of the changes, for, as the speed at which he absorbed the 5-element spiritual energy soared, his qi refinement's cultivation rose significantly, rapidly advancing towards the Tao embryo secret realm. During his time in the immortal martial battlefield, Ji Yuyan had once enlightened him by cleansing his divine soul, laying the groundwork for the Tao embryo secret realm. If it were not for his focus being mostly on the immortal path in recent times, he would have started to condense the Tao embryo much earlier. The Tao embryo secret realm is the 3rd realm in qi refinement, equivalent to a great cultivator in the immortal path's soul condensing realm, marking a critically important step. From this point on, his divine sense greatly enhanced, enabling him to wield a broader range of divine skills, bringing him a step closer to the realm of broad and vast divine abilities. Having no top and no walls is to be broad, supporting the heavens and bearing the earth is to be great. In the qi refining lineage, those who are known as possessing broad and vast divine abilities are not far from the return to void and merge with the path. The pursuit of qi cultivators is the innate realm. This condensation of the Tao embryo is precisely the reverse of the natural innate path, trying to adjust one state toward the innate. The 5-element spiritual energy originates from the immortal roots, transforms into yin and yang, and thereafter is refined into the most fundamental yuan qi, entering directly into the middle dantian to begin the condensation of the Tao embryo. After the Tao embryo is condensed, the divine sense will completely materialize, which for the divine soul, is a qualitative transformation similar to the soul condensing of the immortal path, shifting from an intangible to a tangible state. Thanks to Ji Yuyan's earlier assistance in cleansing his divine soul, Chuzheng's process of condensing the Tao embryo was exceptionally smooth, akin to water flowing into a channel. According to the records in the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, ordinary qi cultivators need to retreat for at least 2 months to successfully construct the Tao embryo. It took Chuzheng just half a month to complete the process, and within his middle dantian, there seemed to be an additional lake, bearing nearly liquefied yuan qi. The instant the Tao embryo was constructed, Chuzheng's mind cleared instantly, and his divine soul vaguely began to take shape. Before he could further experience this, a prompt from the panel soon came to his mind: "You have tirelessly cultivated day and night, finally breaking through and stepping into the 3rd order, advancing further in the 100-foot pole of repair techniques. Now you are a 4th order repair master. Constrained by cultivation bottlenecks, you have accumulated a vast amount of repair experience as a third-order repair master, and your vision has already improved greatly. You have successfully nurtured a pair of spiritual eyes. Spiritual eyes? Chu Zheng's mind stirred, pulling up his own panel. Name, Chu Zheng, Cultivation, Qi Refinement, Initial Stage of Dao Embryo Realm, Immortal Path, Entry Dao Realm Perfection, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Techniques, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Void Scripture, 8th Order/Incomplete, Creation and Transformation Yenshin Scripture, 9th Order/Incomplete, Vast Earth Nourishing Spirit Scripture, 9th Order/Incomplete, Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra. 8th Order/Incomplete, Glazed Glass Scripture, 7th Order/Incomplete, Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 6th Order/Incomplete, Divine Skills, Tai Yuan Dragon Sword Dance, 8th Order, 5 Thunder Righteous Law, 6th Order, Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, 6th Order, Xian Tian Seal 3rd Form, 5th Order, Space Condensing Art, 6th Order, Riding the Clouds and Driving the Mist, 3rd Order, Heavenly Divination Technique, 3rd Order, Object Control, 3rd Order, Transmute Stone to Gold, 3rd Order, Invisibility Technique, 3rd Order, Talents, Spiritual Eyes, 3rd Order, Repair Master, 4th Order, 0/2000, Remaining Daily Repair Opportunities, 5, Current Reparable, Lower Volume of Great Circulatory Qi Guideline, 1650/2000. Compared to before, changes had again occurred on the panel. The experience required for upgrading a 4th Order Repair Master had surged a lot, and based on the refresh rate of 5 times a day, it would take more than 400 days, over a year. The Immortal Bone had undergone a strange transformation, with the Yin-Yang Immortal Bone coupled with the 5 Elements Spiritual Body. Chu Zheng's cultivation speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. Besides that, a new category talent had appeared below the original divine skills. Clearly, this spiritual eye did not belong to the usual divine secret skills. Talent, bestowed by heaven, is innate and not something that can be cultivated later, but now Chu Zheng had it. Similar to the 5 Elements spiritual body he had recently acquired, the panel had granted him something he should have been born with. Chu Zheng closed the panel and casually took out a low-grade magic treasure he had previously repaired, and then activated the spiritual eye. Soon, his expression changed. Shadow Feather Saber, 2nd Order forged by the Embroider Iron Workshop of South Ning Martial Institute, shattered after a great battle, and after over 47,500 years, you repaired it, no promotion potential, details, compared to the previous information. The item now displayed more comprehensive data, even including specific years and so-called promotion potentials. Chu Zheng's gaze stopped on the last details and chose to open it. Detailed information: this battle saber once belonged to a Yuan Aura Realm martial cultivator, had been shattered once, its edge slightly dulled, had slain over 1,000 beings, and had honed a trace of murderous aura. Limited by its material, it cannot awaken spirits. Beings below the 1st Order holding it are likely to be affected by the murderous aura, which can be cleansed with moonlight water. Attached, Moonlight Condensation Method. This was more detailed information about the Shadow Feather Saber, even including specific remedial methods for its shortcomings. Chu Zheng then took out several more magic treasures and some fragments, scanning each one. Ice Ridge Axe, 3rd Order/Incomplete born from the Spirit Feather Immortal Sex Refining Pavilion over 48,300 years ago, the core array is shattered, the material has minor defects, reparable, 0/30, details, detailed information, the shattered core array is irreparable, can forcibly be erased, recast with a 3rd Order spiritual mine as essence, and redrawn with arrays. Suitable effects are heavy edge and enhanced strength, no promotion potential. Attached, Beginner Magic Formation Detailed Explanation. Heavenly Spirit Pen, 4th Order/Incomplete Middle Quality Magic Treasure, can draw spirit talismans in the void to fend off enemies, was crushed by the residual force of a fight between powerful beings, reparable, 0/300, details, detailed information, damage is extremely severe, almost completely wrecked. Find a piece of Earth Elemental Jade as repair material to greatly reduce repair difficulty. Heavenly Aura Sword, 6th Order/Incomplete originated from the set of the Heavenly Aura Sword Array, one of the 360 assistant swords, made of phoenix blood wood, reparable, 0/2000. Details, detailed information. The sword body is 60% damaged, a large part of the spirit formation is missing. Find a piece of phoenix blood wood to greatly reduce repair difficulty. After a series of experiments, Chujun quickly understood the function of the spiritual eye, an extension of the panel's functionality. Previously, he needed to physically touch objects to obtain some of their information. Now with the enhancement of the spiritual eye, even from a distance, he could see part of the information. From this information, he also detected some limitations of the spiritual eye. Similar to repairing, it could only be used on objects below his repair rank. The information about 4th Order magic treasures was much more vague. They not only lacked precise years but also missed a lot of information, although it was undoubtedly much stronger than before. The practical utility of the spiritual eye was significant. For some items that were difficult to repair in a short time, if he could find some materials for supplementation, the difficulty of repair would be greatly reduced. Moreover, for some items with unknown specifics, reckless contact might pose risks. Now with the spiritual eye, these dangers could also be avoided. More significant than the changes on the panel, were the changes occurring within Chujing himself. Starting from the moment he condensed the Tao embryo, his soul had been gradually growing stronger, producing divine sense. Within 1,000 zhang radius, every stir of wind and grass was like observing patterns on his palm. High-grade techniques and divine skills, including magic treasures, required the assistance of divine sense to unleash their ultimate power. By manipulating magic treasures and divine weapons with divine sense, not only was it more flexible and swift than using mana, but the reaction speed increased manifold. The only disadvantage was that, in cases where the divine sense was not yet powerful enough, it was easy to distract oneself during combat. After condensing the Tao embryo, his divine soul had been in a state of rapid growth. Following this pace, within a few months at most, he would be able to attempt to fully condense his soul and step into the soul-condensing realm. The soul is the visual representation of a living being's soul, a process of transforming from intangible to tangible once the divine sense has grown strong enough. The soul-condensing realm, and even the divine infant, were the same in this process. For ordinary cultivators, it was very difficult and required meticulous care. However, Chujun was completely different. With the 5 elements immortal root in his dantian as the foundation and the existence of the Tao embryo paving the way, Chujun did not need to be as cautious as ordinary cultivators in condensing his soul. He even had the intention to try, using the 5 elements into yin and yang, to condense a yin-yang spirit. The qi-refining lineage, at least needed to break through the golden core realm and reach the refined spirit realm before one could condense the primordial spirit. The immortal path was undoubtedly faster, with the soul-condensing realm already having the rudiment of the primordial spirit. The soul of living beings belongs to the utmost yin, and to transform into the primordial spirit, external forces must intervene. The refined spirit realm after the golden core is specifically for this purpose. The immortal path is also so. The 9 transformations of Divine Infant are to allow the Divine Infant to undergo numerous changes, growing to the limit, from extreme yin to yang, and only when the primordial spirit is fully developed can one enter the Tongxian secret realm. Several days later, only after fully consolidating his cultivation did Chujing leave his seclusion. This seclusion took almost a month. Counting the days, Song Lingqing's trial must have already ended. The first thing Chujing did upon leaving seclusion was to open the Heritage Secret Realm. Shortly after the passage opened, no longer than the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, Song Lingqing walked out slowly, her aura completely transformed, and her expression held an irrepressible joy. A flicker of spiritual light passed through Chujing's eyes, and information about Song Lingqing quickly surfaced in his mind. Song Lingqing, First Order high-quality immortal bone, true immortal descendant, cultivation at the perfection of the spirit spring realm, practicing the true fantasy spirit technique. Details, detailed information, true fantasy spirit technique features, can bewitch the opponent's spirit during combat, if seizing the combat opportunity, can win against stronger opponents. With her current power of spirit and soul, she poses no threat to you. Now. Song Lingqing's immortal bone had undergone transformation, clearly activated by the influence of her bloodline after entering the blood pool. Her cultivation progressed further, and she was now ready to start preparing for condensing the Tao foundation. How is it? Despite already knowing the current situation of Song Lingqing, Chu Jing still asked. There have been some changes in the immortal bone, and my cultivation has improved. Song Lingqing concealed a smile at the corner of her mouth, and with effort, she calmly said, I need to be in seclusion for a while, to switch to practicing the Divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra and then prepare to shape the celestial foundation. Chu Jing casually took out 2 bottles of spirit pills and handed them to Song Lingqing, nodding, I need to be away for a while. If you need more spirit pills, you can go directly to Elder Gong. Now that his cultivation had advanced further, the search by the Song clan's descendants had also started to get on the right track, and Chu Jing did not want to waste time. He planned to head to Giant Marsh to bring Song Tonghai and the Song Tongxian lineage into Taishan City. Giant Marsh was ultimately too remote from here, and given the current unstable situation, it was safer to be in Taishan City. No need, Song Lingqing did not reach out to take them, shaking her head, the few bottles of spirit pills I got from the secret realm are enough. Saying so, she hesitated for a moment, then added, after entering the Tao, I will leave Taishan. She already owed Chu Jing too much, and now with these favors, she did not know when she could repay them, and accepting more benefits from Chu Jing without reason made her feel uneasy. Although Chu Jing was now her brother-in-law, part of her family, she still couldn't bring herself to accept these considerations with peace of mind. Where will you go? Chu Jing asked, somewhat puzzled. Biluo country, Song Lingqing affirmed, her eyes resolute. Biluo country, the venue for the great tournament of 10,000 sects, was always a thorn in her heart. The path to the great tournament of 10,000 sects was one she had only just stepped onto last time before her immortal bone was shattered, and she nearly saw the end of her immortal journey. This threshold, she had to cross on her own. The road is under your feet, it's up to you to choose how to walk it. If you run into trouble, remember to send a message. Hearing Song Lingqing's plan, Chu Jing did not say much, and turned to leave. For a Qi cultivator, all fortunes and misfortunes stem from oneself. Fortune and misfortune have no doors, it is people who call them forth. He never interfered too much with others' thoughts, letting nature take its course. Watching Chu Jing's departing figure, Song Lingqing felt only grateful, but the pale and feeble thanks that she had said too many times before could no longer be uttered by her now. In the blood pool, she had completed her transformation and become the possessor of genuine high-quality immortal bone. It felt like a rebirth. Now, she could achieve a speed of cultivation that she could not reach even with her utmost effort before, with barely a 10th or a 20th of the effort previously required. A high-quality immortal bone was a threshold. If a middle-quality immortal bone meant that one could never become an immortal in their lifetime, a high-quality immortal bone granted them the chance to step into the immortal sect. And this opportunity was also given by Chu Jing. Upon entering the Tao embryo secret realm, Chu Jing's speed of travel undoubtedly increased significantly. He could now harness a fraction of the true power of riding the clouds and driving the mist, moving as fast as the wind. In just 2 or 3 steps, he was already hundreds of miles away. Without considering his own depletion, in just a few days, he covered millions of miles and entered the territory of Giant Marsh. He did not directly rush to the Song family but paused momentarily at the border of Giant Marsh country. Above the vast emptiness, Chu Jing activated his spiritual eye and surveyed the surroundings. In the void, there was an extremely peculiar aura that did not resemble spiritual power, and it inexplicably caused a sense of repulsion. Here, there was a space channel leading to an alien realm, sealed by a true immortal. He had merely passed by chance, noticing anomalies in the heaven and earth primordial chi, and that was how he discovered the seal. Soon, with the aid of the spiritual eye, Chu Jing directly saw a crack in the void. Only after activating the spiritual eye did Chu Jing truly feel the terror of the crack. Stretching nearly 100,000 miles, it seemed to tear apart the entire sky, sealed by talismanic patterns flowing with dim immortal light. Beyond the crack lay chaos, Immortal Paternsa Boundary Seal, 8th Order/Incomplete extremely powerful immortal patterns that obstruct space, created by a true immortal. Over time, they have worn down and, due to a lack of materials, cannot be repaired. Details. Detailed information. Immortal patterns are extremely difficult to repair, requiring at least the cultivation of a 9 tribulations true immortal. Currently missing materials are Immortal Crystal, Boundary Breaking Jade. Based on the current rate of wear and without external interference, the seal can last at most another 1,000 years. Spatial Channel, 8th Order a space channel leading to worlds beyond, blocked by a powerful seal, which over vast stretches of time, has started to show signs of damage. Details. Detailed information. Within the spatial channel, an evil aura has infiltrated, most probably connecting to the evil demon realm. It is estimated that in 400 years, the evil aura will begin polluting the Tsangyun realm, demonizing the creatures. Evil Demon Realm. Looking at the more detailed information provided by the panel, Chuzheng furrowed his brows for a moment. Last time at the Immortal Martial battlefield, after seeing Ji Yuyan, he initially thought that the Immortal Alliance had already arrived at Tsangyun, and Giant Marsh's seal degradation should have been known by now. Now it seemed that things were not as he had imagined. The Immortal Alliance might still be unaware of the current state of the Giant Marsh seal. Chuzheng contemplated for a while, did not linger longer, needing to quickly deal with the affairs of the Song family and return to the Taishan Holy Land to inform Gung Yang, asking him to report to the Immortal Alliance to handle this matter. Although there was still 1,000 years, there could be unforeseen events during this time. Moreover, judging from the information about the spatial channel, the so-called evil aura would begin affecting the creatures of the Tsangyun realm in 400 years. He would have to look further into this supposed evil demon after returning. Half a moment later, Chuzheng arrived at Wild Goosewing Island. During this time, the status of the Giant Marsh Song clan had somewhat diminished compared to before. Since the day people from the Eastern Territory Song clan arrived, Song Tongxian had been gradually retracting the family's properties in preparation to await the main clan's orders to relocate the family at any time. Upon learning that they were descendants of a true immortal, these past days had left everyone in the Song clan uncontrollably excited. Read exclusive adventures at FreeWebNovel. Chuzheng arrived at the main gate and presented a visiting card. Although his cultivation was now incomparable to what it was before, the necessary courtesies still had to be observed. Before long, Song Tongxian appeared at the gate with Song Tonghai. I have seen the Taishan Holy Sun. Song Tongxian gave a fist empalm salute. Previously, I didn't know Taishan, and I hope the Holy Sun will forgive me. Chuzheng stepped aside to avoid the salute, shaking his head. You are Lingshua's granduncle, and naturally also my elder. There is no need for such formality. After speaking, he turned to Song Tonghai and bowed, father-in-law. During the last visit, he had concealed his identity, but today there was no longer a need for that. Song Tongxian looked stunned, turned his head to look at Song Tonghai, his eyes flickered, and he felt somewhat lost. From Chuzheng's words, it wasn't hard to hear some information. Song Tonghai had not told him the truth before. Big brother, please don't blame me. The situation was different at that time. Chuzheng was wanted everywhere, and I couldn't risk his safety. Song Tonghai shook his head, his expression showing no sign of apology. If it happened again, he would still choose to conceal Chuzheng's true identity. I understand your meaning. Song Tongxian did not elaborate further but turned to face Chuzheng and gestured with his hand. Please, Saint Air, come inside to talk. Several people entered the front courtyard hall, and after taking their seats, Song Tongxian could hardly restrain himself and said, May I ask if the Saint Heir has taken anything from the Song family treasury? You asking this must mean that the Eastern Territory Song clan has been here. Chuzheng's gaze slightly hardened, having anticipated this. The location wasn't far from Great Zhou, and since the Eastern Territory Song clan could find Great Zhou, finding this place was reasonable. Indeed. Song Tongxian nodded. Last year, the main branch of the Song clan visited, in search of a fragment of blood jade. Originally, this fragment seemed to be in the treasury. He looked at Chuzheng, his words trailing off. It was I who took it. Hearing Chu Zhang's response, Song Tongshuan's eyes brightened slightly, his voice tense as he added, "May I ask if the Saint Heir could return it?" When the main family came, they spoke personally. If this piece of blood jade could be found, Lingfeng and Lingping's status within the Song family would change significantly. Their path in cultivation would benefit, gaining substantial support from the main branch. Giant Marsh was still some distance from Taishan Holy Land, and with the Holy Lands currently recalling their disciples from abroad, Giant Marsh no longer had major powers residing, making information slow to spread. The news of the Eastern Territory Song clan's decline had not yet reached this place. Regarding external matters, Song Tongxian only had a vague understanding. He wasn't even fully aware of what was happening within the Immortal martial battlefield. His impression of Chu Jing still lingered on the period when he was wanted by the major Holy Lands. "Do you know what this fragment of blood jade is used for?" Chu Jing asked, slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Eastern Territory Song clan hadn't even informed Song Tongxian about the secret realm. "I do not know," Song Tongxian admitted, somewhat blankly. Chu Jing immediately explained the matter of the blood jade fragment as well as the heritage secret realm. Including the current situation of the Eastern Territory Song clan, he did not conceal anything, telling the truth. Ultimately, that fragment was something passed down to Song Tongxian by the Song family. The line of Song Tonghai could only be considered a collateral branch. No matter the reason, taking without informing was theft, and the heritage secret realm rightfully had a share for Song Tongxian. After a long while, Song Tongxian finally processed this information, his expression growing complex. Last time people from the Eastern Territory Song clan visited, they hadn't mentioned the heritage secret realm at all. Perhaps they had never planned on sharing the heritage secret realm with the Southern Territory Song clan. "Now, you have two paths to choose from, either join the Eastern Territory Song clan or come with me to Taishan City." Chu Jing sat quietly, waiting for Song Tongshuan's decision. Uncertain of how Song Tongxian would decide, the Eastern Territory Song clan, despite its decline, was still a true immortal noble family, with countless powerhouses above the divine infant realm. Even if not comparable to the 5 great holy lands of the southern region, it wasn't far off. All he could do was lay out all the information openly, allowing Song Tongxian to make his own choice. Song Tongxian did not ponder for long and soon made a decision, his expression serious. "Thank you for the reminder, Saint Heir. I will immediately contact Lingfeng and Lingping to pack up. We will migrate the entire family to Taishan City." Being able to establish such an enterprise in Giant Marsh, navigating between immortal sects as immortal, Song Tongshuan's reliance was not solely on the offspring carrying the immortal bone. Assessing the situation was a basic quality that a qualified family head should possess. Even if Taishan currently doesn't appear to have much advantage over the Eastern Territory Song clan, Song Tongxian still chose this path. Partly because Chu Jing was exceptionally young and because he had unlocked the heritage secret realm alone, achieving something even a true immortal noble family couldn't, the choice was almost self-evident. Hearing Song Tongshuan's reply, Song Tonghai, who had been anxious, couldn't help but slowly relieve a sigh of relief. After all, they were brothers from the same mother, and he didn't want to strain their relationship further. "How long will it take to finish packing?" Chu Jing glanced at the setting sun outside and asked. Discover more content at Freeweb Novel. After a moment of consideration, Song Tongxian replied gravely, 3 days should suffice. Then we'll depart in 3 days. Having set the date of migration, Chu Jing immediately rose and walked towards the door. He didn't know if he would ever return to Giant Marsh, so he might as well take advantage of the fact that he had already developed his divine sense, coupled with his spiritual eye, to excavate those ancient remains that had been deeply buried under the water for tens of thousands of years. For him at this point, this hardly required any effort. The only thing to pay attention to were the water demons hiding beneath the surface of the river, among which, it was said, there were 4th-order water demons that could match the powers of someone in the divine infant realm. Chu Jing left the Song residence and plunged directly into the tumultuous river waters, beginning to search along the watercourse for ancient sites. The dim and silent riverbed, through sensing the concentration of the vitality of living beings, allowed Chuzheng to circumvent several great demons of the divine infant realm from afar. Powerful water demons, basically in deep slumber, undisturbed by anyone, were hardly awakened, and thus did not affect Chuzheng. However, the riverbed along the way had clearly been excavated and explored many times, leaving very fresh traces, evidently having just recently been swept clean. It took a full 3 days before Chuzheng roughly traversed the entire riverbed of Giant Marsh, with less than satisfactory results. Originally, because of the rewards offered by the 5 great holy lands, countless cultivators had turned the river upside down, almost turning Giant Marsh inside out. In these past few days, the most precious things Chuzheng found were some 5th order and 6th order magic treasure fragments. As for the Sex ruins, even the ground tiles had been stripped away, clean as the autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Calculating the time, Chuzheng did not dwell on his regrets but immediately returned to Wild Goosewing Island. The Song family had already packed up neatly and even purchased a small flying boat for migration. Fortunately, the Song family had only settled down for a few decades, had not taken root deeply, and did not have many people, most of whom were hired retainers. They were simply dismissed after being given some spirit stones. On the flying boat, there were only a few dozen people, most of whom had been close confidants of Song Tongxian for many decades, too hard to part with, and could only be taken away together. Taking the Song family along, Chuzheng's travel speed was much slower. Half a month later, Chuzheng finally brought the group to Taishan City. After settling Song Tongxuan's family well, he took Song Tonghai back to the Taishan Holy Land, where they met Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing. Since the day Song Lingqing returned home, the father and his 2 daughters had never been reunited. Seeing each other again now, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Not until he saw Song Lingqing safe and sound did Song Tonghai's eyes slightly redden. The joy of regaining a precious lost treasure was indescribable. Chuzheng did not disturb the family reunion and directly went to the location where Gung Yiyang was in seclusion. "What is it this time?" Seeing Chuzheng, Gung Yiyang instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing trouble brewing. When Chuzheng took action, it was always astonishing. Many times, Gung Yiyang felt somewhat wary of Chuzheng's capacity to attract trouble. "Do you know about the spatial passage above Giant Marsh?" Chuzheng's first words made Gung Yiyang startle, and his expression changed as he replied, "How did you know there's a spatial passage over Giant Marsh?" This matter was likely unknown even to the Holy Master among the 5 great holy lands. At the time he had intercepted Chuzheng at Giant Marsh, it was just to take a look at the seal. Hearing Gung Yiyang's question, a thought flickered in Chuzheng's mind, and without mentioning the seal, he cautiously replied, "When I returned to Giant Marsh, I sensed a strange spiritual power in the void, so I took a moment to observe it and discovered the spatial passage. The first time I heard about the spatial passage, I had not yet entered the path." Gung Yiyang was silent for a long while, then spoke slowly, "That is a passage to the realm of alien demons. To seal this passage, an immortal venerable died in the alien realm, and no fewer than 10 true immortals perished. The entrance on the other side is suppressed by the skeleton of that immortal venerable, while the exit on the Giant Marsh end was sealed by a 9 tribulations true immortal. This seal is merely superficial, meant only to block the overflowing evil aura." "What are alien demons?" Chuzheng's gaze sharpened. "They are creatures born to kill all living beings in the world." Upon mentioning evil demons, Gung Yiyang's face betrayed an obvious gravity. Encountering an evil demon is a matter of life and death. Is it that evil demons cannot communicate, or do they need to kill to sustain themselves? Hearing Gung Yiyang's words, Chuzheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Creatures born solely for slaughter seemed rather strange. The conflicts and fights among creatures mostly arise over territory, resources, mates, and survival. Occasionally, there are aberrations that derive pleasure from slaughter, but that too is for amusement, a pursuit of spiritual enjoyment. If it were said that evil demons exist purely to kill all living beings in this world, without any profit or resource conflict, that would undoubtedly contradict the basic logic of a species inheritance. I have never seen a living evil demon. Their appearances vary, some even resemble the human race, and there is no exact record as to whether they can communicate. Dung Yang shook his head and said solemnly, "To my knowledge, the realm where the evil demons reside is not within the universe we perceive." Not within the universe we perceive? What does that imply? Chu Jing was slightly startled, struggling to understand at first. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. The universe itself has two sides of yin and yang. Dung Yang slowly raised his hand, with a spectacular starry sky woven in his palm, rising and falling. In an instant, the starry sky reversed, the stars vanished, and transformed into a chaotic void of nothingness. The yin I speak of is not the yellow springs to which souls go after death, but another realm of nothingness. The alien realm is on the opposite side of the universe we see, standing back to back with it. Apart from the occasional spatial passages, no other entrances can be found. Dung Yang dissipated the illusion in his hand, his brow still heavy with concern. There once was an existence above an immortal king who ventured into the land of evil demons through a spatial passage, but after circling within, he never found its bounds and had to return without accomplishing anything. The evil energy in the alien realm cannot sustain spiritual cultivation and erodes everything in this world, even tainting the heavenly Tao. Creatures corrupted by the evil energy will inevitably spawn inner demons, leading to the obliteration of true spirits. New evil demons will be born within the spiritual body, taking over the remains. Isn't the spatial passage extremely dangerous then? Chu Jing frowned increasingly as he listened. The Holy Master just mentioned that an immortal venerable's remains suppress the passage. Have you discovered something? Dung Yang gazed at Chu Jing, his heart sinking slightly. Although he hadn't noticed anything unusual during his last time in the giant marsh, he couldn't rule out that Chu Jing might have discovered something. If there were really a problem with this passage, even true immortals couldn't withstand it. The real seal of this passage is the remains of the immortal venerable on the other side. If something were wrong with the immortal venerable's remains, ordinary true immortals simply couldn't prevent an invasion from the evil demon realm. At least a being beyond an immortal venerable would be needed on site. Nowadays, Songyun is no longer as it was. If the spatial passage were to open again, it is uncertain whether Songyun could withstand a single encounter with the alien realm's evil energy. I sensed an anomaly in the nature's spiritual energy, likely due to the evil energy mentioned by the Holy Master infiltrating. The evil energy within the spatial channel in the giant marsh was seeping extremely slowly. If not for Qi cultivator's heightened sensitivity to heaven and earth primordial Qi, Chu Jing might not have detected it at all. This matter is of great importance. I will immediately report it to the Immortal Alliance. Dung Yang did not delay, for if he had not detected the anomaly, someone of Chu Jing's cultivation would never have been aware of the spatial passage's existence. Chu Jing contemplated for a moment, asked a few more questions about the alien realm, but unfortunately, Dung Yang knew very little as well. After all, when the spatial passage was sealed, he hadn't yet been born, and had only learned some details from his sect elders after entering the path of cultivation. Though somewhat helpless, Chu Jing had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being. The issues concerning the spatial passage now involved true immortals, undoubtedly a realm far beyond his current reach. He could only understand a bit. However, upon Dung Yang's reporting to the Immortal Alliance, the Alliance would naturally handle it appropriately, so Chu Jing need not worry himself. Without further disturbing Dung Yang, Chu Jing quickly departed. In the recent days, he had no intention of going out again, focusing on advancing his own cultivation. After condensing the soul, he would be able to venture into the Songyun secret realm previously mentioned by Dung Yang, to glimpse the ancient grandeur of the Songyun realm, hoping in the secret realm to find the path forward for the Qi refining lineage. He lacked no immortal ascension methods on his person, but the method of Qi refining he possessed was only 6th order. The Great Circulatory Qi Guideline only covers cultivation methods up to the returning to void realm. Integration and even becoming an immortal were still far beyond his reach. Watching Chu Jing leave, Dung Yang immediately took out a jade scroll and began to write. In the message to the Immortal Alliance, he deliberately omitted some details about Chu Jing, attributing the discovery of the spatial passage anomaly to himself. If the Immortal Alliance took this matter seriously, surely a true immortal, if not an immortal venerable, would come to Songyun. Gung Yang did not wish for the Immortal Alliance to focus too much attention on Chu Jing. The more scrutiny from the Immortal Alliance, the greater the risk of exposure for Chu Jing. Less is sometimes more. After leaving Gung Yang's secluded residence, Chu Jing arranged some minor matters, then collected several bottles of spirit pills that enhance the power of the spirit and soul from the alchemy hall, and quickly began his retreat. Condensing the soul posed no difficulty for him at the moment, but the challenge was how to use the 5 elements immortal root to condense the yin-yang spirit. Explore more adventures at Freeweb Novel. The divine soul is the foundation of the divine infant. The greater the potential of the divine soul, the more astonishing its growth after the divine infant is condensed. Chu Jing now practices both paths, and although he has not yet condensed his soul, the presence of the Tao embryo means his divine sense is already much stronger than many soul-condensing monks. Inside the secret chamber, Chu Jing did not rush to commence his cultivation but began to carefully comprehend the creation and transformation Yenshin scripture he had acquired earlier. Among the 5 great holy lands of the southern region, Heavenly Throne Holy Land has the deepest understanding of the divine soul. If one were to compare the strength of the spirit souls and divine infants they condense, Heavenly Throne would undoubtedly be the strongest. As the sect-defending secret scripture of Heavenly Throne Holy Land, this immortal ascension method is the only one besides the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture on Chu Jing's person that reaches the high grade of 9th order. Even Shang Zuling, a descendant of the immortal king and a pride of the heavens, coveted it, proving its worth. However, Chu Jing had never cultivated this technique because, in terms of building the celestial foundation, this immortal ascension method seemed rather ordinary. At this moment, as he was on the verge of condensing his soul, this cultivation technique for refining the divine soul finally had some use. After a long while, Chu Jing put away the Heavenly Throne Yenshin scripture without beginning his cultivation and started to peruse the Taishan Divine Fire scripture. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Having read through the Immortal Ascension method completely, Chu Jing had gained some clarity by reflecting on the ancient to understand the present. He calmed his breath and composed his spirit, sitting in meditation for a day, and after adjusting himself to the best state, he took out a bottle of spirit pills and poured them all into his mouth. The medicinal power surged, and the Tao embryo lake within his middle dantian immediately rippled. Under the effect of the elixirs, his divine sense started to grow at a visibly rapid rate. In the dantian, the 5 elements immortal root glimmered faintly, and the substantial 5 elements qi, refined by Chu Jing, transformed into yin-yang dual qi. It traveled up his spine through the Dragon Pass and directly entered the Naiwan Palace in his spiritual platform, flooding into his brain. Soon, a vague human figure emerged within the Naiwan Palace. Yin Qi gradually surged within the Naiwan Palace while Yang Qi was increasingly suppressed. Once the Yang energy completely dissipated, the condensing of the soul would naturally follow, and the Yin God would manifest itself. Chu Jing of course was not satisfied with this. He immediately circulated his qi-refining technique, and the Yin Qi inside him transformed into Yang Qi, melding into his brow. This step was undoubtedly extremely perilous. As the Yang Qi surged upwards, the newly condensed soul immediately felt a burning pain like being scorched by intense fire, with signs that it might dissipate. The forces of Yin and Yang are truly difficult to reconcile. Chu Jing tried dozens of times, but the soul could never simultaneously contain both yin-yang dual qi, making no progress. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed by, and Chu Jing eventually gave up trying and started reconsidering the feasibility of this step from scratch. Turning the soul into yang is something that should be attempted only at least in the divine transformation realm of the immortal path. Chu Jing forced his way 2 whole realms in advance, naturally facing many obstacles. Chu Jing did not give up easily and fell into deep thought. After sitting idly for a month, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Chu Jing's mind, recalling a conversation he had with Gung Yang. The world has yin and yang, and likewise, the universe is divided into 2 sides of yin and yang. Though the universe is divided into yin and yang, it ultimately remains a whole connected by spatial channels. The nefarious qi in the alien realms cannot coexist with the spiritual qi, much like the powers of yin and yang. Perhaps, he didn't need to forcibly make the yin-yang dual qi compatible. Since he was a cultivator of both paths, maybe he could emulate the relationship between the current universe and the alien realms, condensing a dual-faced soul, thus allowing yin and yang to coexist. The more Chuzheng thought about it, the more feasible he found this theory, and he immediately began to try. He dispersed most of the yang qi in his Niwen palace, circulated the immortal ascension method, and began to condense the soul. Suddenly, the soul began to take shape. Chuzheng, undistracted, once again operated the qi refining technique. Yang qi surged within him again, but instead of heading towards the forming yin soul, he started anew, beginning to condense another divine form. This attempt was surprisingly stable, with no anomalies whatsoever. After several hours, two somewhat ethereal humanoid figures stood back to back in the Niwen palace, one black and one white, clearly distinct. Upon close inspection, numerous extremely fine threads could be seen connecting the two souls, with yin-yang dual qi flowing within them, forming a hidden cycle. The instant the soul was completely stable, Chuzheng's immortal path cultivation broke through in a flash, stepping into the initial stage of the soul-condensing realm. After sensing carefully for a while, a trace of joy unintentionally appeared on Chuzheng's lips. The figures in his Niwen palace could no longer be called a mere divine soul, they could be distinguished as yang god and yin soul. Of course, his current realm was still far from the true yang god realm within the refined spirit realm, but he had at least taken on some rough form of it. This extremely unique divine soul brought not only a strength of divine sense far superior to other cultivators at the same realm, but now Chuzheng's cultivation of soul-related secret techniques was also twice as effective with half the effort. Looking at the divine soul before him, he involuntarily recalled the alien realm located on the reverse side of the universe, and the joy of cultivation improvement immediately vanished. After composing himself, Chuzheng began to consolidate his cultivation. Half a month later, Chuzheng finally emerged from seclusion. This breakthrough took a little over 3 months in total, and the outside world had undergone no small changes. Song Lingqing had successfully built her celestial foundation not long ago and entered the path, her foundation consisting of 7 layers. For a high-quality immortal bone that had transformed from a middle-quality one, this foundation could be considered exceptional. Many with high-quality immortal bones only managed to condense a Dao foundation of 6 layers. A 7-layer celestial foundation was already among the best of its kind. She didn't wait for Chuzheng to come out of seclusion, but rather left behind a letter for Song Lingxue to pass on and then left Taishan without a trace. The content of the letter was simple, just some words of thanks and that she would return to Taishan City on her own after the end of the great tournament of 10,000 sects. At this moment, only the Songyun secret realm remained in Chuzheng's mind, leaving no extra energy to attend to other matters, and he quickly put this aside. He made a trip to Taishan City, retrieved essence blood from the Eastern Territory Song clan, and helped the siblings Song Lingfeng and Song Lingping open a secret realm. Half a month later, the secret realm opened once more, with both siblings finding different opportunities. Their bloodline had clearly undergone a transformation, reaping great benefits within the blood pool, and their immortal bones had been elevated. Among the peers of Song Lingshua's generation, aside from her, all were exceptionally talented, showing signs of ancestral return in their bloodlines. During these months, most of the Southern Territory Song clan disciples who went out for training had not returned, with only a few occasionally coming back, bringing with them some ancient items. Chuzheng sifted through these items for a long while, and besides a new martial arts technique, he didn't find any particularly rare treasures. Not all ancient objects are wondrous treasures. Some worthless junk from ancient times is still worthless now. Find exclusive stories on Freeweb Novel. After handling these minor issues, Chuzheng couldn't wait to find Gung Yang. He had long contemplated the Songyun secret realm, always waiting for this day. To the fact that Chuzheng had now reached the soul-condensing realm, Gung Yang seemed somewhat numb, not even surprised, and instead began to talk about the Immortal Alliance's handling of the space passage. The Immortal Alliance undoubtedly took this matter very seriously, but despite months of back and forth, they were still unable to pull a true immortal to this place, only instructing Ji Yuyan to be cautious and vigilant. To prevent any accidents, Ji Yuyan had already connected with all the great holy lands to take immortal treasures that made up their foundational strength and set up the first line of defense near the giant marsh. Upon hearing this news, Chu Jing felt slightly puzzled for a moment. For an organization as colossal as the Immortal Alliance, it seemed strange that they couldn't spare even one true immortal. But at this moment, his mind was not on such thoughts, as Gung Yang had already taken out the latest Songyun secret realm map and handed it to him. Since you have entered the soul condensing realm, then set off immediately. He held great expectations for what fortune Chu Jing could acquire from the Songyun secret realm. While Chu Jing was on his way to the Songyun secret realm, the outside world was already in turmoil. Setting aside the reactions of the great holy lands to the space passage for the moment, the changes in the Hidden Dragon list had indeed tugged at many hearts. At the top of the Hidden Dragon list, Shang Zuling advanced further, stepping into the mid-stage of Divine Infant. This undoubtedly left many talented successors feeling a bit hopeless, but even more attention-grabbing was another piece of news. The Taishan Holy Sun had condensed his soul. Chu Jing stepped into soul condensing for an instant. His ranking on the Hidden Dragon list soared by more than 200, pushing into the top 100. From the very beginning rank of over 7,400 to within the top 100, it had taken Chu Jing only 1 year. This time Chu Jing's cultivation breakthrough, however, did not cause much of a sensation among the various holy lands. The speed of this sudden emergence had even started to become somewhat customary to the major holy lands. The miracles Chu Jing created were so numerous that some had even begun to speculate whether Chu Jing could step into Divine Infant before the great tournament of 10,000 sects commenced. Shang Zuling was unattainably high, leaving all peers far behind, yet Chu Jing seemed to have a chance to challenge this mountain towering over the heads of all the prodigies in the southern region. With Shang Zuling's current pace of cultivation, she was very likely to try stepping into divine transformation before turning 100, a speed undoubtedly terrifyingly fast. Since Chu Jing had entered the Hidden Dragon list, his speed of cultivation had been much faster than Shang Zuling's. If he could step into Divine Infant before the great tournament of 10,000 sects, he might just snatch the chance to contend for the top ranking. Now, apart from the primordial spirit Holy Land, many other major holy lands had already started to hope Chu Jing could win the great tournament of 10,000 sects. The champion of the great tournament of 10,000 sects would be absorbed into the Immortal Alliance, and if Chu Jing joined the Immortal Alliance, then Taishan Holy Land's situation would remain unchanged. As long as they endured until Gung Yang and his generation of old folks were all buried, Taishan Holy Land would inevitably be eradicated from the southern region, keeping the region still divided among 4 powers. Continue reading at Freeweb Novel. The landscape of the southern region, high in the west and low in the north, in the far northeast, a vast cluster of islands spread out, connecting to the Golden Moon Sea. Further north lay the demon race's paradise, the northern region, also known as Demon Origin. The setting sun to the west, the golden divine light scattered between the islands in a straight path connecting to the horizon, dazzling like a brilliant thoroughfare. Waves surged from the depths, shattered by the islands close to the coast into pieces, rolling up glittering waves. By the time they reached the boundless sandy beach, only a gentle breeze remained. In the depths, massive shadows swam, occasionally causing monstrous waves to explode skywards, spilling over the vacuum and casting rainbows of 7 colors. A space passage suddenly opened, and 2 figures stepped out leisurely. Gazing at the vast sea in the distance, feeling the sea breeze brushing against his face, Chu Jing took a deep breath, his spirit soul feeling translucent for a moment with a somewhat bewildered expression. Just in the Songyun realm, he had seen many landscapes never before seen. For the entire universe, the Songyun realm was nothing more than a speck of dust. His journey was still very long. Gazing at the vast ocean, a trace of reminiscence flashed in Gung Yang's eyes, seemingly recalling the past. Before ancient times, Demon Origin and the southern region were one territory, often at war. Later, a demon immortal emerged among the demon race and joined the Immortal Alliance, and thus the 2 races ceased their hostilities. The middle region of almost 1,000,000 miles between the southern region and Demon Origin was directly submerged by a true immortal, marking a new boundary by the sea. At this, Gung Yang shook his head slightly, his eyes slightly dim, but in reality, the covert strife between the two races never ceased. Over 10,000 years ago, an extraterritorial passage opened in the southern region. Fortunately, it did not connect to a land of extraterritorial demons but to an unknown great realm full of different exotic beings, some of whom shared ancestry with the demon race. That bloody battle cost the southern region's sex dearly, many warriors of the immortal tribulation realm fell. There were rumors that these intruding beings had the covert support of the demon race and were intimately familiar with the sex situations as if they had prescient abilities. At that time, Brother Yi happened to have a close relationship with the demon king Yu Ziyun. Taishan naturally faced quite some suspicion. To prove their innocence, Brother Yi took Yu Ziyun and tirelessly flipped through various battlefields without rest. Later, one day, during a crucial battle, Brother Yi, along with many companions including Yu Ziyun, suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving our human race utterly defeated. Although the Immortal Alliance covered for us afterward, sparing us from a calamitous disaster, the rumors against Taishan had already surged like a thunderclap. To avoid becoming the target of public criticism, Taishan had no choice but to close its mountain and isolate itself from the world. Had it not been for the fact that Taishan had just closed its mountain when a true immortal emerged from our ranks, Taishan might not even have been granted the title of Holy Land. Reflecting on the past, Gung Yang's expression revealed a hint of melancholy. He solemnly said, "If not for you, I would still not know that Brother Yi met his silent end in that small world." Chu Zheng's appearance had changed too many things. Without Chu Zheng, even at the cost of mutual annihilation, he would have made Tai Su Holy Land pay a price they couldn't afford to settle a grievance spanning thousands of years before his life ended. Even if it meant the downfall of Taishan Holy Land afterward. But now, he couldn't give up too easily, because Chu Zheng had given him hope for the continuation of Taishuan's legacy. Chu Zheng fell silent for a moment, looking around with some confusion. Is the Songyun's secret realm right here? Right here. Gung Yang nodded slightly, extending his withered palm. A surge of divine fire burst forth from his palm, instantly covering the vast sky for 1,000 li. Back then, Shang Songyun discovered anomalies here, stepped into the Songyun's secret realm, and received the inheritance from an immortal king, thereafter soaring to the heavens. Layers of immortal patterns emerged, like a dense web woven tightly, emitting a faint immortal light. A flicker of spiritual light flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes, and soon a prompt came from his pain. Immortal Paterna Sky Suppression, 9th Order/Incomplete originated from the hand of a supreme immortal king, carrying an intensely unique aura, isolating a part of heaven and earth. After the wear of time, the immortal patterns are damaged and irreparable. Details. Detailed information. Repairing immortal patterns requires the cultivation of a supreme immortal king. With your current ability, it is impossible to accomplish. Within the immortal pattern, there is a flow of heavenly might, sealing a powerful unknown intent. Sealing? Chu Zheng's face revealed deep contemplation. This seal seemed to exist in order to suppress something. Given that a supreme immortal king had taken action, the entity being suppressed within this secret realm was definitely not trivial. Under the scorching of divine fire, layers of immortal patterns gradually emerged, quickly revealing the blurred outline of a portal nearly 1,000 feet tall. Is this the main entrance to the secret realm? Gazing at the portal before him, Chu Zheng's expression became slightly dumbfounded. The aura emanating from the portal was so terrifying it felt suffocating. He didn't believe he could push open this massive door. Look there. Gung Yang pointed to an inconspicuous crack at the base of the portal and said in a calm voice, "That is the actual entrance." The crack, no wider than 3 feet, would require one to crawl through to enter. Insignificant in comparison to the vast portal, even Chu Zheng, who possessed a spiritual eye, could easily overlook it if he wasn't careful. After coming to his senses, Chu Zheng felt the situation was rather absurd. Such a narrow entrance, how had Shang Songyun discovered this place all those years ago? If it were purely by luck, that would be rather exaggerated. Favored by heavenly fate. Chu Zheng's brows knitted slightly. Only now did he have a clear understanding of these words. This sort of fortune couldn't just be described as good luck. The proportion of heavenly fate Shang Tsung had occupied back then must have been an astoundingly high number. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing cleared the stray thoughts from his mind and walked slowly toward the entrance of the secret realm, his eyes involuntarily brimming with expectations. In the period he was secluded and making a breakthrough in the soul-condensing realm, he had already completely repaired the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline. Now, the daily repair attempts were being used to mend fragments of magic treasures, with no idea where they should be applied. He only hoped that in this Tsungyun secret realm, he could obtain a high-grade cultivation technique from the Taoist school, to glimpse the path beyond becoming an immortal. Take this with you. Gung Yang casually tossed a fiery red jade pendant, instructing, experience tales with freewebnovel.com. This jade pendant serves as a locator. After 3 months, the secret realm will expel you, and I will come to bring you back as soon as possible. The seal of the secret realm had no recognition ability. Naturally, it would not send people out from the entrance. By then, Chu Jing would be cast into some place within the Tsungyun realm. Thank you, Holy Master. I've noted it. Chu Jing stored the jade pendant and, after a few breaths, arrived in front of the crack. Bending down, he slowly crawled through the gap. The sea of fiery light gradually dissipated, and soon the void returned to normal. Gung Yang withdrew his hand and was about to leave when several streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the light dispersed, revealing several figures, led by an old man in a black robe, followed by 6 young cultivators, 2 males and 4 females, whose cultivation ranged from the mid-stage to perfection of the soul-condensing realm. I wondered who had activated the seal. It turns out to be you. The black-robed old man spoke indifferently, his expression tranquil, revealing neither joy nor anger. True Lord Yang, it has been a long time. Qiu Long. Gung Yang's forehead veins subtly swelled, a flash of shocked killing intent passing through his eyes, though his expression held little surprise. The proximity to the Tai Su Holy Land made it normal for Qiu Long, who cultivated creation and transformation, to have sensed the disturbance. It was somewhat uncontrollable for him to recall an old acquaintance recently, and now to have the Holy Master of the Tai Su Holy Land appear before him was inevitably stirring his emotions. Qiu Long glanced behind Gung Yang and a trace of understanding flickered in his eyes. Gung Yang's appearance here at this time could only mean he had sent Chu Jing, who had just made a breakthrough, into the secret realm. There was no second possibility. At this thought, he immediately raised his hand, and the sea beneath him surged with rage, as if he were holding a sheet of fabric, giving it a light flick, creating 1,000 miles of wild waves that splashed into the void. In the blink of an eye, the portal reappeared. Qiu Long glanced at the several true disciples behind him and transmitted a message secretly. After entering the secret realm, avoid Chu Jing as much as possible and try not to engage with him. If you discover his whereabouts and there's an opportunity to be had, then decide what to do based on the situation. With Chu Jing's combat strength, which can't be judged by common sense, these disciples simply had no chance against him. It was already not easy for them to protect themselves. The moment Chu Jing entered the crevice, he felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to discern any direction. The spiritual energy formed clusters that stuck to his body, involuntarily making him feel somewhat unwell. About half an hour later, the spiritual energy around him instantly gathered, and a tremendous squeezing force pushed him towards an unknown place. After approximately half an hour had passed, Chu Jing felt his footing give way beneath him, and a surge of majestic spiritual energy rushed from all around, causing his muscles and bones to tremble violently, with waves rippling through his dantian. After crossing the seal, some things in heaven and earth had changed, not just the concentration of spiritual energy, but the void all around seemed to have gained weight, lightly pressing on his shoulders. At the same time, a sudden change transmitted from the panel caught Chu Jing's eye, and his expression flashed with a hint of surprise. Name, Chu Jing, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Initial Stage of Tao Embryo Realm, Immortal Path, Early Soul Condensing Realm, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Techniques, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Great Void Scripture, 8th Order / Incomplete, Creation and Transformation Yenshin Scripture, ninth order/incomplete, vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture, ninth order/incomplete, divine Yuan Transcendence Sutra. Eighth order/incomplete, glazed glass scripture, seventh order/incomplete, great circulatory chi guideline, sixth order, divine skills, Tai Yuan dragon sword dance, eighth order, five thunder righteous law, sixth order, slaughter blood descending dragon technique, sixth order, Xian Tian seal third form, fifth order, space condensing art, sixth order, riding the clouds and driving the mist, third order, heavenly divination technique, third order, object control, third order, transmute stone to gold, third order, invisibility technique, third order, talent, spiritual eye, third order, repair master, fourth order, for 70/2000, remaining repairs for the day, 20, currently can repair, every repair count had skyrocketed to 20 times. Regaining his composure, realization dawned in Chu Jing's eyes, just as he had previously conjectured. The number of repairs refreshed daily had little to do with his level as a repair master or even with his cultivation realm. It was related to the environment of heaven and earth. If nothing unexpected happened, his experience as a fourth-order repair master would be able to be filled up directly after spending 3 months in the Tsunyan secret realm. Steadying his mind, Chu Jing closed the panel and looked around. Not far away, an ancient temple worn by the elements caught his sight. With a slight movement of the Yuan Qi inside his body, Chu Jing was about to step forward when suddenly his expression changed, and he looked up at the sky. Above the sky, there was no sun or moon to be seen, only a blood-red twilight with clear immortal patterns branded above. Red clouds dotted the sky, dyeing the firmament, like a vast ocean of burning crimson flames hanging inverted at the horizon. In the moment when his Yuan Qi fluctuated, Chu Jing finally noticed the biggest anomaly in the heaven and earth before him. Within this realm, the speed of his Yuan Qi circulation had slowed down, or in other words, his share of heavenly fate in the Tsunyan secret realm had decreased. The sky above was not the same as the one over the present Tsunyan realm. Chu Jing took a deep breath, his heart trembling with the realization that with a mere gesture, the peerless immortal king from ancient times had severed the heavenly Tao and carved out a realm within a realm. After a long while, Chu Jing calmed his spirit and slowly walked toward the dilapidated temple not far away. The walls around the temple were covered with vines, and the walls themselves were mottled, the layers of debris peeling away to reveal the green bricks inside. The roof was empty, with not a single tile remaining, leaving only the bare wooden beams crisscrossing each other. On the stone steps in front of the temple, only a few broken remnants remained, most of which were hidden amid the grass nearly up to one's waist. The temple gate was half open, its surface overgrown with nameless wild grass. As Chu Jing slowly approached the gate, he immediately saw the half-destroyed statue seated high on the stone platform inside the temple. Beneath the crimson remnants of the setting sun, the broken temple stood among the desolate grasses as if time had come to a complete halt. The main structure of the temple was incomplete, with most of the architecture weathered into dust over the long course of time, its beams cracked, and the wood turned to sand. Chu Jing sidled into the temple, activating his spiritual eye, and cautiously observed his surroundings. There were no arrays, no traces of battle, no special fluctuations of spiritual energy, and the occasional pop-up information on the panel was about exceedingly common objects. After scanning the area, Chu Jing turned his gaze towards the broken divine statue seated high upon the sacred platform. The statue was a shade of teal gray, with its upper half shattered, only the broad hem of its robes visible, the lines simple yet rugged. Chu Jing examined it for a while, and promptly the panel sent a prompt. Incomplete divine statue, 5th order/incomplete the golden body of a powerful being, fashioned more than 740,000 years ago. It lost contact with the outside world due to the closure of heaven and earth, gradually lost its divine powers, and covered in dust over the long years. It can be restored, 0/1000, details, detailed information, ancestral Tao statue, once revered with the incense of myriad spirits, after the seal of heaven and earth, it was tainted by heretic qi, underwent a mutation, and exhausted its divine powers to resist the corruption of heretic qi. After restoration, paying homage in accordance with the rites of the Taoist school could gain the blessings of the ancestral Tao. Ancestral Tao statue? Chu Jing's eyes suddenly sharpened. This seemingly unremarkable ruin of a temple was actually dedicated to an ancestor of the Taoist school. For a moment, he couldn't be sure if this was the same ancestor Ji Yuyan had mentioned to him previously at the Immortal martial battlefield. Chu Jing moved closer, pinched the dust under the statue, and his expression subtly changed. He detected a faint and abnormal qi, very similar to the heretic qi that seeped from the spatial passage above the giant marsh. Perhaps it was the erosion of this heretic qi that had caused the statue to collapse. What shocked him even more was that the statue was made from the most ordinary clay, devoid of any spiritual energy, but its quality was so high that it certainly defied common sense. Find exclusive stories on freewebnovel.com. By the side of the statue, there was a broken piece of curtain, at which Chu Jing looked a few times, his expression unsuppressedly moved. Embroidered with cranes and auspicious clouds at the top of the curtain, although faded, it was still possible to make out traces that implied it was not a magic artifact, but a hand-embroidered item, with exquisite workmanship. In his past life, he had also seen countless treasures passed down from ancient times, and this piece belonged in the high-quality category, no less superior to the top-notch famous embroideries. However, no matter how extraordinary the embroidery, it was just an ordinary item. Everything in this ruined temple was utterly ordinary, except for this one divine statue. Not even a single entry-stage spiritual object was present. It was hard to imagine that a true ancestral Tao golden body was enshrined here. Calming his thoughts, Chu Jing stood up and began to restore the temple. A golden body of the ancestral Tao lay before him, and it was clearly inappropriate to ignore it. Furthermore, a divine statue of such a high quality as Fifth Order could bring him some new insights once restored. According to the panel's prompt, one could receive the blessings of the ancestral Tao after restoration. However, now that this region of heaven and earth had been sealed, it was still questionable whether the blessings could be conferred upon him. As he restored the temple, Chu Jing couldn't help speculating in his mind. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he found this broken temple. He practiced the qi-refining technique of the Taoist school, and the fact that he just so happened to encounter a temple dedicated to an ancestor of the school seemed too coincidental. For Chu Jing, the only explanation was that the secret realm, based on the qi-refining technique he practiced, deliberately transported him here. If it were an immortal path cultivator, they might have ended up in a place with an opportunity to connect with the immortal path. If this speculation were true, then this secret realm undoubtedly concealed enormous secrets. This piece of heaven and earth might possibly be sentient. If this conclusion were correct, then it was not so strange that Shang Tsungyun could receive the inheritance of the immortal king back then. An opportunity right in front of him was not to be missed. Chu Jing sorted through the thoughts in his mind, his hands continuing to move as he cleared all the wild grass within 100 yards. In just a short moment, under the repair feature of the panel, the broken temple was revitalized, spotlessly clean. Green bricks and tiles, beams as red as blood, the sacred platform was immaculate, with only the half-ruined divine statue looking somewhat out of place. The newly restored plaque in front of the door bore only 2 gilt words, Tao Palace, simple and clear. With the current daily repair limit of 20 times, the statue could be restored in a mere 50 days, more than enough time. After exhausting the 20 repair attempts for the day on the panel, Chu Jing left the Tao Palace, took out the Tsungyun secret realm map given to him by Gung Yiyang, and began to ascertain his location. With such a vast secret realm before him, and so much time, it would be a pity to waste it just sitting idle. On the Tsungyun secret realm map, the explored area already spanned millions of miles. There, the regions were divided into 3 categories, marked by black, red, and gold colors, and on this map, Gung Yiyang thoughtfully provided explanations. The gold symbolized regions where opportunities related to the immortal path had appeared, red indicated traces of the heretic path, and black represented dangerous areas where one should not tread. Beyond these 3 types of regions, the outer perimeter of the entire map, as well as some areas, were shrouded in a mist. These were lands yet to be touched by anyone, or rather, areas the Taishan Holy Land did not understand. Gung Yiyang's map was considered outdated compared to what the other great Holy Lands had. After all, the Taishan Holy Land had been closed for a long time, and the last time a disciple of the soul-condensing realm was sent into the secret realm was thousands of years ago. Since then, no cultivator of the soul-condensing realm had ever appeared in the Taishan Holy Land, marking a severance. As he needed to repair the ancestral Tao golden body, Chuzheng could not stray far. Having spent most of the day, Chuzheng finally confirmed his location after exploring nearly 100,000 miles. The place where he was located was near the edge of the map, in a red area. In the nearby red area, there was only the Tao Palace, glowing in gold in 4 places, while black areas were more widespread, featuring 6 spots, most of which held tremendous risks. 4 of the black areas had brief information labels, such as, remnants of ancient killing formation, powerful exotic creatures resembling fled dragons, high-quality magic treasures can hardly damage their scales, breath extremely poisonous, etc., all descriptions of dangers. The remaining 2 black areas, lacking information labels, implied unknown risks, likely, some soul-condensing monks mysteriously died in them, and the causes were still untraceable. After weighing his options, Chuzheng headed towards one of the areas glittering with gold light. Although the area had been explored before, Chuzheng believed that there must still be some treasures left behind. He hoped to find some fragments of immortal treasures or even immortal pills, even if he was currently unable to repair them, someday he would be. Once his cultivation level was sufficient, these items would naturally prove extremely useful. Soon, Chuzheng arrived at the area marked on the map. This place was clearly an ancient site of an immortal sect, covering 1,000 miles, with a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy below, clearly indicating a spirit vein had once existed there. After hundreds of thousands of years, isolated from the world, and the spiritual energy not yet dissipated, this spirit vein had been at least of top quality. To avoid missing anything, Chuzheng activated his spiritual eye and scanned the area. Every inch of the ground showed clear signs of having been swept over. The last cultivator did not spare even the underground, having turned almost 1,000-mile radius upside down, evidently worried about missing any hidden treasure troves. Quickly, Chuzheng, following the general layout of this immortal sect, located its alchemy hall. Inside, a mess, numerous pill furnaces, twisted and with their lids flung open, lay scattered, with dregs of medicine strewn all around. Fengyang Cauldron, 5th order/incomplete top-quality magic treasure, forged 70,000 years ago, its spiritual energy depleted over time, arrays fallen apart, almost turned to scrap, reparable, 0/200, detailed information, endured divine fire forging over the years, absorbed the essence of herbs and trees, possesses the energies of metal, wood, and fire, almost at the brink of spiritual awakening, can significantly boost alchemy success rate, once repaired, nourished with high-grade divine fire, likely to awaken within 100 years. A treasure on the verge of spiritual awakening, once repaired, could offer substantial help within 100 years as a Tongxian supporter. Spiritual treasures, as compared to magic treasures, represent a metamorphosis. Once awakened, endowed with consciousness, they possess life, no longer mere objects. Capable of autonomously drawing nature's spiritual energy, repairing itself, the longevity they maintain in this world is 100 times that of top-quality magic treasures. In the corner of the hall sat several skeletons, obviously belonging to cultivators of this immortal sect, though whether these men were alive or dead when this part of the world was sealed remains unknown. These bodies showed no traces of storage magic treasures, most likely already taken by those who came before. According to the panel's prompt, the cultivation of these skeletons mostly fluctuated between the 3rd order and the 4th order, died of natural lifespan exhaustion. From those scattered dregs and waste elixirs, Chuzheng gathered several precious spiritual medicines. A significant portion were of the 4th and 5th order, with a small portion of 6th order elixirs, valuable even to divine infant and even more so to cultivators of the divine transformation realm. 4th order spirit pills, given Chuzheng's current repair level, could be fixed in just a few days. An ordinary alchemist, for such a batch of elixirs, starting from gathering the spiritual medicine, would need at least several months, with no guarantee of success. Compared to that, Chuzheng saved an immense amount of effort, essentially reaping the benefits without the work. Soon, in less than half a day, Chu Jing had swept clean the entire Immortal sect site, and while he didn't find anything excessively precious, the gain was still substantial. He didn't linger much longer, immediately returned to the Dao Palace, used up the refreshed repair chances, and then embarked on his next exploration. In less than 10 days, the nearby golden areas were all swept clean by Chu Jing. He obtained several damaged magic treasures, among which the most valuable was a half-human high golden great bow. Falling star bow, 7th order / incomplete, a top-quality semi-immortal treasure. The bowstring forcibly snapped, the bow body cracked, immortal patterns broken, lacking materials, beyond your ability to repair, detailed information, an extremely astonishing immortal treasure. 1 arrow fells stars, 10 arrows shoot the moon, 100 arrows pierce the sun, 1,000 arrows as one, capable of killing a true immortal. Currently lacking materials, 7th order magical beast essence blood, 7th order true dragon spine tendon, immortal pattern engraving technique. The falling star bow was found by Chu Jing in a 1,000-mile canyon, which more resembled the scars left by swords and blades than a canyon, and even today, it is still permeated with a murderous aura. With Chu Jing's current physique, walking through that canyon, he could feel a chill, as if facing the finishing strike of an unknown, powerful being from tens of thousands of years ago. This sealed area must have witnessed extremely fierce battles and slaughter in the past. Looking at those few black areas from afar, Chu Jing glanced a few times and, at one location, he sensed a slight evil aura. Though minuscule, it was undoubtedly an evil aura. The peerless immortal king of ancient times, why would he seal this part of the world? Whether it's related to these evil auras, Chu Jing could no longer confirm. However, one thing can be known, there should not be a passage leading to the evil demon realm in this sealed area. Otherwise, this secret realm would have been eroded long ago, after nearly 1,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, time flew by, and more than a month had passed. Inside the Dao Palace, Chu Jing anxiously used up today's refreshed repair attempts. The moment his golden body was repaired, a robust cleansing aura surged into Chu Jing's mind, with majestic divine sounds echoing continuously, coming from the distant void. The panel's prompt soon sounded. Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order Teachings of the Ancestral Tao, experiencing thousands of calamities, one can achieve the Daluo Golden Immortal rank. 10th Order. And it was a complete 10th Order technique. Chu Jing took a sharp breath, and before he could digest the complex information in his mind, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the repaired fragment, suddenly, his expression froze. The appearance of this ancestral Tao seemed oddly familiar. After observing for a moment, he was slightly shocked and took out the sunwheel mirror, floating it in front of him. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, Chu Jing looked up again at the divine statue, feeling a chill down his spine and goosebumps all over. The divine statue looked even more like the first glimpse from earlier. Whoosh a euro. While he was startled, a gust of evil wind rolled in from outside the temple door, and Chu Jing's ears were filled with the clinking sounds of rolling and colliding sand and stones. With Chu Jing's current cultivation level, he couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. The wind and sand even blocked his divine sense. By the time he opened his eyes again, everything had returned to its original state. The roof tiles were gone, the beams and columns collapsed, and the crimson twilight shone through, illuminating the dusty divine platform. The divine statue enshrined on the divine platform was left only with its upper half, the lower part covered in ashes. If not for the Eternal Calamity Treasure Record remembered in his mind, Chu Jing would even doubt whether it was all just a dream. Stay tuned to Freeweb Novel. He activated his spiritual eye, looking again at the divine statue. Incomplete divine statue, 0th order / incomplete, an unknown divine statue. Any remnants of traces have been completely erased, origin untraceable, irreparable. This. Chu Jing struggled to calm his stirring heart, but after a long while, it still pounded uncontrollably. He had no idea what had just happened. The ancestral Tao's blessing, and then everything reverted back to how it was when he first arrived, as if someone had reversed time. The current divine statue, moreover, couldn't be repaired again. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.